Chapter 1 9 Dust Immortal Emperor, reborn for 1,000 years. Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his head. At this moment, a soft voice rang in his head. Attention all travelers, this train is about to arrive in Zhonghai City, please prepare in advance for those getting off at Zhonghai Station. Hearing this voice, Qin Feng jolted awake and instinctively blocked his hands in front of him. However, when he raised his eyes to see the scene around him, he was instantly confused. Immediately, his brows tightened as he pondered for a moment before he could not help but be horrified inwardly. At this moment, no one knew the earth-shattering shock in his heart. Raising his eyes and looking around, his eyes turned out to be a crowded carriage. Isn't this the same train that I used to go to China Sea University in 2010? What the hell is going on here? Didn't I die with that bitch after fighting off the 3 killer Immortal Emperors? How could I be on the train in 2010 in the blink of an eye? Could it be that I didn't die but was reborn? These thoughts quickly flashed through Qin Feng's mind. After repeatedly confirming them, a faintly imperceptible look of surprise swept across his eyes. I really didn't die and was actually reborn back on Earth in 2010. Qin Feng, character Juduan. In his previous life, he was the #1 expert of the loose immortal sect, name, 9 Dust Immortal Emperor. In his previous life, he had a car accident at the age of 28 and washed into the sea with his car. But in an accident, he left the Earth and came to a place called Hengtian Astronomical Domain, and from then on embarked on the road of immortal cultivation. Due to his excellent qualifications, he was accepted as a close disciple by the contemporary master of the loose immortal sect, Lu Sun, who had been traveling, and was given the word, 9 Dust. With his unrivaled talent, the abundant resources of the free immortal sect, and his never-ending diligence, it only took him 1,000 years to cultivate into the transition stage and achieve the position of Immortal Emperor. Of course, the title of Immortal Emperor was also due to the fact that no one in the immortal cultivation world had truly ascended to immortality for hundreds of thousands of years, so it was only then that it was slowly crowned by immortal cultivators on the head of a transitional succession cultivator. To put it mildly, it was a kind of self-hatting. A cultivation speed like Qin Feng's was considered to be among the best in the entire immortal cultivation world for hundreds of millions of years. Coupled with Qin Feng's astounding battle prowess, he was invincible across the board, and had never lost a battle against the heavenly experts of the various races in the starfield. This caused Immortal Emperor Qin Juduan's name to resonate throughout the entire immortal cultivation world. However, even such an astonishingly talented character could not resist the backstabbing of plots and schemes. In particular, it was the backstabbing of the person he loved and trusted the most. The cause of all this is because Qin Feng in the process of traveling outside the adventure got a heaven and earth strange treasure, reincarnation beads. Reincarnation bead, legend has it that as long as one can comprehend the secret of it, one can be immortalized and reach the realm of eternal life. Qin Feng shared this secret with his beloved, the ethereal immortal. In his mind, it was best for him to enlighten the mystery of the reincarnation pearl together with his beloved, so that both of them could become immortal and live forever. Unfortunately, it was a pity that one could not know a person's face without knowing his heart. Under the great temptation of becoming immortal and living forever, love became a joke. For some reason, the ethereal fairy did not choose to share the mystery of immortal immortality with Qin Feng, but decided to enjoy it all by herself. Knowing that Qin Feng was strong in battle and invincible in contemporary times, the ethereal fairy could only secretly poison him. To be on the safe side, she also invited the leaders of the 3 major assassin organizations, the God of Killers, Hell, and the Yellow Springs, to take action. As a result, Qin Feng was poisoned and fought the 3 killer immortal emperors alone. In the end, under Qin Feng's formidable combat power, the 3 killer immortal emperors also fell one after another. But Qin Feng was also at the end of his rope. His spirit was disorganized and his life was hanging by a thread. In such a situation, Misty Immortal suddenly made a sneak attack. Qin Feng was no longer able to return to heaven. Seeing the Netherworld Immortals face that conspiracy to succeed smile, Qin Feng rage, directly chose to self-detonate Yuan Eng, ready to pull the Netherworld Immortal to die with. Thinking about some of this, Qin Feng's eyes revealed endless killing intent. Qin Feng clenched his fists angrily, but realized that his mana that was powerful enough to destroy the heavens and the earth had disappeared without a trace. Even the incomparably powerful divine sense that he remembered, which could probe everything, had also disappeared cleanly. Could this be a dream? Qin Feng could not help but frown, his eyes pondering. To say that it was a dream, but the 1,000 years in his memory was just too clear and real. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, he suddenly realized that an object appeared in his mind, the reincarnation pearl. This was not a dream, it was real. At this moment, his consciousness could see the reincarnation bead very clearly. This also meant that the 1,000 years he remembered was not a dream, but really his past life. Before Qin Feng could continue thinking, the train had already arrived at the station. Seeing this, he naturally dragged his suitcase and got off the train first. Standing on the platform, looking at the dense flow of people, Qin Feng revealed a faintly imperceptible smile, his eyes gradually sharpening as if an essence had flashed by. Since the heavens have allowed me, Qin Zhouchen, to relive a new life, then all those debts owed to me in my previous life, I'm going to claim them back one by one. My benefactors will be repaid 100-fold. My enemies will endure 3 lifetimes of torture. The things that happened on Earth in his previous life, even though 1,000 years had passed in his memory, it didn't mean that he had forgotten the slightest bit. Mom, Dad, sister, brother, and Xiaojing, I'm back. Right, and my enemies, I, Qin Zhouchen, am back again. He lifted his head and stared flatly ahead, his eyes resolute and flashing with a flash of essence. Qin Feng was born in a very ordinary rural family, with 3 generations of his ancestors being farmers. Fortunately, Qin Feng was usually very hardworking, and he played pretty well in the college entrance exam, and successfully entered Zhonghai University. This is also considered for his parents to fight for breath. After the university, Qin Feng even met the first woman in his life, Ouyang Jing. Unfortunately, the two of them had only just established their relationship when they were forcibly separated by the Ouyang family. The originator of all this is one of Ouyang Jing's suitors, Wang Shuabin. Wang Shuabin, if I remember correctly, this guy is now in his junior year, right? Their Wang family seems to be the richest in Zhonghai. Thinking of Ouyang Jing, Qin Feng naturally thought of his former love rival. Wang Shuabin, the son of the richest man in Zhonghai, his family's industries involved real estate, catering and entertainment. The power of the Wang family was such that even some provincial leaders did not dare to take it lightly. In his previous life, Wang Shuabin saw Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing getting close, so he revealed the relationship between the two of them to Ouyang Jing's family. It is such a sentence of the matter, so that Qin Feng has no strength, just confirmed the relationship of the two had to separate. Can be said, at that time the Qin Feng completely cannot be compared with Wang Shuabin. Wang Shuabin from the beginning to the end also did not put Qin Feng in the eyes. In his opinion, Qin Feng, who had no background at all, was simply not qualified to be his opponent. However, Ouyang Jing's character was relatively strong and loved Qin Feng deeply, even if she was forced by the family pressure to separate from Qin Feng, she had not given Wang Shuabin a good face. When Ouyang Jing directly said that she only loved Qin Feng, this made the anger in Wang Shuabin's heart unable to be suppressed. Such anger was naturally transferred to Qin Feng. This also led to Qin Feng having a very lousy time during the entire university period. Anyone who was even slightly close to Qin Feng would be warned by Wang Shuabin. It could be said that Qin Feng was like a plague during his college years, and everyone else would automatically stay away from him. When Qin Feng graduated from the university after looking for a job everywhere, which also has Wang Shuabin's relationship. In addition, Qin Feng's parents with hard work for most of their lives to save money to open a department store, but also after that because of some unknown reason slowly fell into disrepair. Seeing the hard work of half a lifetime go down the drain, Qin Feng's parents were also very sick. These things, the last life of Wang Shuabin said to Qin Feng afterwards. In his words, he wanted to make Qin Feng regret coming into this world to fight against him. Under Wang Shuabin's interference, the previous life of Qin Feng love career double failure, to the age of 28 have no object. Even later also confused car accident, if it is not coincidental to go to the immortal world, I'm afraid that the direct death of the sea. Now he is also considered to have lived for thousands of years, a lot of things to see more transparent than before. In retrospect, the car accident in his last life, I'm afraid it was no accident. Thinking of this, a cold aura flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Wang Shuabin, and the Wang family, I, Qin Zhouchen, am now reborn and back. Then in this life, I will double the amount of money to repay you for everything you have inflicted on me, so that even when you go to hell, you will regret everything you have done. In his previous life, the first 20 years of his life had been spent in poverty, almost considered useless, suffering countless ridicule and humiliation. In the latter 1,000 years, although he was invincible and powerful, he was tragically betrayed by his beloved and eventually turned into nothingness. In this life, he was reborn with the memory of 1,000 years of immortal cultivation by chance, only wanting to follow his heart in everything, no longer subject to others, and make up for all the regrets of his previous life. Chapter 2, Zhonghai University, Rich Roommate. Just after leaving the train station, his cell phone rang. Xin Feng looked at the call memo mom. His trembling fingers pressed the connect button, and a long ago but familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Feng, have you arrived at school yet? After 1,000 years, listening to these words of concern, Xin Feng immediately felt a warm current surging into his heart, and his nose couldn't help but be slightly sour. Mom, I've already gotten off the train and will be at school soon. That's good, Xiao Feng, our family's economy is not generous, and we didn't personally send you to college, you have to take care of yourself. Mom's kind voice came again. Mom, don't worry, I will take good care of myself. Xin Feng held back the excitement in his heart and replied as calmly as possible. You've always been very understanding, Mom is sort of relieved, remember to give Mom and Dad a call from time to time. Well, that's it, I still have to be busy. After that, it hung up the phone. In his previous life, Xin Feng felt most sorry for his mom and dad. Because of him, it caused his parents to be implicated as well. Under the heavy pressure of the Wang family, the family was getting worse by the day, and his parents' health was deteriorating. Xin Feng still remembers that his dad was still in the hospital when he had his car accident. And his mom, in such a situation, still endured the outside running around tired, around to collect medical bills. Dad, Mom, in this life, I want to give you supreme glory. Xin Feng murmured softly, his eyes resolute. Walking out of the train station, Xin Feng then boarded a special bus to Zhonghai University. Since getting on the bus, he closed his eyes and focused his consciousness on the reincarnation pearl in his mind. This thing, he had not been able to comprehend its mysteries even in his previous life. It hadn't occurred to him that it would still be reborn with him 1,000 years ago. Could it be that I was reborn because of it? Xin Feng couldn't help but produce such a doubt in his mind. But this doubt, he did not have an answer for the time being. After about 40 to 50 minutes of driving, the vehicle arrived at the freshman reception of Zhonghai University. It was also at this time that Xin Feng reopened his eyes. He was the last to get out of the car and walked behind the crowd to slowly survey this familiar and unfamiliar school. Zhonghai University was the best key university in the entire Zhonghai city and even Jiangnan province, and it could rank in the top 10 in the whole country. The students who are able to get in are all the elite of the elite, killed from the thousands of people in the college entrance examination. There are very few who enter purely by family history and connections. If you really rely on the relationship to enter the students, it must be either rich or noble, deep background. After Zhonghai University moved to the new district and expanded, the entire school area reached 3,000 to 4,000 acres, with mountains and water on the campus, very beautiful. The foreign language college where Xin Feng was enrolled was built next to a beautiful lake. Not only were there many beautiful women, but the entrance to the college was filled with many luxury cars, most of which were parents personally sending their children to the school to enroll. Of course, there were about half of the students like Xin Feng who came in the school's special car. For every new student who arrived, there were enthusiastic seniors who took them to the faculties to enroll. In response, Xin Feng naturally did not refuse, even if he had already done these things once before. After completing all the enrollment procedures, Xin Feng walked towards the dormitory. Pushing open the door of the dormitory room, he found that there was already someone inside. Hello, my name is Zhang Yun. In the dormitory, a boy with glasses and a medium build took the initiative to get up and greet Xin Feng when he saw him enter. This boy looked a bit shy, and at this moment, he was holding a thick book in his hands. Xin Feng raised his eyes and swept over, realizing that it was an English book, Travels with Gulliver, which was very thick and heavy. For a Chinese student to be able to read a thick English book by himself when he was in high school, this was indeed already very impressive. It's still the same as in his previous life. Seeing this person, Xin Feng was slightly warmed in his heart. The reason why this was so was because Zhang Yun was considered to be the only one friend he had during his university days in his previous life. Other than Zhang Yun, almost all of those other people stayed away from him because of Wang Xuebin's warning. But Zhang Yun had not done so since the beginning and had always helped Xin Feng. Because of this, Zhang Yun was also ostracized and suppressed during his college years. Fortunately, his family had some connections, and later sent him directly to study abroad. Thinking of these, Xin Feng took the initiative to extend his hand and said with a smile, My name is Qin Feng, your roommate. The two then shook hands and introduced themselves all very simply. I've already cleaned the dormitory all over again, so feel free to sit down. Zhang Yan revealed a slightly shy smile, seemingly not very good at communicating with strangers. Thanks. Qin Feng nodded and replied. After that, Qin Feng also found his bed number and placed his backpack on the table. Up on the bed and down on the table, a standard 4-person dormitory. Just 2 people in the dormitory, can't be dry and bored, so they had a chat. Qin Feng enjoyed this long-lost feeling. Soon, the other 2 roommates also came. The third roommate is a 185 tall man called Wang Shuang, from Liuqing in the northeast. As his name suggests, his character is relatively cheerful and straightforward. When the last roommate came, the scene was completely different. Parents and relatives of a large family, men and women, came a total of 7 or 8 people. Everyone is still carrying a big bag in their hands, and I don't know what is loaded inside. Because of this, the standard 4-room dormitory was immediately filled by the influx of people. Aya, this dormitory is so shabby, it's not as good as the room our nanny lives in. Shajia, why don't grandma rent you a suite in the villa area outside? Grandma will be heartbroken if you live here. A rich old lady with white hair entered the dormitory and kept picking and choosing with a disgusted look on her face. Okay, Grandma, I'll be fine on my own. A clean-looking, sunny and handsome boy replied slightly impatiently. Everyone, I'm very sorry, this is my son Xiaomingxia, I've spoiled him since he was a child, so please take care of my son in the future. Finally, a middle-aged man came in with an extraordinary appearance, looking like a big boss, and greeted him with a smile. By the way, everyone has not eaten, right? Walk. I treat, we know each other well. At the dinner table, the 4 people in the dormitory all introduced their origins individually. Zhang Yan came from the northwest Gannan state, his father was the 3rd hand of the county, and his mother was a middle school teacher. It was also considered a wealthy family. Classmate Zhang Yan's family is outstanding, marvelous. After listening to Zhang Yan's introduction, Zhao Mingjia's father, Zhao Hongsheng, nodded slightly in praise. Qin Feng was able to see that although Zhao Hongsheng was complimentary in his words, there was not much sincerity in his tone. From this, it could be inferred that a third-in-command in the county did not seem to be able to catch his eye. Next is Wang Shuang. He is from Liuqing, northeast China. His family has opened a jade store with hundreds of millions of assets. Wang Shuang is from a good family and is already so independent, his future is unlimited. In the future, Xiao Jia will have to learn more from you. This time, Zhao Hongxing's tone was obviously much more sincere than the last time. However, his expression didn't have too many ripples since the beginning. In other words, a family with hundreds of millions of assets was still not enough to make him care either. Next, it was Qin Feng's turn. Qin Feng just said faintly, I come from the countryside. In his last life, he had said a lot at this dinner table, and it was hard for him to hide his embarrassment. However, in this life, just by uttering these 5 words, he also said it so lightly. Hearing this, the people present were slightly surprised. After being slightly stunned for a moment, Zhao Hongsheng then said with a smile, It's alright, student Qin Feng, don't be discouraged even if you're from the countryside, by relying on your own efforts, you can also put together a world. Other people are also like Zhao Hongsheng, all think that Qin Feng is afraid because from a small mountain village inside out, seem very inferior. In this regard, Qin Feng would not make a special effort to explain. Although Zhao Hongsheng comforted Qin Feng with his words, there was no sincerity in his tone. Even after that, he didn't have any interest in Qin Feng and didn't say a word to him. In Zhao Hongsheng's opinion, a classmate like Qin Feng was not at all helpful to his own son, and there was no need to befriend him. He even vaguely felt in his heart that if his own son made such a friend, it would bring down his status. After all, a person's social circle often determined his status. Finally, Zhao Hongsheng focused on his self-introduction. He was the chairman of Hongsheng Group, the real big boss. Hongsheng Group is a local top 10 big enterprise in Zhonghai City, with billions of assets. The fields it was involved in included real estate, catering and clothing industries. Being worth billions, it is also true that you cannot put the county's third-in-command in families with hundreds of millions of dollars in your eyes. But what Zhao Hongsheng didn't know was that people like him were almost no different from ants in Qin Feng's eyes. To know, Qin Feng's previous life was known as the 9-dust Immortal Emperor, and did not know how many big powers bowed down to him. Nowadays, for a small Hongsheng group, he naturally did not look at it in the eyes. Chapter 3 9 Realms of Immortal Cultivation, Reincarnation of Creation. After finishing the meal, the sky had already darkened and Zhao Mingjie was taken away by Zhao Hongxing's family. The remaining three of them, Qin Feng, slowly paced back to the school. This place where they ate was not very far from the school, and in just 10 minutes or so, the three of them returned to the school. However, Qin Feng didn't go back to the dormitory, but found an excuse to walk away alone. For him, the most important thing nowadays was to recultivate and recover his cultivation as soon as possible. Right now, his mana, divine abilities, and even all sorts of magic treasures had all disappeared. It was just a mere mortal who knew some fisticuffs. A dagger, a bullet could easily take his life. This uneasy feeling forced Qin Feng to temporarily put aside all other matters, and his first priority was to cultivate. Zhang Yun and Wang Shuang didn't say anything about Qin Feng's departure, and the two of them went straight back to the dormitory after exhorting them. After the two of them left, Qin Feng slowly paced along the roads of the Zhonghai University campus. While walking, he carefully sensed the changes in the aura between heaven and earth. Regardless of the place, its aura was not static. There are places where auras converge, and they are often in famous mountains and rivers that are far away from the city. That kind of place is the true cultivation of the heavenly paradise. Some places have shallow auras, and even the auras flow outward in a constant stream, which is not conducive to cultivation at all. Qin Feng wandered around the campus for a few miles before finally standing still. This should be the place where Zhonghai University's spiritual qi was the densest. If he wanted to find a better spiritual land, he was afraid that he could only go to the depths of the mountains outside the school. He looked around and realized that this place was a secluded willow forest. Next to it, there was also a sizable lake. On the surface of the lake, a fresh breeze was blowing, making the place very cool. Qin Feng found a flat stone about 2 square meters in circumference next to it. He walked onto it and sat cross-legged, facing the slightly rippled lake directly. Sitting cross-legged on the boulder, directly facing the sparkling lake, subjected to a gentle breeze, although it was a hot summer day, but also through the body refreshing. Cultivation of immortality from low to high is divided into refining qi, foundation building, innate, Jin Dan, Yuaning, transforming into a god, back to the virtual, the road, the 9 big realms. Qin Feng was now simply a mortal, so he naturally had to start from the initial qi refining stage. Strictly speaking, qi refining stage cultivators were still mortals as well. It was only at the foundation establishment stage that a cultivator was considered to be introduced to immortal cultivation. After cultivating the foundation establishment, one could raise one's hand and throw one's foot with the strength of 1,000 pounds, and one could be as fast as a tiger, which had already surpassed the limits of the ordinary human body. And the body has already condensed true essence. Do not rely on talismans, can also perform some small spells. In addition, the lifespan of a foundation cultivator is twice as long as that of an ordinary person. After the foundation establishment of the innate realm, it has the preliminary magical power of divine power, able to step into the air and fly, called a wind and rain. In the eyes of mortals, this kind of cultivation is just like a god. At this realm, the lifespan of an immortal cultivator can even reach 300 years. As for the later realms of Jindan and Yuanying, that was still too far away from Qin Feng. For now, I'd better seriously think about how to practice qi. I'll wait until I've reached the grand completion of qi cultivation before thinking about the foundation establishment thing later on. Qin Feng muttered. The aura environment on Earth was naturally far from the immortal cultivation world. Thus, cultivating and advancing on Earth would be much harder than in the immortal cultivation world. Fortunately, Qin Feng had the experience of immortal cultivation from his previous life, and there would be no such problems as barrier blocking until he had cultivated to the transitional succession stage. This was said to be a cultivation advancement for him, but it was actually more like restoring his cultivation. The only question he needed to be concerned about now was, what kind of technique should he choose in order to quickly restore his cultivation and still not cause his foundation to become unstable? As a 9-dust Immortal Emperor in his previous life, he naturally had quite a few powerful techniques in his memory. However, relatively speaking, the more powerful the technique, the higher the requirements and difficulty of its cultivation. This seemed to be the inevitability of the rules. Take the Xian Heavenly Prosperity scripture that he had learned in his previous life in the Easy Immortal sect. It was definitely the topmost technique in the immortal cultivation world. Its power was naturally needless to say, just look at Immortal Emperor 9-Dust's battle results. It overpowered the contemporary era and led the way. However, to truly cultivate the Shin heavenly prosperity scripture, one would have to require the concentration of cultivation aura, the 8 of pills, and even some unique heaven and earth wonders as a guide to be able to do so. Some of such conditions, in Earth's current environment, were just as unattainable. However, if you choose some relatively easy cultivation techniques in the early stage of cultivation, perhaps it can really save a lot of things. However, it would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. At that time, not to mention the transition stage, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to even transform into a god and return to the void. Even if there was a chance to make up for the unstable foundation in the future, it would require a great chance and great fortune to do so. Just as Qin Feng was thinking hard and rummaging through his memories for a suitable technique, an inexplicable technique suddenly appeared in his mind. The reincarnation technique of creation. He took a rough look at it and realized that he didn't have the slightest impression of this Gong method at all. One had to know that the merit laws that could be memorized by Qin Feng were carefully studied even if he hadn't cultivated them. But this creation reincarnation technique, he was certain that he had not seen it in his previous life. Just as he was frowning in deep in thought, he suddenly realized that the reincarnation pearl in his mind was emitting a faint white light at that moment. A moment later, those faint white lights slowly disappeared again. Creation and reincarnation skill. Could there be any relationship between the two? Seeing such a vision, Qin Feng naturally connected the two. After that, he carefully studied the creation reincarnation technique. After a while, the not so many phrases were already deeply memorized by Qin Feng. To his surprise, this part of the technique merely contained the techniques for the 3 realms of qi practicing, foundation establishment, and innate, and there were no techniques for the later realms. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng still chose to cultivate. For one thing, through studying this Gongfu, he realized that the reincarnation of creation technique was stronger than any Gongfu he had ever seen before. Most importantly, in the depleted aura environment of Earth, this Gong method was more suitable. Secondly, even if it didn't have a subsequent Gongfu, Qin Feng would still have time to change it. After all, with a solid foundation, even if it cost something, it would be worth it. The creation and reincarnation technique. Capturing the creation of the heavens and earth, taking charge of the cycle of life and death. These were the opening 2 sentences of the feat. As soon as he began to cultivate, the thin aura around him was like a long whale sucking in water and surging towards him. Not only that, the energy contained in the surrounding trees, flowers and grasses, and even the lake water and soil also slowly emanated out and headed towards his body. The energies of various attributes seemed to not be rejected and were all absorbed by Qin Feng. Seeing this scene, even after 1,000 years of cultivation in his previous life, the shock in his heart was like a mountain of horror. At this moment, he could be considered to have understood the meaning of that saying of seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Everything in this heaven and earth could be seized and used for him, and the creation was miraculous. This feeling of cultivation instantly made Qin Feng feel as if he had returned to the Hong heavenly astral domain in his previous life. Although the environment for cultivation was far inferior to the kind of cavernous blessed land of the easy immortal sect, it was still similar to an ordinary place for cultivation. No wonder it says it's suitable for cultivation anywhere. At this rate, I'm confident that I'll be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage within 3 months. Qin Feng revealed a delighted look with an incomparably confident confidence. If people in the immortal cultivation world knew about this idea of his, they would definitely scold him for being an idiot fool and whimsical. The reason was that ordinary immortal cultivators cultivated to the foundation establishment stage without fail, taking decades to do so. Some genius immortal cultivators, coupled with the rich resources of the clan, those who could cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in about 10 years were already a rare breed. In his previous life, Qin Feng had also spent more than 10 years before he succeeded in building his foundation. In the entire immortal cultivation world, the fastest immortal cultivator ever to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage had also spent 3 years. Of course, the exceptions were those who used special methods to forcefully imbue their bodies with spiritual qi. The night passed quickly. Early in the morning of the next day, after Qin Feng slowly withdrew his energy, he realized that he had already reached the first level of the qi refining stage. With some weak mana in his body, he was considered to have some power to defend himself. Goo goo. The growling of his stomach and hunger pulled Qin Feng's thoughts back. Alas! It's really troublesome to not have a grain-preventing elixir. I'm afraid that the only way to solve this problem is to reach the innate stage. Cultivation was about one thing and one thing, and naturally Qin Feng didn't intend to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in one breath. He jumped off the rock and walked towards the school's cafeteria. When he passed by a student dormitory building, he could no longer move his feet. This was because his first love from his previous life, Ouyang Jing, lived here. Qin Feng looked at the dormitory building for a while, and after exhaling a long breath, he murmured, "Xiao Jing, since everything has started over, then we should also get to know each other again. Everything starts over." When Qin Feng returned to the dormitory after breakfast, the other two were curious about what he did last night. In response, Qin Feng just said he was busy with something. Other than that, he didn't say anything else. Seeing this, the two knew that Qin Feng didn't want to say much, so they didn't pursue the matter any further. Since the reporting time was a full 3 days, they didn't have much to do on this day. Zhang Yun was almost always looking at his English tome. Wang Shuang, on the other hand, played games all day. After Qin Feng came back, he directly laid in bed for the day. However, he wasn't sleeping, but was thinking about Ouyang Jing. Due to the ethereal immortal's betrayal, it made his heart instinctively fear and reject love. This was something that was real even though he didn't want to admit it. Therefore, he had been thinking about how he should get along with Ouyang Jing in the future after he got to know her. Since he had relived his life, there was no need to be afraid. Just let everything take its course. Just leave no regrets. This was Qin Feng's decision after a day of lying and pondering. However, this one move of his fell in the eyes of the other two people in the dormitory, but it made them coincidentally think of a possibility. This guy, Qin Feng, wouldn't still bring his girlfriend to college, right? Wang Shuang looked at Qin Feng lying on the bed and opened his mouth to ask. This, not too good to say. Zhang Yun smiled coyly and replied faintly with a sentence. Wang Shuang put down his cell phone, then shook his head and sighed. Alas! Even so, it should be more or less moderated. You see, only one night, the whole person is directly tired down. Chapter 4 Pui Yuan Spiritual Liquid, Wing Chun Girl. Evening. Still on that boulder by the lake, Qin Feng sat cross-legged and quietly cultivated. Now that he had chosen the right technique, all he needed to do was to keep practicing. In such a bustling city, the concentration of heaven and earth auras at night would often be a bit higher than during the day. This was because there would be many people moving around during the day, and that would more or less consume some heaven and earth spiritual qi. It was also because of this that Qin Feng decided not to waste such precious time at night. Early the next morning, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Then, he exhaled a long breath. The entire person instantly looked refreshed. If only I had a Peiyuan Dan. I'm afraid I could immediately break through to the second level of the qi refining stage. Qin Feng could not help but murmur. He then shook his head. In this place, not to mention the Peiyuan Dan, I'm afraid that even the Peiyuan spiritual liquid could not be formulated. Peiyuan Dan, that was an elixir that enhanced the cultivation of qi refining stage and foundation establishment stage immortal cultivators. It was most effective when used by qi refining stage immortal cultivators, and much less effective when used by foundation establishment stage immortal cultivators. Another effect of the Peiyuan Dan was that after an ordinary person ate it, it had the effect of consolidating and cultivating the body and eliminating the body's dark diseases. Generally speaking, when an ordinary person eats a Peiyuan Dan, he can extend his life by at least 3 to 5 years. Of course, this effect would not have a stacking effect. No matter how many Peiyuan Dan an ordinary person ate, they would at most extend their life by 10 or so years. After all, ordinary people were still mortals and not immortal cultivators. Their lifespan did not fundamentally change. The Peiyuan spirit liquid, on the other hand, was a simplified version of the Peiyuan Dan, something that was usually formulated by qi refining stage immortal cultivators. Since qi refining stage immortal cultivators didn't have true essence in their bodies, they couldn't condense true fire and couldn't make pills. If one wanted to make pills, they generally had to reach foundation establishment before they could do so. And one also needed to have the appropriate alchemy talent to do so. Therefore, qi refining stage immortal cultivators could only use some of the herbs used in alchemy to prepare a much less effective spirit liquid by boiling it in the most primitive way. In fact, as long as one's cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, the preparation of the required cultivation spirit liquid would not be so troublesome. Because, at that time, the immortal cultivator would have enough mana to set up some simple formations to extract the essence of those medicinal herbs. The cultivation elixir formed in this way could be much better than using boiling. It was a pity that Qin Feng's current cultivation level was only at the first level of the qi refining stage. That kind of method can only be thought about and cannot be done for the time being. Perhaps I should go into the mountains and look around, there might be some unexpected discoveries. Qin Feng inclined his head to look at the large mountains in the distance, having already made a decision in his mind. Then, he looked at the time on his cell phone and spoke softly. It's also time to go back, 9 o'clock seems to be the first class meeting, right? Just as he had just walked out of the willow forest, he saw a girl wearing a white tracksuit standing in the open space by the lake and boxing. She was seen with a high ponytail, looking very competent. A melon-faced face, a pair of curved willow leaf eyebrows, a cool appearance, firm breasts, and a tall figure. Definitely a rare big beauty. Although the ponytailed girl's boxing style still looked relatively young, between one palm and one leg, it was considered to be somewhat structured. With the stance she was displaying right now, a normal 3 or 4 men would definitely not be her opponent. Moreover, Qin Feng always felt that there was something familiar about that boxing style. Of course, it didn't mean that her punching technique was very powerful. As far as her 2 strikes were concerned, they hadn't been taken into account by Qin Feng. Even if it was just a punch and kick with the same force as an ordinary person, Qin Feng could have solved this big beauty with a single move. Therefore, Qin Feng just looked at her casually and then gently shook his head, preparing to leave. When Qin Feng sized up that ponytailed girl, she naturally sensed it as well, so she slowly closed her fist and turned around to look at Qin Feng. It was just in time to see the scene where Qin Feng gently shook his head. Seeing this, the ponytailed girl opened her mouth and asked, "You seem to look down on my kung fu?" At this point, Qin Feng and the ponytailed girl were only about 4 or 5 meters away. "No." Qin Feng stopped his steps and replied 2 words indifferently. The ponytailed girl walked up to Qin Feng and stared at him. "You're lying, I saw you shaking your head and had a disdainful expression on your face." Hearing this, Qin Feng only felt funny in his heart. He did shake his head before, but there was absolutely no change of expression on his face. Of this, he was beyond certain. As an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, how could an expression show so easily? But now, this ponytailed young girl had made up such an excuse out of it, it was really interesting. For a while, countless thoughts flew through Qin Feng's mind. Raising his eyes to look at the stunningly beautiful young girl in front of him, only to see that there was still a slight bead of sweat on her forehead, Qin Feng faintly opened his mouth. "I don't mean to look down on you, it's just that I'm a bit sorry." "What do you mean?" Hearing these words caused the young girl to faintly freeze. Seeing the other party as if she was an inquisitive student, Qin Feng also said a few more words. "To be honest, amongst your peers, your kung fu is already considered pretty good. However, one look at your kung fu tells me that you practiced it all by yourself alone with your head buried in hard work. Although the moves look good, they are full of flaws. If it was in a real battle, you would definitely have to suffer a big loss." Hearing these words, the ponytailed girl was shocked beyond measure. Because, like these words from Qin Feng, her grandfather and father had once said them to her as well. And that was more than once. The ponytailed girl was surprised for a moment before her eyes narrowed slightly. Then, with her hands raised, she assumed a hands-on stance. "In that case, let me try what you said about how real combat really works." Seeing this action of the young girl, Qin Feng was also slightly stunned. "You want to fight me?" To be honest, at this moment, Qin Feng only felt very amused in his heart. He had already lost track of how many people he had fought with. More accurately, he had lost track of how many lives his hands had ended. After 1,000 years of experience in the immortal cultivation world, his footprints had stepped on all the worlds and stars, and his hands were even stained with blood. "What? You were just saying that I can't do it in real combat, and now I want to verify it with real combat. You're not afraid, are you?" The ponytailed girl raised her eyebrows. "Oh." Qin Feng laughed softly, "You also needlessly provoke me with words. It's been a long time since I've gotten my hands dirty, I also want to try." To be honest, suddenly encountering such a duel, Qin Feng also sort of came to have some interest. It was as if someone who ate big fish and meat every day suddenly changed his flavor and ate boiled water cabbages. This was really something else. Hearing Qin Feng agree, the ponytailed girl was overjoyed in her heart. But when she saw that Qin Feng hadn't made any movements, she couldn't help but withdraw her hands and frown slightly. "Didn't you promise?" Why aren't you ready yet? I'm ready anytime. Qin Feng smiled and spread his hands. Arrogant. Seeing this, the ponytailed girl couldn't help but feel annoyed in her heart. Only to see that her feet were slightly separated, her knees were slightly bent, and her hands were spread out flat in front of her chest one after the other. Her eyes stared flatly ahead as she stared at Qin Feng, her mouth slowly saying, Wing Chun, Yelena. It wasn't until then that Qin Feng finally realized why he had felt that this young girl's boxing style was somewhat familiar before. It turned out that the boxing style she practiced was actually Wing Chun, which was famous throughout the country. Although he had not personally seen this kind of boxing, he had seen a lot of it on TV. Although 1,000 years had passed, those memories were still as clear as day. And because this young girl to make out of boxing and television and more or less different, Qin Feng this did not recognize at first glance. Thinking about it is also, the TV shootout things are to pursue visual effects, naturally cannot be the same as the real boxing. Moreover, the ponytailed girl declaring herself also let Qin Feng know her name, Yelena. Surname Yi? It couldn't be the descendant of that patriarch Yi, could it? Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart. Qin Jiuduan, please. Qin Feng smiled as he spat out a few words from his mouth. When it came to fighting people, Qin Feng preferred the name Qin Jiuduan. Seeing this, Yelena re-prepared herself and then moved her feet in a continuous motion, quickly approaching Qin Feng. When her body was about to come into contact with Qin Feng, her left hand made a defense and her right hand attacked extremely quickly. Just when Yelena was full of confidence and was about to hit her opponent. However, she suddenly realized that Qin Feng in front of her had revealed a bizarre smile. For some reason, when she saw the smile, she only felt an alarm rising in her heart. However, her move was both offensive and defensive, and she really couldn't think of where there was a break. Just as Yelena was puzzled in her mind, she only felt her right hand suddenly being clamped down, and at the same time, a pain in her right foot. Her entire body suddenly lost its balance and instantly fell to the right. With a plopping sound, Yelena then fell onto the lawn next to her. You've lost. Qin Feng's voice came faintly. Yelena inclined her head and saw Qin Feng looking at her with a smile on his face. How is this possible? How did you do that? Yelena immediately stood up and looked at Qin Feng with great gravity. The force of Qin Feng's strike was very light, just about the same as that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, Yelena would definitely not have been able to stand up. Seeing that Yelena had such an attitude, Qin Feng's heart was satisfied and he explained. Nothing is impossible, it's just that you haven't seen it before. As for how it's done, I've already said it before. You simply haven't experienced actual combat and have too many breaks in your body. As long as you let your opponent catch one of your flaws, you can be killed instantly. What's more, you are covered in flaws all over your body. Therefore, it's too easy to defeat you. Yelena didn't mess around with her defeat, which was what made Qin Feng willing to say a few more words. If Yelena's attitude had upset Qin Feng, he would have definitely turned around and left. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he just smiled slightly before turning around and walking away directly. Just as he had walked less than 4 or 5 meters, Yelena's voice sounded behind him again. Wait a minute. What? Want to fight again? Qin Feng turned back to look at her with a smile. Alina shook her head. That's not true, I'm too different from you. I just want to ask you to teach me how to improve my practical fighting skills. Since I've said real combat, you'll just have to go to real combat and experience it for yourself. Qin Feng shook his head and replied. Then, he took 2 steps, stopped, and slowly spoke again. I almost forgot to tell you, if you want to improve your practical combat skills, it's better to pick some that are comparable to your strength. Those whose strength is too poor and those whose strength is too strong are not very useful. If you're too weak, you'll just KO someone else. If you're too strong, you'll be completely ravaged. Alright, that's all the advice I'm going to give you, so there's no need to thank me. In the end, Qin Feng said while waving his hand as he slowly walked away. Looking at Qin Feng's back, Yelena secretly clenched her teeth and said. Qin Jiuchen, I'll remember you. Chapter 5, Encountering a Beauty, Unexpected Gains. The class meeting was the same as in the previous life. Self-introduction, selection of class cadres, class instructor speech. Everything is so boring and tasteless. If it wasn't for the sake of better integrating into the university environment, Xin Feng definitely wouldn't have come to this kind of meaningless class meeting. The military training for new students arranged by the school was the day after tomorrow. After the class meeting, Xin Feng didn't continue to tarry at the school when he saw that he had 2 days of free time, but left the school. For one thing, he wanted to look for a place deep in the mountains where the spiritual qi was a bit denser. Secondly, he also wanted to try to look for herbs that could aid in cultivation. Even if he couldn't formulate the Peiyuan spiritual liquid, it would be great if he could mix up some medicinal baths that could assist in bathing. In September, the hot midday sun scorched the earth. Xin Feng walked into the East View Mountain to the east of the school wearing a casual outfit. Behind East View Mountain were many large, nameless mountains that stretched on forever, with no end in sight, and there were many places where no humans had even set foot. After rushing up the mountain road at breakneck speed for a while, Xin Feng's forehead was also slightly sweaty. It seemed that one had to continue to cultivate hard. He let out a sigh and looked up at the relentlessly blazing sun above his head. Immortal cultivators who had just stepped into the qi refining stage were actually not that far from mortals, and could not yet do anything to ignore such a scorching sun. Xin Feng found a shady spot, sat down on his knees and meditated for a while. When he stood up again, the scorching heat and fatigue on his body disappeared and he appeared to be full of energy. By this time, the sun had slowly turned west. Xin Feng knew that he had to speed up his pace. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before it got dark. The current him didn't have the ability to see in the dark. After dark, there would be a lot of snakes, insects, rats and ants in these woods. Therefore, it was not suitable to continue walking in such a big mountain at night. Xin Feng stood up, patted himself down and continued walking. When he reached a fork in the road, 3 people actually walked out from another road into the mountain. The one walking in front was a beautiful woman who was around her early 20s in age and wearing a white leisure suit. Next was a young man who looked close to his age and was wearing a gray plaid shirt. At the end was followed by a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a sharp gaze, looking very refined and tough. A very interesting combination. Because Xin Feng could see that the 3 people in front of him were not ordinary people. All 3 of them should know some boxing and kung fu. Especially the last one, the middle-aged man who was refined and tough, at this time even gave Xin Feng a sense of oppression if nothing else. In other words, that middle-aged man had the strength to threaten Xin Feng's life. Although Xin Feng was only at the first level of the qi refining stage, with low magical power and a weak body, he still knew a lot of boxing and kicking skills from his previous life of cultivating immortals and fighting. Therefore, even if a dozen or so people attacked together, they would definitely not be able to defeat him. From this, it could also be seen that the tough middle-aged man must have strength beyond the average person. Of course, Xin Feng only felt a slight sense of oppression from the other party. If the 2 sides really had to fight, Xin Feng had enough confidence to kill the other party. This was the absolute confidence of being a supreme immortal emperor in his previous life. On top of that, Xin Feng focused on sizing up the beautiful woman in the lead. This was because he could tell that this woman was the highest ranking among the 3. Her hair was coiled up high, her appearance was cool, her breasts were perky, her figure was tall, and her face had a bit of a heroic aura, so she really had a unique flavor. For some reason, when seeing this woman, Xin Feng always felt that she resembled the ponytailed girl he had met by chance at the school lake earlier. It wasn't a resemblance in appearance, but a resemblance in temperament. If we were to talk about looks alone, the woman in front of us was 3 times more beautiful. However, Xin Feng was an old monster who had experienced 1,000 years of experience. Naturally, his face did not show any expression, and he just lightly swept a glance and continued to go deeper into the mountain. At the same time Xin Feng saw the other party, the 3 people naturally also noticed him. The 2 sides brushed past each other at the fork in the road without anyone opening their mouths. During that time, that shrewd middle-aged man couldn't help but take a few steps forward and blocked in front of that woman, his eyes staring at Xin Feng with a grave look on his face. When he saw Xin Feng, he also felt a threat from Xin Feng's body. As the bodyguard amongst the 3, he naturally had to be completely vigilant against a stranger like Xin Feng who suddenly appeared. When Xin Feng walked away, the shrewd middle-aged man turned his head to look at the woman and spoke softly. "Miss, this person is an expert, we need to be careful." The woman in the lead looked at Xin Feng who was slowly walking away and shook her head. "It's just a passerby, don't worry about it." "What kind of expert?" "I think it's just a brat who went into the mountains for a walk. I'll take care of such a guy in 3 or 2 moves." The young man behind him heard this and said with great arrogance. Seeing this, the woman in front glared back at the youth. Just this one glance made the youth shrink his neck, looking very intimidated. However, his face still revealed a forced smile and said, "Sister, I was wrong." In the midst of the endless stretch of mountains, Qin Feng slowly searched following the concentration of aura. Generally speaking, places with a high concentration of aura were more likely to produce genius treasures. Places like that were naturally more suitable for immortal cultivators to cultivate as well. As time passed, Qin Feng traveled farther and farther into the depths of the mountain. When evening came, he had arrived by a cliff. This was the place where he had found the richest concentration of aura so far. The concentration of aura in this place was fully 3 times higher than the place by the lake of Zhonghai University that had the most intense aura. From this, it was also possible to see the difference between the concentration of spiritual qi in various famous mountains and rivers and in the city. The speed of cultivation here was naturally much faster than cultivating at Zhonghai University. According to Qin Feng's speculation, if he had been cultivating here, even without the aid of any genius earth treasures, I'm afraid that he would be able to reach the foundation establishment stage in just 2 months. There was still a huge gap between the two. Qin Feng stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the dark cliff beneath his feet. He was able to clearly sense that the concentration of aura was definitely higher down here. The reason why the concentration of spiritual qi at the edge of the cliff was a bit higher than the rest of the place, I'm afraid that it also had something to do with the abyss underneath this cliff. But now that it was dark, there was no way he could risk going down the cliff at this time. Therefore, Qin Feng made up his mind to just cultivate at the edge of this cliff for the night. Tomorrow morning, he would go down the cliff again to find out what was going on. After that, he sat down on his knees at the same spot and slowly operated the reincarnation of creation skill within his body. Immediately, the energy in the surrounding auras, trees, flowers, and even the soil all slowly surged towards Qin Feng. Then it was all silently refined and absorbed by him. The night was silent. When Qin Feng collected his energy early the next morning, he realized that he had already broken through to the second level of the qi refining stage. A place with a high concentration of spiritual qi is different. This kind of cultivation speed is almost as fast as when I was in the easy immortal sect in my previous life. He also didn't expect that in the midst of an environment with depleted aura like Earth, his cultivation progress would still be so fast. Although this was somewhat related to his reincarnation and recultivation, it was enough to show what a heaven-defying technique the reincarnation of creation technique was. Qin Feng exhaled a long breath and stood up, slowly stretching his limbs. His entire body then slowly emitted a crackling sound. Clenching his fists, he immediately felt his body filled with infinite power. He stepped aside and suddenly struck out with his fist, hitting a small, arm-thick tree nearby. There was a kaboom. That arm-thick small tree directly snapped and fell to the side in the bushes. Qin Feng withdrew his fist and looked at it, revealing a satisfied smile. Not bad. Not bad. The wood of this miscellaneous wood was much tougher than normal trees. But even so, it was still broken by Qin Feng with an ordinary punch. If such a punch were to hit an ordinary person's body, I'm afraid that it would immediately be a broken bone and tendon. If it hit some fatal places, it would most likely kill the other person with a single punch. Moreover, through this punch, Qin Feng also discovered something that surprised him. That was that cultivating the creation and reincarnation skill had not only boosted his mana, but had also tempered his physical body. In this punch just now, he actually didn't utilize much mana, but mainly relied on the strength of his physical body. This was thus also able to see how strong his physical body was at this point. Worthy of being called the reincarnation technique, it was indeed a miraculous feat of creation. Qin Feng muttered with great joy. One must know that in the immortal cultivation world, there was a maxim that it was easy to refine qi, but difficult to forge the body. This meant that exercising one's body was much harder than absorbing spiritual qi and enhancing one's mana. In the immortal cultivation realm, the vast majority of immortal cultivators only absorbed spiritual qi to enhance their mana, and would hardly ever intentionally temper their bodies. In fact, it wasn't that they didn't want to, but there were a number of reasons that forced them to give up doing so. First, the top body tempering techniques were too difficult to find. The general body tempering techniques, on the other hand, were very ineffective. One could say that if one only practiced general body tempering techniques, then he was almost as bad as someone who hadn't practiced body tempering techniques. Secondly, the time spent on quenching the body would be a lot, even more than the time spent on meditating and absorbing spiritual qi in some cases. One must know that the ultimate goal of immortal cultivation was to seek longevity. However, quenching the body will not prolong longevity, so the time spent will naturally be more than worth it. Thirdly, generally speaking, quenching the body also requires spending a large amount of genius earth treasures, which is unaffordable for the vast majority of immortal cultivators. For the average immortal cultivator, even the item of refining their chi to raise their cultivation would cause them to run around and toil, and the gains they received often fell short of their income. Thus, they simply did not have the extra resources to quench their bodies. From all of this, one could see how rare and valuable it was for the reincarnation of creation skill to have this supreme body quenching effect. Qin Feng retraced his steps to the edge of the cliff again, looking at the abyss that was covered by the mist, and spoke softly out of his mouth. "It's about time to go down, wish me luck." After making up his mind, he didn't delay any longer, so he slowly went deeper and deeper along some vines on the edge of the cliff. As he continued to descend, he could clearly sense that the aura around him was getting thicker and thicker. Fortunately, this cliff was not completely vertical. Whenever Qin Feng descended dozens or hundreds of meters, a gentle slope would appear, which was also considered to be a great saving of physical strength. After spending more than half an hour, he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. And yet, the concentration of aura in this place was a full 3 times higher than at the edge of the cliff above. I really didn't expect that in an environment as depleted of spiritual chi as Earth, there would still be a place with such a high concentration of spiritual chi. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, and a slight smile appeared on his face. The higher the concentration of spiritual chi, the faster one would naturally cultivate. The concentration of aura in this place naturally could not be compared to the immortal cultivation world of his previous life. However, it was enough to satisfy Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng was secretly delighted, a spiritual grass that caught his eye immediately attracted his attention. Peiyuan grass. This was the main spirit herb for refining the Peiyuan Dan. Qin Feng originally thought that it was impossible to find Peiyuan grass in an environment like Earth. Unexpectedly, the first herb he saw here was the Peiyuan grass. Suffice it to say, as long as he had the Peiyuan grass, Qin Feng would have the certainty of refining a Peiyuan spiritual liquid or even a Peiyuan Dan. He quickly stepped forward and walked over to the lime green grass, carefully examining it and showing a look of surprise on his face. This Peiyuan grass was actually more than 10 years old. Although the refining of the Peiyuan Dan did not have any special requirements for the age of the spirit grass. However, the higher the age of the herb, the higher the grade of the elixir would be, and the effect would naturally be better. With this spirit herb, even if there is no other harvest, I can still consider this trip worthwhile. Qin Feng carefully picked the Peiyuan grass in one piece. But Qin Feng's good fortune didn't stop here. Next, he continued searching in the depths of this canyon and found quite a few useful spirit herbs and medicines one after another. Rainfall flower. It could be used to refine an elixir that clears the heart and spirit. Evergreen vine. Can assist primary immortal cultivators in quenching their bodies. White jade fruit. Can nourish the soul, clear the mind and condense the spirit, and refine pills for better results. Purple cloud grass. Heavens, purple cloud grass actually grows here. Right after Qin Feng picked more than a dozen spirit grasses and elixirs, he focused his gaze on a palm-sized purple spirit grass. Purple cloud grass was the main spirit medicine for refining the purple cloud pill. The purple cloud pill, however, was an elixir that could enhance the mana of an immortal cultivator at the innate stage, and it was extremely effective. Even in the immortal cultivation world of his previous life, the purple cloud grass was treasured beyond measure. If a purple cloud grass appeared in the immortal cultivation world, it would definitely attract countless low-level cultivators to desperately snatch it. Even if they were to renege and kill to extinguish their mouths, I'm afraid that they would not hesitate to do so. Flesh of the weak is strong. This was precisely the unchanging law of the immortal cultivation realm. Chapter 6, the third level of chi refining, needing 3 more people. Qin Feng searched the bottom of the abyss for 2 hours before stopping. At this point, the bottom of the abyss had already been searched by him, and nothing was left out anymore. In the end, he had harvested a total of 15 spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. One strange thing was that all of these spirit herbs were about 10 years old. Perhaps it was some kind of coincidence. Among them, that purple cloud grass was the most treasured. What surprised Qin Feng the most was that there were actually 9 seeds on that purple cloud grass. This meant that if cultivated carefully, he could completely grow another 9 plants of violet cloud grass out of it. Xin Feng took out one of the violet cloud grass seeds and planted it in that original location. This was also considered an unspoken rule in the immortal cultivation world of collecting spiritual herbs and medicines. As long as not so selfish to the extreme immortal cultivators, will not take the root and branch such way to collect spiritual grass. Generally, they would leave some hope for those who came after them. Xin Feng still had 8 seeds left in his hand and decided to take them back and plant them himself. He believed that if he took care of them himself, they would definitely grow better than in the wild. Moreover, after he reached the foundation establishment stage, he could also set up some formations to make the spirit grass grow faster. And it wasn't certain if this seed planted here would grow successfully. Xin Feng looked at the time and realized that it was just after 9 o'clock, so he did not plan to go up immediately. After all, the concentration of spiritual chi here was very good. Immediately, he sat down on his knees and began to slowly run the reincarnation skill of creation in his body. All of a sudden, the energy from the surrounding auras, trees, spiritual grasses, and even the soil all came to him in a steady stream. Third level of chi refining stage. When Xin Feng stood up again, he realized that he had broken through another layer. And it was only just after 3 p.m. In other words, it took him about 6 hours to break through a layer this time. The time taken for this breakthrough was even shorter than his last one. From this, one could also see the importance of aura concentration for cultivation. Xin Feng slowly ran his gongfu and realized that the mana in his body just kept running. Not bad. Not bad. At the third level of the chi refining stage, the mana was finally not so weak. Xin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his face showing joy. He really didn't expect to be able to cultivate to the third level of the chi refining stage in such a short period of time. If he followed this rate of cultivation, he believed that in less than 2 months, he would be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. Together with the help of the spiritual herbs and medicines he had harvested this time, he believed that it would definitely take even less time. Xin Feng looked around again. He was really a bit enamored with the concentration of spiritual chi here. If it wasn't for the freshman military training tomorrow, he was afraid that he was planning not to go back. Forget it, with today's harvest of these spiritual herbs and medicines, my cultivation speed won't slow down much. What's more, when I reach the foundation establishment stage, I'll be able to set up a spirit gathering formation. I believe that cultivating inside that spirit gathering formation will definitely not be worse than here. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, an immortal cultivator's means will be enriched. This was also the reason why it would be said that the foundation establishment stage was the true introduction for immortal cultivators. Now that Xin Feng had reached the third level of the chi refining stage, he already had a certain degree of self-preservation. He believed that with his current skills, even if his opponent was holding a pistol, it would simply be impossible for him to hit him. Because of this, he didn't need to urgently raise his strength at this time. What he thought in his heart was that, after all, he had relived his life, then he had to make up for all the regrets he had in his previous life. University, this was also one of his regrets from his previous life. To know that he was able to get into Shanghai University with his own strength, it also showed that he was a person with very good academic performance. Going to university and getting a good grade, this was one of his expectations in his previous life before he went to university. However, because of Wang Shuabin, it made his previous life a very miserable time throughout his college years. It could be said that apart from Ouyang Jing, Zhang Yun, and another benefactor, he had almost no good memories throughout his 4 years in college. Because of this, Xin Feng naturally would not waste the opportunity to go to college all over again. Since he had already decided to become a college student, he still had to participate in the freshman military training at the beginning. Although this kind of military training in the eyes of today's Xin Feng, it was completely childish. Having made up his mind, Xin Feng didn't continue to delay any further and folded a vine to bind the spirit grasses he picked together. He then climbed back up along the vines on the cliff face. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his cultivation level had risen by a layer, making the speed at which he climbed up surprisingly faster than the speed at which he went down. In less than 20 minutes, Xin Feng had climbed back up to the edge of that cliff. However, just as he stood up, 3 people appeared in his field of vision. 2 men and 1 woman. These were the same 3 people he had encountered yesterday at the 3-way intersection. The one in the lead was still that beautiful woman. At this moment, both of them were only 7 or 8 meters apart. Seeing the sudden appearance of the other party, both of them were a bit surprised. Of course, accidents being accidents, Qin Feng did not look at the other three people in the eye right now. Even at the first level of the qi refining stage, he was confident that he could defeat the other three. Right after Qin Feng stabilized his stance, the young man among the other three violently raised his finger and pointed at Qin Feng, shouting, "Sister, the clear god spirit jade fruit. We've finally found it." Following the direction of the young man's finger, Qin Feng realized that the direction of that person's finger was the very herb he was twisting in his left hand. Upon hearing this voice, the other two people from the other side also turned their gazes onto Qin Feng's left hand. At that moment, only the woman who was leading the group took out her cell phone and seemed to be comparing something. It was also just a few seconds later that the pretty woman's face also revealed a look of excitement. It really was the clear spirit jade fruit. It was exactly the same as the one in the photo. Hearing the other party's conversation, Qin Feng was slightly stunned. Clear god spirit jade fruit? What was this thing? When he inclined his head down to look at a whitish, crystal clear fruit amongst those spirit medicines on his left hand, his heart was also enlightened. Qin Feng secretly thought in his heart and had already guessed a generalization. Just that he couldn't help but feel a bit amused in his heart. There were quite a lot of low-grade spirit medicines like the white jade fruit in the immortal cultivation world. It hadn't occurred to him that it actually had such a lofty name in a place like Earth. Before Qin Feng could say anything, the young man on the opposite side opened his mouth in a very arrogant manner. "Hey, that kid over there, give me that white fruit in your hand, the price is whatever you want." Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Thinking about his previous life, he had crossed the immortal cultivation world, both in terms of strength and identity, causing countless people to respect him. And now, he was actually being addressed as a kid by a playboy who didn't know the heights of heaven. Even if Qin Feng's temper was good and his cultivation was high, his heart was naturally displeased. What's more, how many immortal cultivators who were able to grow up in the cruel environment of the immortal cultivation world were truly kind-hearted? People with good hearts were often the first to go to hell. Think about it, in the last life, Immortal Emperor Qin Jochen of the Nine Dusts had a formidable reputation. But in the end, he was still tragically betrayed and died. It was also because of this incident that Qin Feng's heart was quietly changing nowadays. From what he saw now, in his previous life, he was still too kind-hearted a lot of the time, which caused him to lose even his basic sense of defense. Thus, in this life, Qin Feng would definitely not allow that kind of mistake to happen again. He could tell that those two people across from him were very attached to this white jade fruit in his hands. From their eager tones, as well as their delighted expressions, Qin Feng could imagine that this white jade fruit must be of great use to them. However, the tone of that youth across from him was so arrogant and rude that it made him very unhappy in his heart. Among the immortal cultivation realm in his previous life, I'm afraid that anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner would have already gone to hell. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as a flash of coldness flashed through his eyes. Just at this moment, the woman in the lead across the street suddenly inclined her head and chided. "Qin Chen, shut up." Immediately afterward, she looked back at Qin Feng and spoke calmly. "This gentleman, I'm really sorry, my brother has been spoiled since he was a child, please forgive me for my impudent words. But, that white fruit in your hand is something I need very much. I hope that you will be able to sell it to me at a negotiable price." Chapter 7 Clash Exchange, Inner Strength Martial Artist. Looking at the somewhat excessively beautiful woman in front of him, Qin Feng spoke indifferently. However, he did not answer the woman's words, instead, he asked, "What is your name?" Upon hearing such an inexplicable question from Qin Feng, the woman on the opposite side then froze. She really could not have imagined that Qin Feng's thinking was so wild, and the question he asked simply did not match her previous words. This made her speechless for a moment. However, the young man behind her thought that Qin Feng was molesting his sister, and he could not help but rage. "Kid is rampant. How can you know my sister's name just because you want to?" Hearing this, the cold color in Qin Feng's eyes increased by a few points. "I'm sorry, but I don't like talking to strangers." After saying this, he directly ignored the three people and took a step away. Just when he was about to walk past the three, the middle-aged man at the end stood out, blocked in front of Qin Feng's body and said coldly, "Miss hasn't given the word yet, you can't leave." Although the middle-aged man had felt a strong threat from Qin Feng's body earlier, at this time, he, as a man of honor, had no choice but to stand in front of Qin Feng. However, at this time, as the woman's bodyguard, he naturally had to step forward to block Qin Feng's way. This was his duty to follow the woman. get out of the way or suffer the consequences. Qin Feng raised his eyes to look at the middle-aged man and slowly uttered a sentence. Hearing such a sentence, the anger in that middle-aged man's heart naturally could no longer be held back. Even though he felt a threat from the other party, as a man, he had to maintain his own dignity at this point in time. Sure enough, arrogance, kid, I want to see what kind of consequences in the end? The middle-aged man was also not willing to show weakness and coldly replied back. Qin Feng said indifferently, don't worry, you'll see it soon. As soon as the words fell, only the right fists of the two of them were seen striking out at the same time. Bang! With a muffled sound, the two fists collided together. If one were to look at it purely cosmetically, Qin Feng's fist was smaller than the middle-aged man's fist by a full size. After all, in terms of stature, Qin Feng's figure was on the thin side, not as sturdy as that middle-aged man. If one only looked at the size, there was a clear difference between such a clash. However, just moments after the collision, a clicking sound suddenly resounded at the scene. The sound was very crisp. It was exceptionally clear. Immediately following it was that middle-aged man screaming out in misery before flying out backwards. Only to see that middle-aged man fly 3 or 4 meters directly in the air, and then with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Immediately after that, the middle-aged man on the ground only saw his left hand holding his right arm on the ground and kept struggling. Although this time the pain into the bone, but that middle-aged man also at first screamed after, his tightly clenched teeth did not hum out a sound. From this, it could also be seen that this person's endurance was still very strong. If Qin Feng hadn't broken through before, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered such a serious injury. But since Qin Feng had broken through to the third level of the qi refining stage, his strength had increased tremendously. Plus, that punch just now, although it was just an ordinary move, it used all of his force, and it naturally produced such an effect. Seeing that someone from his side had been knocked down by Qin Feng with a single punch, the young man next to him immediately burst into a rage and roared, "You seek death!" With that, he swung his fist and prepared to charge at Qin Feng. At this time, the young woman who was still in a daze before immediately opened her hands and blocked between the man and Qin Feng, hurriedly saying, "Slow down your hands. This gentleman, I'm really sorry, my name is Imo Qingcheng. This is my younger brother, Imo Qingcheng. That person is my family member, He Zhong. What happened just now, we were reckless, it's all our fault, please forgive us." Seeing the might of Qin Feng's punch, Imo Qingcheng naturally didn't dare to let her brother fight Qin Feng. Moreover, the most important thing was that the divine cleansing spirit jade fruit she wanted was still in the other party's hands. Thus, she naturally did not wish to cross paths with Qin Feng. Otherwise, she was afraid that the purpose of her trip would go down the drain. When Imo Qingcheng saw his sister stopping in front of him, he stopped in his tracks as well. Of course, he immediately came to his senses. He Zhong was not even a match for Qin Feng's one punch, so if he went up, he was afraid that the consequences would be even worse. Thinking of this, Imo Qingcheng just glared at Qin Feng before turning around to help He Zhong, who had fallen to the side. Under Imo Qingcheng's support, He Zhong slowly stood up. At this moment, the pained look on his face could be clearly seen, but he didn't grunt out a sound. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Late stage of inner strength. Hearing the words uttered by He Zhong, Imo Qingcheng, who was supporting him, could not help but incline his head to look at Qin Feng and exclaimed in shock. What? He's actually a late-stage inner strength martial artist? How is this possible? At this moment, the woman named Imo Qingcheng beside him was also looking at Qin Feng with a surprised expression. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, it was Qin Feng, the person in question, who was somewhat baffled by them. Late stage of inner strength? Martial artist? What was the meaning of all this? Qin Feng slightly frowned, secretly pondering the contents of the duo's conversation in his heart. He had never heard of such a title in his previous life. Before Qin Feng could ask a question, He Zhong, who was enduring severe pain, stared at Qin Feng and spoke. Again. With that punch that Your Excellency just threw, it should be said that you have at least reached the late stage of inner strength, and even the great perfection of inner strength is possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me, an early internal force martial artist, to be defeated by you so easily. What happened before, it was indeed my arrogance, please forgive me, Your Excellency. After saying that, He Zhong bowed to Qin Feng. He was very clear that if he didn't apologize, just the three of them alone, even if they went together, would not be enough for Qin Feng to beat him with a single punch. It didn't matter if he died himself. If he dragged Miss and young master into it, then he would not be able to atone for his death. Seeing the scene, Emo Qingqian's heart was shaken. He came from a wealthy family and had a bodyguard like He Zhong by his side. Because of this, he was deeply aware of the frightening nature of inner strength martial artists. The average early-stage inner strength martial artist, like He Zhong, was much stronger than the average special forces soldier. In terms of hands alone, even if 4 or 5 special forces soldiers went together, they wouldn't be He Zhong's match. He had only heard of late-stage inner strength and even full-stage inner strength martial artists from rumors. Nowadays, a young kid he met in the mountains, who didn't even look older than him, was actually a late-stage inner strength master? How could this not make Emo Qingqian surprised? The same was true for Emo Qingqian on the side. Hearing He Zhong's words, Qin Feng also guessed in his heart that this was probably the name given to some cultivators on Earth. In his previous life, he simply couldn't come into contact with that kind of level when he was on Earth. Therefore, he never knew what an inner strength martial artist was. What was an inner strength martial artist? Qin Feng asked directly. Upon hearing Qin Feng ask, the 3 people on the scene were in a daze. They really couldn't imagine that with a skill like Qin Feng's, he actually didn't know what an internal force martial artist was. At this moment, if they hadn't seen the serious expression on Qin Feng's face, they would have thought that this was a deliberate attempt to tease them. After staying dumbfounded for a moment, it was He Zhong who took the lead in reacting and opened his mouth. Your Excellency. Excellency unexpectedly does not know the title of inner strength martial artist? Then how exactly is the true qi in your body cultivated? Oh. You mean the true qi in the body, that was cultivated by my own groping. Qin Feng nodded lightly and did not answer in too much detail. He Zhong naturally heard Qin Feng's unwillingness to go into details. He wouldn't be so insensitive as to ask more questions, but continued to explain. As long as true qi is cultivated in the body, one possesses internal energy. According to the amount of true qi in the body, it is divided into 4 realms: the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and the great circle of internal energy. Hearing this explanation, Qin Feng's heart already understood a generalization. In essence, there was no difference between the 9 realms of immortal cultivators. It was only that the way martial artists on Earth divided the realms was called differently. Then, out of the curiosity in his heart, he asked again. What about after inner strength great perfection? What is it called? Hearing Qin Feng's question, He Zhong also immediately looked solemn and slowly opened his mouth. After breaking through the inner strength great perfection, the martial artist reaches a new realm called the realm of transformation, also called the realm of the Grandmaster. Because a martial artist in this realm will be honored by others as a zongshi. Chapter 8, Money Grabbing Deal, $5 million. Sovereign Master. Hearing this appellation, Qin Feng was slightly stunned in his heart and was quite curious as to what kind of skills that so-called patriarch would have. This kind of title wasn't something that anyone could afford. Right after Qin Feng pondered for a moment, the woman next to him named Emo Qingqian tentatively opened her mouth and said, This gentleman, that white fruit in your hand is really of great use to me. I wonder if you can sell it to us? Don't worry, as long as you are willing, the price will not be a problem. Hearing this, Qin Feng also temporarily withdrew his thoughts and looked at Emo Qingqian. You want this white fruit, so let's start by saying how much you can offer? The white jade fruit was not of much use to Qin Feng. After all, in his previous life, he was an immortal cultivator of the ferrying stage, and even if he was reborn and cultivated, his mind was not normally strong. Even if the white jade fruit was refined into an elixir, it would have no effect on him at all. Just a moment ago, it suddenly occurred to Qin Feng in his mind that he would need many more auxiliary herbs for his cultivation afterward. Faced with so many medicinal herbs, it was impossible for him to search for them one by one. The best way was to spend money to purchase them. However, with his current fortune, he could be considered completely penniless. Naturally, he did not have that much money to purchase medicinal herbs. Thus, after pondering for a moment, he instead hit upon this white jade fruit. These 3 people in front of him, at a glance, were either rich or noble, and their family conditions must be extraordinary. Coupled with their previous desire for this white jade fruit, Qin Feng believed that they would definitely be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. As expected, upon hearing Qin Feng ask this, a delighted look immediately appeared on Emo Qingqian's face. This gentleman, I'm willing to spend the next million to purchase this white fruit. If you feel that it is too little, we can still negotiate. Hearing this, Xin Feng naturally understood the other party's eagerness to want this white jade fruit. With a faint smile, he stretched out 5 fingers and spoke indifferently. One price, $5 million. Before Emo Qingcheng could reply, her younger brother Emo Qingchen instead immediately blurted out. What? 5 million, you are robbing money, ah? Xin Feng glanced at Emo Qingchen and coldly said. This is much better than robbing money from me. Since you don't want to, forget it. After saying that, he stepped away and prepared to leave. In fact, by offering $5 million, Xin Feng really didn't ask for a lion's share. A 10-year-old white jade fruit, although it wasn't considered rare in the immortal cultivation world, in a place like Earth, it could definitely be considered a rare treasure. In Xin Feng's opinion, if he wanted to find a second white jade fruit like this on Earth, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do so. Therefore, the price of $5 million was reasonable. Right at this moment, Emo Qingcheng turned around and glared at her brother. Hastily stopping in front of Xin Feng, she opened her mouth and replied. Okay, 5 million, I agree. It's just that we went out and didn't have that much money on us for a while. Before Xin Feng could open his mouth, he saw Emo Qingcheng take out a bank card and handed it over while saying, Sir, there are 3 million in this card, the remaining 2 million, I will immediately call you to the card after I go home. Sister, you. Behind her, Emo Qingchen saw this and was ready to say something, but was glared back by Emo Qingcheng with a glance. In those days when mobile payments were not yet popular, people who carried several million with them were still rare indeed. It was also just as Xin Feng thought, that their origins were either rich or noble. Seeing the bank card handed over by the other party, Xin Feng naturally wasn't polite and took it with his hand. Can remember. You still owe me $2 million. By the way, my name is Xin Feng. With Xin Feng's ability, he naturally wouldn't be afraid of others cheating with empty words. If Emo Qingcheng really dared to cheat him, Xin Feng would make the other party pay a painful price. Xin Feng acting like this also caused Emo Qingcheng to be stunned. After all, what she said was not half guaranteed. She said that there were $3 million in the card, but it was just her words. Whether there were really $3 million, who knew? Therefore, in Emo Qingcheng's opinion, Xin Feng would definitely make some requests. For example, look at the information about the balance on the card, or leave some contact information, or even ask to immediately go and withdraw the cash. And so on. However, all of this that she had in mind, Xin Feng did not do. It seemed that this $5 million deal was not even worth 50 cents in his eyes. Looking at Xin Feng's calm face and indifferent eyes, Emo Qingcheng temporarily suppressed the curiosity in her heart. For some reason, what he could vaguely see from the opposite eyes was a disdainful aura. She pressed down the doubt in her heart, fished out another card, and opened her mouth. Mr. Qin, please also rest assured that this is a fair deal for us, so naturally we won't deceive you. This is my contact information. If there is any situation, you can contact me at any time. By the way, I wonder if Mr. Qin can tell me your phone number. Once there is progress, I can also contact you in time. In her thoughts, befriending an expert like Xin Feng also had many benefits. Seeing Emo Qingcheng's attitude, the unhappiness in Xin Feng's heart dissipated and he naturally told the other party his phone number. After that, Xin Feng directly handed the white jade fruit to Emo Qingcheng. Seeing Xin Feng act in such a manner, even Emo Qingcheng, who had been treating Xin Feng poorly before, was also showing a happy face. Thanks. Mr. Qin, thank you indeed. Emo Qingcheng received the white jade fruit and thanked him repeatedly. At this moment, the happiness and elation in her heart was truly beyond words. Looking at the smile on Emo Qingcheng's stunningly beautiful face, Xin Feng's heart also moved slightly. A feeling of familiarity and cordiality suddenly jumped to his heart. He took a deep breath and suppressed the strange feeling in his heart as he slowly opened his mouth to ask. Miss Emo, I wonder what you are planning to do with this white jade fruit? Hearing Xin Feng ask this, Emo Qingcheng also turned back from her euphoria and opened her mouth with some doubt. Mr. Qin, what is the white jade fruit you are talking about? Isn't this one the clear spirit jade fruit? After saying that, Emo Qingcheng also looked at the white fruit in her hand. Clear God spirit jade fruit? Xin Feng smiled and said indifferently. I have never heard of this name before. But what I'm going to tell you is that the fruit in your hand is called the white jade fruit. Of course, if you renege now, our previous deal can be cancelled. I'll return the money to you and you can just give me the white jade fruit. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Mo Qingqing's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle. Looking at the white jade fruit in her hand, she was lost in thought for a moment. She could hear that the other party's words did not have the slightest intention to deceive. After all, if Qin Feng wanted to deceive her, he could have simply not said anything about the matter. Sis, could this fruit be called differently in each place? At this time, Mo Qingchen, who was next to her, suddenly had her IQ online and opened her mouth to speak. Hearing Mo Qingchen say this, Mo Qingqing's eyes also lit up. Right, it wasn't strange at all for the same thing to have multiple names. In different places, or even the same places, the same thing had different names. At this time, Qin Feng slowly opened his mouth again and reminded. White jade fruit has the effect of nourishing the soul and clearing the mind. Miss Mo, if you finalize the deal now, don't back out later. Don't forget, you still owe me $2 million. Even if this white jade fruit is useless to you, you still have to pay that amount. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Mo Qingqing looked at him with surprise and opened her mouth to ask. Mr. Qin also knows the utility of this fruit? If it is really as Mr. Qin said, then there is nothing wrong with this fruit. The effect of nourishing the divine soul and clearing the mind is exactly what we need. In that case, you are planning to take this fruit to save people? Qin Feng had already guessed a generalization. Mo Qingqing nodded and spoke. I'm not going to hide it from Mr. Qin. My grandfather had a sudden illness some time ago and was in a coma, and the doctors were at their wits' end. We were occasionally instructed that there is a Qingshan spirit jade fruit growing in the deep canyon of Dongjing Mountain that can cure this disease, which is why we came to look for it. Oh, so that's how it is. Qin Feng just nodded slightly and did not intend to ask more questions. He could also hear that there were many details that Mo Qingqing had not told in her words. For example, what kind of disease did his grandfather have? And who had instructed them to come to East View Mountain? Why was that person the one who knew that there was a white jade fruit in East View Mountain, and so on? These questions had nothing to do with Qin Feng, and he was not interested in going any further. Chapter 9, Returning with Intentions, Renting Out a Room. After the transaction was completed, there was naturally no need for either of them to stay behind. Thus, the four of them joined forces together to leave the mountain. Mr. Qin, I wonder where you are employed? Mo Qingqing inquired tentatively. I'm studying at Zhenghai University. Regarding this question, Qin Feng did not intend to hide it and answered truthfully. Hearing that Qin Feng was still attending school, although Mo Qingqing was surprised in her heart, she wasn't too surprised. After all, compared to that, it was the great masters of the late stages of inner strength that were even more shocking. The two sides went their separate ways after exiting Dongjing Mountain. He Zhong had been injured by Qin Feng, so naturally, he needed to immediately go forward for treatment. As for the medical expenses, that would definitely be Mo Qingqing's responsibility. Of course, when they parted ways, Mo Qingqing also made a promise to Qin Feng that she would make up the $2 million when she returned home. Regarding Mo Qingqing's guarantee, Qin Feng felt indifferent. In his mind, 3 million, 5 million, it's all just a number, not much difference. But if Mo Qingqing didn't give it, then the nature would completely change. Deceit was what Qin Feng absolutely could not tolerate. Especially after experiencing the betrayal of his most loved one in his previous life, it had become a taboo in his heart. After the two sides separated, Mo Qingqing looked at her own sister and opened her mouth to ask. Sister, could it be that you really want to make up the remaining $2 million? Naturally, it is true. Mo Qingqing solemnly nodded her head. When Mo Qingqing heard, he couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart. But that kid is clearly blackmailing us. Just such a broken fruit, he actually opened his mouth to ask for 5 million. This is completely the lion's mouth. Sister, I said to give him 3 million, is already very affordable to him. The remaining $2 million, without a contract and a note, I think we should dispense with it. What's more, with our Mo family's power, he wouldn't dare to go against us. Hearing Mo Qingqing's words, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but slightly knit her eyebrows. Qingchen, be careful what you say and put away those crooked thoughts of yours. Don't look at what kind of person you are facing. You should know that there are some people that you absolutely cannot offend. And this Mr. Qin is exactly this type of person. Because I can't see through him at all. At this time, He Zhong, who was on the side, also slowly opened his mouth and said, Miss is absolutely right. "Young master, you must not provoke him. This Qin Feng, his strength is at the worst at the late stage of inner strength. The most important thing is that he is still so young now, and in the future, he will most likely break through the realm of transformation and become a grandmaster. If you offend such an expert, his retaliation is something we can't afford. Compared to this, $2 million is just a small amount of money." "Well, it's still Uncle Zhang who sees things through." Mo Qingqing nodded. Hearing the duo say this, Mo Qingqing couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Sis, even if you want to make up the $2 million, but you don't have any money at all now. You have to know that ever since Grandpa went into a coma, second uncle and his family took the opportunity to take control of the finances. The $3 million you gave us before is all we have left. To think that I, the once dandy young man, nowadays, my clothes pockets are cleaner than my face. Under such circumstances, what will you take to pay back that Qin Feng's $2 million? Hearing this, Mo Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but flash a flash of sternness as he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Looks like this matter also need to plan properly." On the other end, Qin Feng rushed back in the direction of Shanghai University. However, he did not return to the school. Qin Feng also sensed that it would be very inconvenient if he always stayed in the dormitory. After all, he often went out at night to cultivate and stayed out all night. Such a move was also just too strange. There was also the fact that if he lived in the school dormitory, he wouldn't have his own separate space to configure those elixirs that could boost his own mana. On top of that, the most important point was that right now, he had 8 seeds of the purple cloud grass within his hands. He had to find a suitable place to plant them and then carefully cultivate them. This time would definitely not be too short, and the less people there were, the better. The dormitory at the school naturally could not fulfill such conditions. These questions had already been pondered countless times in Qin Feng's mind. As for what method should be used to solve them, he already had plans in his mind. The method was actually quite simple. That was to just find a place to live by himself outside the school. Right now, he had $3 million on him, so even if he were to buy a place to live, as long as the conditions weren't too upscale, then he could completely afford it. Of course, Qin Feng's choice of residence naturally wouldn't be about whether it was upscale or not, but rather the concentration of aura. After his observation, he realized that the concentration of spiritual qi on the eastern side of the school, near the East View Mountain, was a bit higher than the other 3 directions. In fact, this was not surprising. After all, behind East View Mountain was an endless stretch of large mountains. The other 3 directions, on the other hand, were all more or less inhabited, and even the west side was still the main city center. It was also due to this consideration that Qin Feng naturally chose his residence to this side near East View Mountain. Due to the fact that the houses on this side of East View Mountain were close to a large mountain and far away from the main city center, this side looked relatively much more dilapidated. Even the commercial street around the school, the Snack Street, was on the west side of the school. This also made this side of the school on the east side look a bit desolate. Under such circumstances, the houses on this side were naturally cheaper. At this moment, Qin Feng was slowly wandering through those clusters of houses at the foot of Dongjing Mountain. In doing so, he naturally wanted to see if there were any houses for rent or even for sale. Eventually, he found a small 2-story house. 3 rows of 2-story houses with a 1-story detached hut next to it. The 2 houses were also surrounded by a fence, forming a separate small yard, which was very clean. The overall appearance of the houses was very ancient and simple, and at a glance, one could tell that there were some years of age. It was outside here that Qin Feng saw the rental information. What made him a bit more surprised was that a faint spiritual qi actually emanated from the surroundings of this house. It made the concentration of spiritual qi here higher than that of any other place around. Seeing this, before he even walked into this courtyard, he had already decided to rent this courtyard. Not for any other reason, just because this place had the highest concentration of aura around. Of course, if the owner of the house could sell it, then naturally it would be better. After all, cultivating the purple cloud grass wasn't something that could be done overnight. With that, Qin Feng knocked on the door of that small courtyard. "Who are you looking for?" A moment later, the door to the courtyard opened and the one who spoke was an old woman who looked to be in her 50s or 60s. Qin Feng revealed a natural and gentle smile and looked at the older woman who was sizing herself up and said, "Auntie, I saw that there are rooms for rent outside, so I've come to ask if there are still vacant rooms." Hearing Qin Feng's words, the old woman also immediately understood that this was to rent a room. So, she hurriedly let Qin Feng in with a smile. After entering the small courtyard, Xin Feng looked around. He found that there was a flower garden about 1 meter in width along the fence of this small courtyard. There were some flowers and grasses planted inside that grew very beautifully. After some conversation, it became clear to Qin Feng that the children of the original owner of this house had all emigrated abroad. As it was difficult to leave their homeland, the two old parents were unable to leave and had been living in that small one-story house. Because of the feeling that this place is too cold and quiet, which opened the door to rent. Because this place is too remote, even if the rent is very low, the people who come here to rent a room are very few. Listening to the landlord's aunt's statement, so far, there is only one girl who rented them a room. But that girl goes to work every morning and comes home every night, and their house still seems to be as cold as before. Also because of this, the homeowner two old man would like to be able to live in another person, so the house rental information has been left. The owner's aunt took Qin Feng up to the second floor and pushed open a room on the left. The whole room was about 20 square feet and seemed very spacious. The only balcony was facing east towards Dongjing Mountain. The location was excellent. This was exactly the residence that Qin Feng wanted in his heart. The landlord's two elders were not renting out the house to earn money, so the rent was very low. It was only 300 yuan a month. To know, a room of the same size in the city would never cost less than 1,000 yuan. Hearing this rent, Qin Feng didn't even think about it and directly paid a year's rent. For him now, it wasn't bad money. As for the idea of buying a house, he temporarily pressed it down. Chapter 10, Cultivation Soars, Beautiful Tenant. Qin Feng put those spirit herbs in the rented room and still returned to the school dormitory that night. This was because the room had nothing but an empty bed. At the very least, he needed to add some bedding before he could move in. After Qin Feng returned to the dormitory, he saw that Zhao Mingjie had also returned. It was just that the three of them were looking at him in a strange way. Naturally, he didn't know that the three roommates thought that he had gone out to hang out with his mysterious girlfriend. Naturally, Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to these. After casually saying a few words, he went to bed and rested. Seeing this scene, the other three people inside the dormitory thought even more. The next day, the military training for freshmen officially began. All of the freshmen had changed into the camouflage uniforms that had already been prepared, and were now piling up on the sports ground according to their classes. Oops, this uniform is so ugly, it completely covers up my perfect body. That's right. The sun is also too hot, I'm afraid my skin is about to get tanned. I was kind of looking forward to it before military training, but now I'm not willing to do it. Alas. By now I can only pray that a sunny and handsome soldier brother will be sent to us. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I hope he can train a little easier for the sake of our large group of beautiful women. The ones who said these words were naturally those beauties in the class. Qin Feng and Zhang Yun, a few of the boys, just stayed on the side silently, not saying anything. Not a moment later, Qin Feng's ears twitched slightly as he heard a burst of neat stepping sounds. The instructors for the freshmen's military training had arrived. After the distribution arrangement, English Class 5 and English Class 6 totaling 60 people were divided under the name of one of the instructors for training. After the self-introductions, everyone knew the instructor's name Chen Hua. Chen Hua's height was about 1 meter 8, his physique was very robust, and he looked only 23 or 24 years old. His bronze-colored skin coupled with his strong and powerful muscles all showed that he was an elite in the military. This, too, was no different from his previous life. However, unlike his previous life, Qin Feng keenly noticed this time that his eyes were rounded, his eyebrows were furrowed, and his face was drawn out. At a glance, it was the face of a bad mood and bad luck. With such a dignified appearance, he naturally did not match at all with the sunny and handsome soldier brother that the girls fantasized about in their hearts. The color of disappointment on those girls' faces was naturally obvious. The military training of college students was certainly not comparable to that of the army. For Qin Feng, the entire military training seemed particularly boring. It was like a postdoctoral student going back to kindergarten, and his heart was truly infinite. 8 hours of military training every day, and the rest was free time again. That afternoon, after the military training was over, Qin Feng purchased some daily necessities from a nearby store and moved into the rented room. At the same time, he also bought 8 oversized flower pots. This was naturally not for planting flowers, but to cultivate the purple cloud grass. The 8 flower pots were placed by him on the balcony, which was close to East View Mountain and had the most dense spiritual chi. After that, the seeds of each of the 8 purple cloud grasses were planted inside. Xin Feng had not yet reached the foundation establishment stage and was unable to set up an array, so he could only just let the seeds grow on their own for the time being. Even so, he was very satisfied with his new residence. The days passed like this day by day. Apart from military training, Xin Feng stayed in the courtyard behind this rented room every day to cultivate. And it was still as far away from the corner of his room as possible. The reason he did this was also to avoid the violet cloud grass from being harmed. After all, once the reincarnation of creation technique was in operation, it would automatically absorb all the energy in the surroundings. With his current skill, he could not yet do anything to control the range of energy absorption. He roughly predicted that if he currently operated the reincarnation technique of creation, then all the land around him in a 10-meter radius would be affected. Thus, he would have to stay away from the place where the violet cloud grass was planted. However, what Xin Feng did not notice was that the location he currently chose to cultivate in happened to be right below the window of another tenant of this house. Listening to Anti-House East's introduction, Xin Feng knew that the room on the right side of the second floor was occupied by a woman in her 20s. However, he cultivated every night when he came back and woke up at 6 in the morning to head to the school for the morning exercises for military training. The woman on the opposite side, on the other hand, seemed to go to work at 7 or so every day, and every day when she came back, Xin Feng had already begun to cultivate in the back of his room. Plus that woman hadn't opened the window to look at it even once all this time. Therefore, for 10 days in a row, the two had not really met. To be honest, Xin Feng didn't care at all about what kind of woman lived in the room to his right. Although his life was a bit simpler nowadays, he still felt that he didn't have nearly enough time to cultivate, and thus he wouldn't care about the next person's business. The woman who lived in the room on the right was called Suing, a nurse. It was also because she had rented a room here in order to see that the rent here was cheap. Because of the remoteness of this place, it takes her an hour and a half to get to her workplace every morning. Similarly, although Suing knew that the landlord had rented out the house on the left, she had no idea who was renting the room, and had only heard from the landlord that it appeared to be a boy not too far from her age. However, she left the house at 7 in the morning for work every day, and by the time she came back it was 7 or 8 in the evening, or even later. And the boy never showed up when she got off work or before she went to work. So, the two never met. Moreover, she hadn't seen the opposite youth all day on the weekend. If she hadn't heard from her landlord's aunt, she would have thought that the man didn't even exist. Of course, she herself was very busy with her work, so naturally she didn't have the extra heart to care about others. Soon, half a month of freshman military training passed. The last day happened to be Saturday, and Xin Feng returned to his rented room early after the military training ended. Due to the fact that he had prepared the Peiyuan spiritual liquid with the spirit herbs he had collected, coupled with the hard work he had done in cultivation during the past half-month, it had allowed Xin Feng to smoothly make breakthroughs one after another, and he was now at the 6th level of the qi refining stage. He was still a little bit short of breaking through to the late stage of qi refining. From this, it could be seen how much of an impact spiritual herbs and medicines had on cultivation. If he didn't have the Peiyuan spiritual liquid, even if he cultivated every day inside that abyss deep inside Dongjing Mountain, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for him to break through to the 6th level of the qi refining stage in half a month. After all, the later the level of cultivation, the more difficult it became. It would never work without the help of external objects. It was also for this reason that Xin Feng paid so much attention to the purple cloud grass. Generally speaking, it would take at least 5 years for the purple cloud grass to grow to maturity, but if some formations were set up, then the time could be shortened greatly. Moreover, the longer the age of the grass, the higher the quality of the pills that were refined tended to be. It was also because of this that Xin Feng wanted to break through to the foundation establishment stage so early. It was because when he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to set up formations. Xin Feng had just stepped into the small courtyard when he saw a woman in her 20s watering flowers next to the flower bed in the courtyard. He knew at a glance that the woman was the one living in the room on the right side of the second floor. It had been half a month and this was the first time the two had met. When Suing saw Xin Feng walk into the courtyard, she put down the work in her hands and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Hello, my name is Suing, I live across the street from you, and I work at the Golden City Hospital." Xin Feng also then smiled and nodded his head and said, "My name is Xin Feng, freshman at Zhenghai University." At the same time, he naturally sized up Su Ying, a gentle and lovely woman with a genuine smile on her face, and shoulder-length short hair that was just casually draped behind her back. She wore light makeup, her skin appeared to be very fair, although it was not a great beauty who was a beauty of the country, but it was still considered a beauty with a good temperament.
What? You are still a student? Then what are you doing out renting an apartment?
Could it be with your girlfriend? When Su Ying heard this, she immediately felt very surprised, so she asked a few questions in a row.
After asking, Su Ying immediately regretted it. She knew that she had asked a bit too much.
And thinking about the question she had just asked, her double face couldn't help but appear a touch of scarlet. Asking a strange man such a question as renting a room with his girlfriend was really too humiliating.
For a moment, Su Ying's heart began to beat a drum.
It was only for the sake of convenience. At this moment, Xin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to what Su Ying was thinking, he just casually responded and walked towards the house.
Su Ying was finally relieved as she watched Xin Feng's departing figure. And in her heart, she thought, look at him, he's not dressed very well, and he doesn't look like a rich lord, renting out a house for convenience? What a weirdo! This was Su Ying's evaluation of Xin Feng. Chapter 11 Easy 12, Defeating the Enemy in One Move.
Dongjing Mountain Park, named because it was built according to Dongjing Mountain. It was only about 1 kilometer away from Qin Feng's residence. The park was not small, and there was a very clear large lake in the middle. People called it Eastview Lake. In terms of area alone, Eastview Lake was much larger than the lake inside the campus of Zhenghai University. Because of the nice environment, it made many old people and people who like to exercise come to this place. The military training had already ended, and since it was Sunday, Qin Feng came to Dongjing Mountain Park after his early morning cultivation. After all, cultivation was also about one thing and one thing. During the previous military training, although the other students were exhausted to the point of being dogs, Qin Feng just took it as a kind of relaxation. Due to the fact that the Eastview Mountain Park was closer to Eastview Mountain, the concentration of aura here was even higher than the small courtyard he lived in. Seeing this, Qin Feng took a deep breath and then slowly paced along the Eastview Mountain Park lake. He closed his eyes and quietly felt the pulsations of nature, his mind in a peaceful state. In such a state, Qin Feng unknowingly circled most of the way around the Eastview Lake. When he reopened his eyes, he then exhaled a long breath. Looking at his surroundings, Qin Feng also practiced his fist alone by the lake on a whim. The fist technique he practiced was the basic fist technique that every disciple of the Loose Immortal sect had learned as an initiator in his previous life, the 12 styles of Loose. Although the 12 styles of prosperity was said to be a basic boxing method, it contained punches, palms, kicks, and footwork, as well as other common bare-handed fighting moves. Cultivating the 12 styles of escape also had requirements for the cultivation level of the Immortal Cultivator. Generally speaking, an Immortal Cultivator at the Qi refining stage would only be able to utilize the first 3 styles at most. If one wanted to completely learn these 12 forms of impunity, one would need to reach the Jindan stage in order to do so. Of course. Since Qin Feng's cultivation in his previous life had reached the ferrying stage, his vision and comprehension was naturally not comparable to that of an ordinary Immortal Cultivator. Because of this, even though he was only at the 6th level of the Qi refining stage at this time, he could still barely utilize the first 3 stances of the 12 styles of impunity. Qin Feng quietly immersed himself in his own world as the first 3 styles of the 12 styles of impunity were constantly being utilized by him. The first stance, fist technique, fixing the river and mountain. Second stance, palm technique, break mountains and rivers. The third stance, leg technique, moving the wind and clouds. Sometimes strong and boundless, sometimes majestic and domineering, sometimes ethereal and without trace. Good boxing. Right at this moment, an untimely complimentary voice entered Qin Feng's ears. Seeing this, Qin Feng naturally slowly withdrew his fist and turned around to survey the person. Only to see a young man in his 20s walking over to him in admiration. Friend, good boxing style. I ask myself that I've seen quite a few boxing styles, yet I still can't tell what kind of fist you're fighting. At this time. Even after hearing the other party's compliments, Qin Feng didn't care too much. However, seeing that the other party came over and took the initiative to greet him, it was not good to ignore it, so he could only lightly say, "It's just a trick that I practiced haphazardly, no name." Hearing Qin Feng's words, the young man smiled awkwardly. Obviously, he could also see that the other party did not seem to be interested in making friends with him, let alone wanting to talk more.
However, he genuinely felt that Qin Feng's boxing skills were very good, plus the fact that he was still a martial arts nerd, which made him take the initiative to speak. Thus, even though he could see the other party's rejection, he still took the initiative to come forward to greet him. My name is Du Chang. At a glance, I can tell that my friend is good at martial arts. It just so happens that I have also practiced martial arts for many years. How about we spar? Hearing the young man's words, Qin Feng also knew that this person was specifically here to find him a fight. Casually looking at Du Chang, Qin Feng slightly shook his head and directly refused. You can't do it, so a sparring session will be waived. His words could be said to be quite nonchalant. Dry, direct. Did not leave the other party half a face at all. When Du Chang heard this, he froze. What he thought in his heart at the moment was, I, Du Chang, thought that I was already very arrogant. I didn't realize that there are more arrogant people than me in Zhonghai City. Although he admitted that this guy's boxing is very good, but to say that he is not his opponent, then he is also too high on himself. Think he Du Chang 18 years old to join the army, 20 years old, with his own strength successfully become a special forces. Now at the age of 22, he was selected to become a member of the Jiangnan Military Region's Wolf-Tooth Special Operations Team a few days ago. Wolf-Tooth Special Warfare Team, this can be said to be the special forces of the special forces. Because, the soldiers who enter inside are all selected from amongst the special forces. Even if one had a background, as long as one's strength did not pass the test, one would definitely not be able to enter it. There were only 9 special forces like this in the entire country of China. From this, it could also be seen how difficult it was to become a member of it. Because he was successfully selected to enter the Wolf-Fong Special Forces, Du Chang was given a month's vacation. After a month, he would be entering the Wolf-Fong Special Warfare Team for special training. Therefore, as soon as Du Chang heard the other party say that he was not his opponent, his heart was naturally very unconvinced. Seeing that the other party was afraid that he was not even 20 years old, even if he had started practicing kung fu since his mother's birth, Du Chang was absolutely confident that he could win over him. Also because of this, Du Chang then looked at Qin Feng with a bit of a grimace and opened his mouth. Friend, you have a big mouth. Are you so sure that I am not your opponent? To be honest, I haven't met any opponents inside the army yet. Since you are so confident, let's give it a try. Du Chang was telling the truth. In the army, he was indeed the number one in fighting, and was called the king of fighting by his comrades. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to join the Wolf-Fong Special Forces. Seeing how insistent the other party was, Qin Feng just shook his head and said helplessly, Alright, since you're so confident, let's give it a try. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Qin Feng returned the other party's words from before as they were. And he also wanted to settle the matter early, not wanting to dwell on it too much. Good boy, you're really crazy. Du Chang naturally heard the contempt in the other party's tone and said with a cold snort. Kid, then let's go to the open area away from the lake to compete. I'm afraid I've accidentally knocked you into the lake. To be honest, I don't know how deep this Eastview Lake is. Hearing the other party's cold words, Qin Feng faintly smiled and said, Don't worry, it's just a matter of one move, so there's no need to change places. As for how deep is the Eastview Lake? You should be able to measure it yourself today. You. Du Chang was almost choked by Qin Feng's belittling words. His heart's anger surged up and he coldly said, Since this is the case, then you are on your own, watch the move. After saying that, Du Chang's feet stomped, the whole person instantly jumped up, and then with a whip leg, ruthlessly kicked towards Qin Feng. As the saying goes, 3 points for punches, 7 points for kicks. In terms of attacking moves, leg and footwork often came more viciously and effectively than fists. Although this looked like just a moderate whip kick, Du Cheng's idea was to wait for his opponent to make a response move, and his leg would immediately change its stance. At that time, he would use his masterstroke, the chain leg. In the army, his chain leg hit the whole army without any enemy, and no one was able to follow it unharmed. This time, Du Chang wanted to let the other party know how powerful he was. It was also considered to leave a lesson for the other party's arrogant attitude. However, Du Cheng's leg had just kicked out, and before he could change his stance, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his right foot in one go. In an instant, Du Cheng only felt that his own right foot was being clamped like an iron vise, and he could not move in the slightest. Then, he only saw Qin Feng's hand raise, and Du Cheng's 180-odd-pound body was gently lifted up by Qin Feng's hands. Seeing this, Du Cheng's brain suddenly buzzed. Was this fucking still a human being? This was really a bit out of his expectation, and when he reacted, he realized that he had been thrown up high by Qin Feng and was flying in midair. And the direction that Du Cheng's body flew to happened to be the East View Lake next to him. There was a plopping sound. Du Cheng's body of more than 180 pounds at that time was like a dive bomb as it heavily smashed onto the lake surface. Immediately after that, his entire silhouette could not be seen. All that was left was a series of bubbles rising from the water surface. It was only after a while that Du Cheng's head re-emerged from the surface of the lake. He could swim, there was nothing wrong with that. Plus, Qin Feng had not done any substantial damage to him with that blow just now. Therefore, Du Cheng quickly floated up after falling into the lake. Looking at Qin Feng, who was smiling at the edge of the lake, the shocked look on his face was not even concealed. Crap! So powerful! It was only after a long time that Du Cheng reacted and burst out in foul language. Now, how about you? Tell me how deep Eastview Lake is? Qin Feng spoke indifferently. After saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, Qin Feng directly turned around and left. At this time, Du Cheng, who was still in the lake, then reacted and asked loudly. Hey! What is your name? However, Qin Feng did not answer at all, only to see his figure getting farther and farther away. Chapter 12 Class Gathering, Magnificent and Overbearing. Qin Feng returned to his room after strolling around the East View Park. This was because he needed to formulate a new Peiyuan spiritual liquid to provide for his cultivation. According to his estimation, if he always had the Peiyuan spiritual liquid to aid in his cultivation, he would be able to break through to the 7th level of the Qi refining stage in another 3 days. That was a part of the late Qi refining stage, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Just then, his phone rang. Qin Feng took it out and saw that it was Zhang Yun calling. Hello, Zhang Yun, what's up? Zhang Yun's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Feng, the class president, said that in order to celebrate the end of military training, it's kind of a way for our class to get to know each other well. So, there will be a class party at 7 o'clock tonight at the Dynasty KTV. Let me inform the 8 boys in our class, so you mustn't be late. By the way, because many students in the class have private cars, so there won't be a unified booking of vehicles. Okay, I'll definitely be on time. Qin Feng replied indifferently and hung up his cell phone. This party he had similarly experienced in his previous life. Moreover, he now remembered that something special had happened on top of this party. The final result of that incident was that the original class president, Fang Cheng, who was excellent in both character and learning, had actually fallen into someone else's lover. The first year of college did not even stay full, it is sadly dropped out of school. In my last life, when I faced such a thing, I could only run away and avoid it. In this life, I want to see what kind of person is behind that. Qin Feng put down his cell phone, his eyes flashed a stern aura. Dynasty KTV was a full 10 kilometers away from Zhonghai University, which was already on the edge of the central city. At 6 p.m. or so, Qin Feng took a cab and arrived directly at Dynasty KTV. After getting out of the car, he saw many luxury cars parked in front of Dynasty KTV. Like what Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi. Everywhere. Although this is not the center of the city, but bordering Zhonghai City focus on the development of the new city. Therefore, it is also very prosperous, and many new restaurants, bars, and entertainment venues such as KTVs have been built nearby. When Qin Feng arrived, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Dynasty KTV was already ablaze with lights. Walking into the hall, on both sides stood a row of uniformed stockings princess, slim figure, appearance are in the middle and upper grade beauty. Seeing a guest come in, they all bowed and greeted, the service attitude is very good. A pretty waitress then greeted them with a smile. Mr. Inside please. How many in total? I'm going to the 1103 private room. Qin Feng said the reserved room number. Since there were a total of 30 people at the party, the class president, Fang Cheng, had booked an extra-large private room in advance. Okay, please follow me. The waiter politely led Qin Feng inside. The waiter pushed open the door of the 1103 private room and Qin Feng walked in. All the students from English Class 5 were here, and he was the last one to arrive late. Qin Feng, you're here, you're really on time. 7 o'clock when you said 7 o'clock. Zhang Yun looked at his watch and joked. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything.
Next, there was nothing special, it was just the crowd eating and drinking together, as well as singing. Xin Feng hadn't held a microphone since the beginning, he just sat in a corner slowly drinking a glass of water. The others didn't care too much about such a special move on his part. After this half a month, the sentence Xin Feng had once said, "I come from the countryside," had already spread throughout the class. Most of the students were treating him as a joke. After all, even students from the countryside didn't introduce themselves like he did. Coupled with the fact that Xin Feng was usually not talkative and didn't fit in, it naturally made the other students look down on him even more. In their opinion, Xin Feng was not only from a poor family, but also had an extremely introverted and inferior personality. Such a person would not be able to achieve much. Because of this, other than Zhang Yun, the others hardly ever spoke to him. Regarding this point, Xin Feng did not care. In the beginning, even more contemptuous and bad things he had experienced. Having lived for 1,000 years, his mind had long since reached the point of an ancient well. Among the crowd, the most scenic was naturally Zhao Mingjie. His father, Zhao Hongsheng, is worth billions of dollars, even in the entire city of Shanghai, and even in the province of Jiangnan is the top of the list. Students can get together as fate, tonight please feel free, all the costs are counted. Zhao Mingjie. The moment he said this, the men and women in the class were all praising him. Among them, a student named Ma Chang was the most vocal. His ass-kissing skills were also absolutely top-notch. "Brother Jia, you're magnificent. A person like you will do great things in the future. I think we all need to toast to Brother Jia for his bravado. What do you say?" "Good, good." A chorus of hoots and hollers was elicited. However, there was an exception here. That was Xin Feng. Because Xin Feng did not drink, there was just a glass of water in front of him. Seeing Xin Feng not moving at all, Ma Chang, who was a horseman, couldn't help but open his mouth faintly. "Xin Feng, Xin, big young master, this party is our brother Jia's treat. Even if you don't know how to drink, you must at least show it more or less." The three words "great young master" in his words were bitten particularly hard. This was naturally a mockery of Xin Feng's previous remark that I come from the countryside. Hearing Ma Chang say this, the others also coincidentally looked towards Xin Feng. "Xin Feng, this is our toast to Brother Jia, so just have a drink more or less," one of the boys said helpfully from the side. That's it, I'm a girl who wants to drink. Why are you a big man so abrasive?" Another girl was very impatient and said. Other people are also talking to persuade Xin Feng. All of them expressed one meaning: Xin Feng had to toast Zhao Mingjie in order not to lose respect. At this time, Zhang Yun, who was next to him, immediately stood out to relieve Xin Feng. "Xin Feng doesn't know how to drink, so let's not force him. I'll help him drink his cup." Seeing this scene, Xin Feng, who was sitting on the side, also felt a warmth in his heart. In his previous life, Xin Feng had also raised his glass to toast Zhao Mingjie along with everyone else. As such, there was no such thing as what was happening now. "Zhang Yun, what are you doing running out to cause trouble? Is this matter of making a toast still something that others can take over for?" Ma Chang glanced at Zhang Yun with disdain. Just as he was about to say something else, the class president, Feng Qing, who hadn't said anything, spoke up. "All right. Xin Feng doesn't drink, so we don't need to force him. It's good for everyone to drink to their own delight." Hearing Feng Qing say this, the surrounding people instantly shut up. Even Ma Chang, who had been making the most noise, retreated and didn't say anything else. Because everyone knew that Zhao Mingjie liked Feng Qing very much. During the military training, he had launched a courtship attack on Feng Qing. It was only that Feng Qing didn't have any feelings in her heart and never agreed. Seeing this, the protagonist, Zhao Mingjie, could only come out to round up the situation. "Alright, student Xin Feng is a good student, so let's all not push him. Come on. Let's all drink together." Good. Just like this, Xin Feng was completely isolated on the other side. On the contrary, Xin Feng was a bit surprised that the class president, Feng Qing, would actually speak up for himself. This scene, he really hadn't encountered in his previous life. In his previous life, the two of them, both of them had their own tragic encounters, and there wasn't much communication at all. Thinking about some of this, Xin Feng revealed a iffy smile and suddenly had a decision in his heart. In order to show even more of that so-called bravado, Zhao Mingjie even opened 4 bottles of expensive Lafite. Of course, with his worth, these amounts of money were nothing more than a hair's breadth. The entire class got drunker and drunker in such a scene. There was only one exception, Qin Feng. He hadn't taken a sip of wine since the beginning. What was in front of him was always the cup of clear water. Later on, Zhao Mingjie drank a bit too much and directly opened his mouth to show off loudly. I can tell you guys, my dad in the whole of Shanghai City is definitely the premier figure. The big shots in the black and white all have to give my dad some face. Zhao Mingjie, since they have opened, that as a follower of the younger brother of Ma Chang, naturally, is hastened to kiss the ass. Brother Jia, hegemony. With your Zhao family's power, not to mention the entire city of Shanghai, even in Jiangnan province, it is second to none. Who wouldn't dare to give your Zhao family some face? Hearing that Ma Chang was holding his feet up, Zhao Mingjie said even more arrogantly. That is, not to mention other things. Let's talk about the boss behind this dynasty KTV, Huang Tianba. That was once a proper gangster, under the thousands of brothers. Now he's forced by the situation to slowly transform and do some regular business. But even when he met my dad, he had to say Brother Zhao. Hearing this, a local female student from Shanghai City was surprised. Huang Tianba? I've heard of him. It's rumored that he's in both the black and white, and has excellent relations with the leaders of various industries in Shanghai City. It is also rumored that he has connections in the province. His background is super hard. I don't know if it's true or not. Most of the students here were from ordinary families, and only a few of them were rich second generation with good backgrounds. However, even for rich second generation like them, how can they be compared to such an all-powerful figure like Huang Tianba in Shanghai? In fact, even Zhao Hongsheng was completely inadequate. The words that Zhao Mingjie had said earlier were just bragging to gain face. Listening to these conversations, Qin Feng, who was sitting in the corner, just shook his head slightly. He recalled that in his previous life, after he heard these words, his heart was also very hot-blooded and eagerly yearning for it. He also admired the great men that everyone was talking about in their words. He also fantasized that one day, he could also become that kind of character. But now, he had no other thoughts other than feeling bored. Apart from having a wealthy family and liking to act arrogantly, Zhao Mingjie did not have the habit of bullying the weak. Therefore, Qin Feng couldn't say that he had any ill feelings towards him. In his previous life, due to Wang Shuabin's warning, they were just roommates who didn't speak a word. In this life, Qin Feng's mentality had completely changed, and it seemed that they could still only be the kind of roommates who didn't say a word. Chapter 13 Accident in a Previous Life, Feng Qing in Danger. In the midst of the crowd's merriment, time passed quickly. After a while, the class president, Feng Qing, as well as the other three girls got up together and prepared to go to the restroom. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng, who was sitting in the corner, couldn't help but raise his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. He remembered that in his previous life, it was because the four of them girls went to the restroom that something special happened. It ended up causing this class party to end early. And the other students of English Class 5 were then blown away by the staff. As for what happened behind Dynasty KTV, the class wasn't very clear. It was just that they heard that Feng Qing was left to spend the night by a big brother and was later adopted. Later, this matter spread. Under the finger-pointing and discussion of the crowd, Feng Qing didn't even finish her freshman year, so she withdrew from school in shame. This time, seeing the four girls walk out of the private room, Qin Feng finished the water in his cup in one gulp and slowly followed them out as well. Originally, Qin Feng was just prepared to casually see what was going on behind this. However, after hearing Feng Qing take the initiative to speak up for him earlier, Qin Feng decided that he might as well personally help this poor man from his previous life. The other people inside the private room had already gone crazy playing and didn't notice Qin Feng's actions. After all, Qin Feng had been sitting alone in the corner, isolated on the sidelines. His presence was too low. Qin Feng followed the four girls from afar as they turned around and arrived at the KTV's restroom. Seeing them walk into the women's restroom, it was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to follow them in as well. He wasn't that perverted. Seeing this, Qin Feng naturally relied on the corner next to the far corridor. After a while, 5 people stumbled from the end of the corridor. The mouths were talking and laughing, and one could tell that someone was drunk. One of them, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was being supported by 2 people, pointing his finger at a short and fat middle-aged man next to him and said, "Huang Sanner, you've run Dynasty KTV well. I gave it to you to manage, really did not choose the wrong person." Short fat middle-aged man called Huang Chang, the family ranked third, so, also called Huang San. He is precisely the general manager of this dynasty KTV, and is also the direct manager. As soon as Huang San heard that thick-browed middle-aged man say that, he hurriedly responded with a smile. Huang San thanks Master Ba for his appreciation. You can rest assured, once the KTV knew good goods, I must ask you to taste first. This thick-eyed middle-aged man, it is Zhao Mingjie. A few people have been talking about Huang Tianba, a big brother on the side of Shanghai City. Of course, he was also the big boss behind this dynasty KTV. Hearing Huang San being so knowledgeable, Huang Tianba patted his shoulder and laughed. Ha ha. Good. Sure enough, I understand my old man's heart. Don't worry, follow my Master Ba dry, guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. When the 5 people were about to walk to the restroom, Fang Qing 4 women came out from the female restroom. Since they were coming to the party, all 4 of them were well dressed. Especially class president Fang Qing, a white dress that was held up high by those breasts, and the hemline wasn't long enough to cover those big white legs. Although she was only 18 years old, she was extremely well developed, with a devilish body like a convex front and curved back. Coupled with her exquisite makeup and wearing high heels, she looked like an elf walking out of the snow, appearing very pure and lovely. Although the other 3 girls were not as pretty as the class president, Fang Qing, they were all considered to be beauties with medium to high face value. Coupled with their beautiful dresses, the 4 of them walking together was really like a bright landscape. The 4 of them had just walked out of the restroom and happened to bump into Huang Tianba's 5 people in front of the restroom. At this time, Huang Tianba opened his sleepy eyes and saw the 4 girls in front of him. The 4 girls were completely different from the princesses working in this KTV, full of pure air. Because of this, with just one glance, Huang Tianba was deeply attracted. He was originally a colorful devil. Seeing these 4 beautiful girls in front of him, naturally he could not hold back the lustful impulse in his heart. Even, he couldn't help but stretch out his right hand, ready to touch Fang Qing's face in front of him. At the same time, his mouth also said in a colorful manner, "What a good-looking girl. This one is good, I want it." When Fang Qing saw this, her heart was naturally very unhappy, and she quickly backed away. "What do you want?" The 4 girls all looked at each other angrily. At this time, they thought that the 5 people in front of them were drunks from other private rooms. They should know that there were 30 of them this time, and there were also 8 boys. Therefore, they were not afraid of these drunkards in their hearts, and they were full of energy. Huang Tianba took a look and immediately smiled even more. "Yo! Huang Saner, where did you get these 4 chicks? They are very strong. But I like them better." When Huang San next to him saw this, he could only nod his head awkwardly in agreement. Of course he knows that these 4 girls are not his KTV employees, should be to play the guests. However, does it matter? In Huang San's eyes, serving the boss in front of him was the most important thing. With that, he raised his head to look at Fang Qing 4 girls and said coldly, "This is Master Ba, count yourselves lucky that you 4 have actually been spotted by Master Ba. As long as you serve Master Ba well, the benefits will not be lacking." Before Fang Chang replied, Huang Tianba, who was being supported, shakily raised his head and pointed at Fang Chang. "Ba! What for? I only want her. The others are all mediocre." "Yes, yes." Huang San, who was at the side, hurriedly nodded his head and turned his head to Fang Chang again and said sternly, "Little girl, if Master Ba has taken a liking to you, that is the blessing you have cultivated in your previous life. Why don't you hurry up and come and hold Master Ba?" Hearing the vicious words of the other party, the 4 girls who were still strong before couldn't help but take a weak step back. There was even a timid girl who was so scared that she immediately ran away. But without Huang Tianba's consent, they were naturally forcefully stopped by the other men. This scene was naturally seen clearly by Qin Feng, who was standing in the distance. Now, he finally also counted on understanding just what it was that had buried Fang Qing's life in her previous life. Just as those 2 men stopped that girl, Fang Qing also saw the opportunity and shouted, "Rush over and run." With that, the 3 girls rushed towards Huang Tianba's men together. Unfortunately, they were just a few girls. How could they be a match for Huang Tianba's gangsters? Especially at this time, the other party was a full 5 men, although Huang Tianba was drunk, but the other 4 were sober. Therefore, Fang Qing's 4 women were easily subdued by the other party. Seeing this, Huang San said to the other 3 men,
Take the other 3 chicks away later, ask for their private rooms, and blow away all their companions.
Yes, boss. The 3 henchmen answered.
Fang Qing was held down by Huang San, her heart was in a panic and she shouted.
What do you guys want?
I'm telling you, you're breaking the law, I'm going to sue you. Seeing this, Huang San said with a lewd smile.
Little girl, if you want to sue, then sue. When the time comes, you can see if someone will make a decision for you. Also, you are going to be my master boss woman soon. Do you want your racy photos to spread all over the world? Ha ha.
Once the other 3 heard this, they also chimed in and laughed. Once Fang Cheng heard this, her entire heart went cold. The other party was a naked threat. Moreover, judging by the fact that they were emboldened, I'm afraid that they were a big deal. At this moment, Huang Tianba seemed to have sobered up a little.
Staggeringly walking to Fang Qing's body, he looked up and down, and his mouth commented. Not bad. Not bad. This girl is right on point. Tonight on her, hey.
Fang Qing smelled the pungent odor of alcohol from the man with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of her, and her heart was sick to death.
Now, she regretted very much, why did she come to this Dynasty KTV party?
Looking at the other party's devilishly reaching right hand, Fang Qing could only choose to close her eyes tightly.
Struggling desperately, but there was no effect.
Just when Huang Tianba's right hand was about to touch Fang Qing's white jade-like face, a hand suddenly grabbed Huang Tianba's right hand. At the same time, a voice faintly sounded.
You can't move. Chapter 14, Xin Feng Strikes, Hero Saves Beauty.
Hearing these words, not only were the 4 Fang Qing girls dumbfounded, even Huang San and the others froze. They inclined their heads, and only then did they see that Huang Tianba was standing next to a teenager who was a little over 1 meter tall. At this moment, that teenager was casually grabbing Huang Tianba's thick right hand with his left hand. This teenager was no other than Xin Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines earlier.
Huang Tianba turned around to stare at Xin Feng and said coldly. Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in my master boss business?
At this time, Fang Qing also slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the teenager in front of her, she genuinely had some disbelief. She really couldn't imagine that the person who stepped in to help at this moment was actually that inferior male classmate who said I come from the countryside. Or that boy who had an extremely low presence in the class. Hearing Huang Tianba's words, Fang Cheng hurriedly gave Xin Feng a wink while calling out.
Xin Feng, hurry up.
What she was thinking in her mind was that Xin Feng was just one person and was so skinny, so he definitely couldn't be a match for the 5 big men on the other side. Therefore, she hoped that Xin Feng would hurry back to the private room to ask for help. By then, 20 to 30 of them in a class, even if most of them were girls, would still be a considerable force.
How could this small action of Fang Qing's escape those of them who hung out on the road?
Huang San on the side said coldly.
Go. You've offended our master Ba, and you still want to leave just like that? With that, he signaled to the brothers beside him.
Only to see one of the big men handing a girl in his hand to a big man next to him. That big man was completely more than capable of securing a girl with one hand. With this, there was another spare pugilist on their side. Only to see that big man, holding his hands with a clicking sound, slowly approaching Xin Feng, his mouth still coldly saying, Kid, hurry up and let go of our master bully's hand, kneel down and beg for forgiveness, so as not to suffer.
What did you say, master?
Xin Feng looked at him and asked with a smile.
Master hegemony.
The big man then returned.
Well. You turtle son is really good.
Xin Feng nodded indifferently. When that big man heard that, he instantly knew that Xin Feng was teasing him, and then he became furious.
Kid, looking for death.
Without even thinking about it, he swung his fist and punched Xin Feng. Seeing this, the Fang Qing girls on the side were directly stunned. They all involuntarily closed their eyes, not daring to look at the next image at all. In their thoughts, Xin Feng would definitely be beaten to the point of being covered in blood. Then, only a card erase sound was heard.
Ah! A miserable scream followed.
At this moment, in Fang Qing's 4 girls' thoughts. It's over, that inferiority complex Xin Feng has been wasted by the other party all of a sudden. Listening to this sound, either his arm or leg was broken, and he was crippled alive. When they are still in their hearts in fear and confusion, a faint voice came into their ears. Just now also praised you this son of a bitch good, actually immediately dared to lousy shot. Indeed, he needs to be properly disciplined. Listening to this voice, the four girls seemed to be like hearing heavenly music. Because this voice was too familiar to them. Wasn't it precisely Qin Feng's voice? The four of them reopened their eyes with suspicion-like minds. The scene they saw in front of them caused them to be stunned at once. They only saw Qin Feng standing in place, his left hand still grasping Huang Tianba's right hand. As for the big man opposite him who had just attacked him, his entire right arm had been broken off. Now, the entire person was lying on the ground screaming non-stop. But this did not end. Only Qin Feng turned around, looked at Huang Tianba whose right hand he had grabbed, and said indifferently, "If you can't even look after your own dog, what do you need two hands for?" It was thought that one would be enough. Then, a click was heard. Ah! Huang Tianba immediately resounded with a miserable scream like killing a pig. And at this time, it was only seen that his right hand had been completely broken by Qin Feng from the wrist. The entire palm of Huang Tianba's right hand had completely fallen back into the air. It meant that the hand was broken quite completely. This all came too fast. It was so fast that the other few people froze on the spot and did not react at all for a while. Perhaps because of the pain, it made Huang Tianba's previous drunken state sober up a few points. He angrily roared, "What the hell are you waiting for? Give me to abolish him." Hearing Huang Tianba's voice, Huang San as well as the other two big men could no longer care less about Feng Qing's four girls. They directly put the four girls aside and surrounded Qin Feng together. After Feng Qing's four girls got free, they didn't dare to delay at all and turned around to run. They weren't leaving Qin Feng behind, but they were preparing to go back and call for help. After all, there were 30 of them together. "Brat, I think you don't want to live, how dare you break our master boss' hand." The short and fat middle-aged Huang San rushed at the forefront and viciously lunged at Qin Feng. From Qin Feng's actions earlier, he also knew that the other party was a practitioner, and his hands were not bad. Therefore, Huang San's movements could be described as cautious. He thought that once any special changes occurred, he would be able to withdraw in time. Unfortunately, his imagination was too good, yet the reality was cruel. In less than 3 seconds, they rushed up 3 people, and all of them fell to the ground wailing under the accompaniment of several clicking sounds. For Qin Feng, who was now at the 6th level of qi refining, it was simply not too easy to do this. Not to mention 3 people, even if 300 people came, it would be for nothing. At most, it would just take some more time. If it wasn't for the fact that he was looking at the wrong occasion, Qin Feng was ready to kill. With his current skills, there was no way to kill invisibly without showing the slightest trace. At least in a place like this where surveillance was well developed, it would be difficult for him to cover up all the evidence. Now that this was a society with the rule of law again, if there was really a human life, it would definitely be a big trouble. It was true that his current skills were above average, but they were still far from enough to go up against a modern country. Not to mention those strategic missiles and nuclear weapons, I'm afraid that even the more powerful sniper rifle, he also has a deadly threat. It was also for the reason of these various considerations that Qin Feng would show mercy to these scum. Just letting them break their arms and legs was just a small punishment. After knocking all of Huang San's men to the ground, Qin Feng slowly walked over to Huang Tianba and stared at him coldly. Looking at Qin Feng's icy gaze, Huang Tianba endured the severe pain in his hands and opened his mouth in great fear. "What do you want to do? I can tell you, in the entire Jiangdong district of Zhenhai City, it's me who has the final say. If you dare." His words had not finished, Qin Feng directly a big ear melon on his face. Then, his entire body went into a daze. He crashed into the wall of the corridor with a thud, and then lay on his back screaming continuously. "Ah!" With a foot on Huang Tianba's huge head, Qin Feng said coldly, "Now that I dared, what are you going to do?" At this moment, Huang Tianba only felt as if a heavy truck was pressing on top of his head. It was as if the next moment, his entire brain would burst out. It was also at this moment that he had completely sobered up from that drunken state. He also very clearly felt that death was approaching him, as if it was going to swallow him up in one bite the next second. This was the first time in his life that he, Huang Tianba, had ever felt such a feeling. Chapter 15 Rich young man pretending to be tragically hit in the face. Seeing this scene, the few people lying next to Huang San all involuntarily rolled their bodies a little farther away.
At this moment, they were truly fearful of Qin Feng from the bottom of their hearts. Facing Qin Feng, they were exactly like a baby facing an adult. They were completely powerless. Right at this moment, Fang Qing's girls hurried over with a large group of people from English Class 5.
The leader was Zhao Mingjie, who had been bragging before.
Before the people arrived, he yelled loudly. "Which son of a bitch is so ungrateful that he dares to hit my classmate's idea?" He was still pretending to brag in the private room when he suddenly saw Fang Qing's girls coming back and saying that they were being harassed by a few drunks. Hearing this, how could someone like Zhao Mingjie, who loved the limelight, let it go? Straight away, he brought his entire class and came running in a vast killing spree. But when they approached, they only saw several big men lying on the ground. Some were holding their hands, some were holding their feet, and they were wailing non-stop. Only Qin Feng was the only one who stood aside like nothing was wrong. Qin Feng also saw his classmates rushing over this way, which made him stop. But this scene caused Zhao Mingjie, who was ready to go out with a bang, to freeze on the spot. After all, with such a result, he would have lost a good opportunity to show off his face for nothing. And at this moment, his heart couldn't help but wonder, was Qin Feng that powerful? He raised his head to look at Qin Feng standing opposite and asked softly, "Did you fight all these?" "Right." Qin Feng didn't deny it and nodded his head in acknowledgement. What's more, there was no point in him denying it. After all, he was the only one here, and there were surveillance cameras everywhere, so the scene where he struck must have been completely recorded. Hearing Qin Feng say this, the other students were also shocked. They really couldn't imagine that Qin Feng, who looked so thin and weak, would actually strike so hard. He had directly beaten the 5 big men from the other side to the point where they couldn't stand up. Especially Ma Chang, his heart was drumming at the moment. Looking at the 5 big men on the ground with broken arms and legs, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. One must know that before, he had used words to mock and squeeze Qin Feng. Now, he was secretly afraid. If Qin Feng couldn't help but strike at him at that time, I'm afraid he would have become like these people on the spot. Zhao Mingjie, who was leading the group, wasn't thinking about this, seeing that the opportunity to prepare to appear and act like a bully was gone. His eyes lit up, then he walked to Huang San, his right foot kicked out fiercely. It happened to kick Huang San's previously injured right leg. Ah! Caught off guard by this, Huang San let out another miserable scream. In response, Zhao Mingjie didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and continued to strike. After he finished kicking Huang San, he switched to kicking someone else, and cursed at the corner of his mouth. "You bastards, you even dare to touch my Zhao Mingjie's classmates, you're simply tired of living. I can tell you, not to mention a group of punks like you, even if the boss of this dynasty KTV, Huang Tianba, sees me, he has to give me 3 points of face." In the end, he walked to Huang Tianba's body, and was about to make a move when he only saw Huang Tianba on the ground seem to have made some kind of determination, and roared loudly. "Little bastard, I am Huang Tianba. If you dare to touch me, I'll let you walk out of here. I will make sure that you cannot walk out of this dynasty KTV." In fact, Huang Tianba is very do not want to say this. After all, his current appearance was too miserable. If his scene was seen by those other big brothers, Huang Tianba had no face to mix in this circle in his life. It was too humiliating. Because of this, he kept his mouth shut while Zhao Mingjie was punching and kicking Huang San and the others. Even if the other party was using his identity to act like a pussy, he had always just endured it. In his heart, he thought that he would definitely settle the score with the other party after this matter had passed. But now, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. If he didn't open his mouth, this bastard's fists and his stinky feet would definitely greet him without hesitation. He had already been seriously injured by Qin Feng, and if Zhao Mingjie were to hit him a few more times, it was possible that his life would be over. It was also under such considerations that Huang Tianba roared out those disgraceful words. Although Huang Tianba's words were embarrassing, the effect was also very good. When Zhao Mingjie heard it, his right foot that was about to fall stopped in the air. With a face of horror, he looked at Huang Tianba, who was lying on the ground. "You are the bully. Bully master, Huang Tianba?" With that, Zhao Mingjie stuttered and opened his mouth to ask with an incredulous face. It seems that even the drunkenness in his body suddenly woke up 3 times. Huang Tianba saw that the other party was stunned by his identity, and could not help but coldly say, "Kid, in this dynasty KTV, who dares to impersonate me, Huang Tianba?" His words just fell, the surrounding corridor inside suddenly came in a bunch of people. These people, all wearing black uniforms, a fierce face. It looked like there were more than 30 people. Those people surrounded the students that Zhao Mingjie had brought in the center, and a few more people came out to hurriedly help up Huang Tianba and the others who were lying on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingjie naturally knew that what the other party had said before was true. The other party was really Huang Tianba. These black men were Dynasty KTV's bodyguards, and were also Huang Tianba's henchmen. When Huang Tianba was beaten, the employee who was on video surveillance duty saw it. That employee naturally immediately reported this matter to the head of security of Dynasty KTV. That's how the current scene came about. Seeing more than 30 ferocious dudes surrounding them in the middle, these students who had just started college were naturally terrified and trembling. Such a scene was something they had only seen on television before. When they saw it on TV, they just felt that it was a bit overbearing and hot-blooded. But now when they were personally faced with it themselves, they only felt endless fear in their hearts. Even Zhao Mingjie, who had been arrogant before, was terrified at this time, bowing and apologizing. Master Ba, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I absolutely did not mean to offend you. Please, for the sake of my father Zhao Hongsheng, let us off this time. However, the answer he waited for was a vicious kick from Huang Tianba. Bang! Zhao Mingjie was coldly kicked away by Huang Tianba. Zhao Hongsheng, what kind of a thing is he? How dare you ask me to give him face? Today, even if he's here, he still has to kowtow to old me to make amends. Hearing this, Zhao Mingjie, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but have beads of sweat on his forehead. He was very clear that a big brother like Huang Tianba would absolutely do what he said. This time, he had suffered so much. It was definitely not possible to make it easy. At this moment, Zhao Mingjie couldn't help but hate Qin Feng in his heart. This countryside brat that he had always looked down on before, it was fine if he didn't give him face before. But he actually caused such a big trouble for him at this time. If he had known that such a thing would happen, he definitely wouldn't have brought Qin Feng to the party. Right now, Zhao Mingjie was not the only one who had such thoughts. Most of the people in English Class 5 thought that it was Qin Feng's fault for going too far and hitting too hard, which had attracted the hatred of others. Thus, most of them were staring at Qin Feng, who was standing on the side, at this time with a somewhat unfavorable expression on their faces. The blame in their eyes was simply evident. If it wasn't for the fact that there were still more than 30 vicious men around, I'm afraid that most of them would have already launched a verbal attack on Qin Feng. This scene was naturally seen in Huang Tianba's eyes. With the assistance of his men, he turned around to look at Qin Feng and said in a sinister manner, "Little bastard, are you regretting making a move on old me now?" Chapter 16, One Against All, Miserable. Hearing these words, a flash of killing intent flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. Snap! There was a soft sound. Qin Feng directly slapped Huang Tianba's face. This move of his was directly watched by the crowd beside him. One should know that there were more than 30 fighters gathered here. Yet Qin Feng still dared to strike. Kid, looking for death, Huang Tianba reacted and roared angrily. But before he could continue to say the following words, he only saw his neck being pinched by Qin Feng. He was simply too close to Qin Feng. "If your men dare to move, I will immediately crush your throat, do you believe me?" Qin Feng said coldly. "Don't move! Don't move!" A hoarse voice roared out from Huang Tianba's throat. Seeing this, the 30-odd people standing next to him immediately stopped despite their angry faces. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that there were still Zhang Yan, Feng Qing and the others here, Qin Feng wouldn't have been so indecisive and directly shot to waste him. "Let them go, I'll stay and play with you slowly." Qin Feng stared at Huang Tianba and said coldly. Feeling the force coming from Qin Feng's hands getting heavier and heavier, Huang Tianba only felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. At this moment, he could truly feel the young man in front of him's thick killing intent towards him. Naturally not daring to delay any longer, he kept waving his left hand, and another hoarse voice came out of his throat. "Let them go, let them go." Seeing this, Huang San on the side could only order, "Disperse, let them go." With that, the 30 or so big men surrounding them made way for a passage. Seeing this scene, those students of English Class 5 were naturally overjoyed. They had long forgotten about blaming Qin Feng in their hearts just now. One by one, they fled as if they were frightened rabbits. From the beginning to the end, not a single person opened their mouths to care about what Qin Feng stayed later. Until the end, only two people, Zhang Yun and Fang Qing, stayed behind. Qin Feng inclined his head to look at the two of them and spoke indifferently, "You're still not leaving? But what about you?" Zhang Yun had an anxious look on his face. Fang Qing on the side also had the same expression. She knew very well that the reason why Qin Feng had offended Huang Tianba was also because he had helped her out. It was all her fault and had nothing to do with Qin Feng. "You don't have to care about this. After you guys leave, I'll naturally have a way to get out of this. Hurry up and go, don't waste time," Qin Feng urged. Seeing how determined Qin Feng was, Zhang Yun and Fang Qing looked at each other and had no choice but to leave at the end. What they were thinking was that they would call the police right after they left, and perhaps it would still be too late to save Qin Feng. Only after the crowd had all left for a while did Qin Feng let go of Huang Tianba's neck. Coughing. Huang Tianba covered his throat and kept coughing. The two brothers behind him hurriedly held him up and even moved a chair from somewhere for him to sit down. At the same time, the remaining 30 or so big men surrounded Qin Feng. Moreover, they were carrying machetes and clubs in their hands. Obviously, this time they were ready to get real. In the face of such a battle, Qin Feng only swept a faint glance, not taking any stance at all. He just raised his eyelids and quietly looked at Huang Tianba on the opposite side. It was only after a while that Huang Tianba slowed down from that uncomfortable state he was in before. He received a cup of water handed over by his man and drank 2 mouthfuls before he took a huge breath. Finally, Huang Tianba stared viciously at Qin Feng on the opposite side of the room and said coldly with his mouth, "Kid, I, Huang Tianba, have never suffered such a big loss since I started my career. Today, have you thought about how to die? What? You still want to make a move against me? Just with these watery goods under your command, you'll be able to do it." Qin Feng gently laughed and glanced at the surrounding fighters. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Huang Tianba's eyelids twitched as he angrily said, "Kid is really arrogant enough. Your punching and kicking skills are indeed good. However, you should know that it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. What's more, my brothers are not barehanded now. I don't believe that so many people can't defeat you alone." "Is that so? Then you can come and try," Qin Feng said with narrowed eyes. At this moment, he already had the urge to kill someone. At this moment, a tattooed big man standing behind Huang Tianba suddenly stood out and said, "Master Ba, this kid is also too rampant. Let me teach him a lesson and teach him how to behave." This tattooed man called Tai, looks more than 30 years old, is Huang Tianba's top fighter. One of his proudest accomplishments was that he alone chopped down 17 people from the enemy. He was notorious for being desperate and ferocious in his fights. Because of this, Tai was highly appreciated by Huang Tianba. "Good. Ah Tai, leave him alive for now, you can play however you want." Huang Tianba nodded and replied. Seeing this, Ah Tai then clenched his hands into fists and slowly walked out from the crowd. While walking, he also stared at Qin Feng and said, "Come on, kid, I'll have a good time with you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he punched towards Qin Feng. From the bulging veins on his right arm, one could tell that the force of this punch was very sufficient. Moreover, the location of his punch's attack happened to be Qin Feng's face. If this punch had hit an ordinary person's head, I'm afraid that he would have died or been wasted. He punched so hard. Then don't blame me for being a killer. Qin Feng thought darkly in his heart and violently kicked out. After the attack, Qin Feng's left foot instantly kicked Tai's chest, sending him flying through the air. In the unbelievable eyes of the crowd, Tai's body flew 4 or 5 meters in the air, leaping over the heads of the surrounding crowd, and smashing into the other side's wall with a loud bang. Then, there was a plopping sound. It fell to the ground without moving. Tai. Huang Tianba's face changed drastically as he looked in the direction of Tai's collapse. This was the #1 warrior under him, a gold medal fighter, and now he was actually wasted by a 17 or 18-year-old college student with a single kick. At this moment, Tai felt as if he had been hit by an extremely fast heavy truck on the chest, and his organs and lungs felt like exploding. Puff! With a plop, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, paralyzed on the ground, living or dead. Good. Very good. The muscles on Huang Tianba's face couldn't help but twitch, his heart angry to the extreme. He rushed around a group of men and waved his hand violently, roaring,
What the hell are you waiting for? Let's go together and hack him to death. Seeing this, the 30 or so black-clothed men standing around looked at each other, nodded, and all raised the machetes and clubs in their hands and pounced on Qin Feng together. Kid, even if you can fight, can you still fight dozens of them alone? Huang Tianba, who was sitting on the side, fought coldly. Looking for death. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with a flash of killing intent and he snorted coldly. Suddenly, his figure moved and he rushed into the crowd as if he was moving. Based on his fists and kicks alone, he had a huge strength of 1,000 kilograms, and when he hit a person, it was really a case of either death or mutilation. As for the other side of those machetes and sticks and so on, under his sensitive dodging, even a piece of clothing did not touch. Even to the back, he grabbed 2 machetes with both hands. Immediately afterward, only swish. Sounds of entering flesh could be heard. Before and after added up to less than a minute, the empty space outside the restroom as well as the adjacent corridor, there was a field of moaning and wailing beaters lying on the ground. Some of them were holding their hands or feet and screaming loudly there. Others, their hands and feet were already gone, with blood flowing out. The scene was extremely bloody. The only person still sitting at the scene was the stupefied Huang Tianba. Chapter 17, Temporarily Softening, Both Sides' Enmity. Qin Feng threw away the machete in his left hand, dragged the other long machete with his right hand, and took a step towards Huang Tianba. Jang! The sound made by the machete colliding with the ground tiles was crisp and unusual. But at this moment, Huang Tianba only felt that the sound was so creepy. Qin Feng kicked Huang Tianba and sent him flying right off the top of that chair. Then, he himself leisurely sat on top of the chair and just looked at Huang Tianba, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently, "Now, it's my turn to ask you, how do you want to die today?" Huang Tianba looked at Qin Feng with a pair of eyes, his heart filled with mixed feelings. He really didn't expect that he had dozens of brothers under his command, but he couldn't even beat a little kid. How terrifying was this kid's skill? He hadn't seen a few such skills in all his years of living. But he is worthy of being a big brother of the mixed side. Dead pressed down the anger in his heart, and said without moving, "Little brother, you are indeed very capable of fighting, able to fight dozens of one. But then again, can you beat the gun? You such a master, I have seen a lot before, but more are dead under the cold shot." The name in Huang Tianba's words changed from kid to little brother, which also shows the intention of compromise in his heart. "Oh. You are threatening me now?" Qin Feng looked at him with good grace. The long knife in his right hand kept shaking. When Huang Tianba saw this, his heart was cold, and he quickly softened and changed his words. "Little brother misunderstood. I just want to say that it's better to settle a wrong than to tie it up. Today this matter is indeed my fault first. But on the basis that your friend has not suffered, this matter is over, right?" And in his heart, he thought, "Kid, after I pass this hurdle for the time being, I'll definitely get my revenge back." Qin Feng stood up from the chair and smiled slightly. Thereupon, raising the long knife in his right hand, he slapped it on Huang Tianba's plump face and said softly, "I know that you are very unconvinced in your heart. If that means you want to take revenge, then feel free to come. But I will say that the next time you dare to offend me, I will personally send him to hell." As soon as the words fell, he spun the long knife on his right hand in a circle, then violently threw it to the back. Swoosh! Only a cracking sound was heard, and the long knife plunged into the wall outside the restroom. Bang! A muffled sound. Only to see that long knife directly stabbed in most of the way. After saying that, Qin Feng then directly turned around and left. The reason why he didn't go on a killing spree here was also because of some scruples. With his current skills, it would be very difficult for him to continue living a normal life if he was wanted by the entire country. This was inconsistent with what he had in mind. Thus, he only spared Huang Tianba and the others after venting a bit. For such mole crickets, if they dared to offend him again, Qin Feng would definitely not show any more mercy. Moreover, as long as he broke through the foundation establishment stage, it would be too easy for him to kill people invisibly. Another very interesting point was that Zhang Yun and Fang Qing had called the police after they came out. However, until Qin Feng left, he didn't see anyone enter the Dynasty KTV again. Qin Feng naturally understood the meaning of this, but he didn't go too deep into this matter. With his current skills, he didn't have that much energy yet. Huang Tianba had been running around Shanghai for many years, and his connections were naturally extraordinary.
Xin Feng was very clear that when his skills had not yet reached a certain realm, there were some red lines that could never be touched. If it is only for the sake of being a pushover, that kind of person will not live long at all. In his previous life in the immortal cultivation world, Xin Feng did not know how many immortal cultivators with deep backgrounds or strong skills he had seen. As long as it was the kind of immortal cultivator who didn't care and had the mentality that the old man was number one in the world, his final result was a miserable death. Everything has a degree. This one truth, for him, an old monster who had lived for thousands of years, could be said to know it well. But when his skills reached a certain height, he could ignore everything. This was something that he, in his previous life, had similarly experienced firsthand. Therefore, he wanted to be truly fastidious and make up for the regrets of his previous life. Its most fundamental was to raise his own cultivation. Then, push everything horizontally. Just as Qin Feng walked out of the Dynasty KTV not far away, he saw Zhang Yun and Feng Qing on his face. "Qin Feng, are you all right?" Zhang Yun looked up and down and asked with concern. "I'm fine." Qin Feng's heart warmed and he slightly shook his head. Worthy of being the only one of his friends during his previous life in college. To the side, Feng Cheng bowed in gratitude to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, thank you. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." "No need to be polite, it's just a coincidence." Qin Feng returned indifferently. "No matter what, you helped me in this matter." Feng Cheng replied seriously. Then, asked curiously. "By the way, we reported it to the police, but the people haven't even arrived yet. How did they let you out?" Not only Feng Qing, even Zhang Yun was very curious. The two of them didn't think that Qin Feng alone would be able to beat the dozens of big men in that KTV. Therefore, they still thought that Qin Feng should have paid some price before he was released. Especially Feng Qing, who had asked this question, also had the intention of trying to make amends to Qin Feng. Perhaps it was because they were suddenly kind. Qin Feng revealed a smile like a deep meaning and casually replied. Then, without waiting for the two to continue their questioning, he opened his mouth and said, "Well, today's matter ends here, we should also go back." Zhang Yun and Feng Qing naturally saw that Qin Feng was unwilling to say more and nodded slightly. After that, the three of them rushed back to the school after taking a taxi together. On the other side of the Dynasty KTV. After Qin Feng left, the other employees sent all those injured brothers to the hospital for treatment. Due to Qin Feng's measured hand, those people's lives were not in danger, but most of them would be disabled for life. After treating the injuries on his body, Huang Tianba was placed in the hospital's most upscale ward. At this time, Huang San, the general manager of Dynasty KTV, had a bandage hanging from his neck and was standing by Huang Tianba's bedside. "Huang San, did you find out the person for me?" Huang Tianba asked coldly, his killing aura overflowing. Huang San immediately replied respectfully. "Master Ba, it's been checked out clearly. They are all freshmen at Zhonghai University. The kid who attacked us is called Qin Feng, born in a small rural village in Wutong County, Lingnan Province. It's only been 2 or 3 hours since the incident, and they've already checked out Qin Feng's identity and background." From this, it could be seen just how powerful Huang Tianba was. Hearing Huang San's report, Huang Tianba's eyes glared. "What? He's just a kid from the countryside? With his superb kung fu, doesn't he have any other special background?" Huang San continued to reply. "Master Ba, after we investigated, the information shows that this kid called Qin Feng does not have any special features. Since he was a child, we have never heard of him knowing kung fu. If we want to say something special, it's that his academic performance is okay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get into Zhonghai University." Huang Tianba snorted coldly. "Good academic performance is useless. He's just a poor college student. As long as he doesn't have a special background, it will be fine." On the side, Huang San thought about it and asked tentatively. "Master Ba, do you need me to use some special means, directly put him into prison?" Huang Tianba reigns over Zhonghai City for so many years, not only rely on the more than 1,000 brothers under his command, the background of the relationship between the parties is the key. Otherwise, with his identity, early to be screwed down. With his ability, there are really quite a few ways to send someone to jail. When Huang San said that, Huang Tianba naturally understood the implications. This kind of thing, they had done it quite a bit before.
Huang Tianba also showed a contemplative look on his face and could not help but frown. After a while, he shook his head slightly and slowly spoke. "This little bastard even dared to break my old man's hand. I must personally avenge this. Sending him to prison would be too cheap." As he said that, Huang Tianba's eyes revealed endless killing opportunities. "Yes, Master Ba." Huang San could only hurriedly nod his head in response. He knew very well that Huang Tianba was preparing to lay down a killer. Chapter 18, After 1,000 Years, Holding Hands Again. The next day, Monday. Freshmen officially started classes. When the people in English Class 5 saw Qin Feng come to class unharmed, their hearts were curious. Although last night, Zhang Yun and Fang Chang had already told them about Qin Feng's safe return. However, it was still difficult for them to imagine how exactly Qin Feng had convinced the other party not to pursue the matter even now. In the end, all of them could only guess that Zhang Yun and Fang Chang's alarm call had worked. It should have been Huang Tianba of Dynasty KTV who took into account the reason for calling the police, and that was why he let Qin Feng go. As for the real situation, none of them could imagine it. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't say anything more, so he just found a seat and sat quietly in the corner. The first teacher who came to class was the lead tutor of English Class 5, called Mulong Mei, who taught English and was a woman of about 26 or 27 years of age. Tall, with a pretty face, she was a cold and beautiful woman as her name suggests. Most importantly, she is also a returnee doctor and is still unmarried. As a result, Mulong Mei had become the dream girl in the eyes of many teachers and students at Zhonghai University. Mulong Mei in her previous life was still very good to Qin Feng. Not for anything else, it was because Qin Feng's English grades were very good. Students with good grades were often favored by their teachers. This was a normal phenomenon that had remained unchanged for ages. However, for unknown reasons, Mulong Mei in his previous life had only taught Qin Feng for one semester at Zhonghai University before resigning and leaving. Since then, he had never seen Mulong Mei again. Of course, Qin Feng didn't think too much about these issues right now. At the moment, his heart had been waiting for a time. That time was the moment when he met his first love, Ouyang Jing, in his previous life. Thinking of this, Qin Feng also revealed a smile without realizing it. As his heart was thinking of other things, Qin Feng completely failed to listen to what the teacher said during the class. After the morning class ended, Qin Feng walked towards the library with great anticipation. There, it was exactly where they first met. Coming to the corner he remembered from his previous life, Qin Feng took a book from the shelf and quietly looked at it. Time was passing by second by second. For some reason, at this moment, Qin Feng only felt that the flow of time at this time was surprisingly slow. He had only waited here for half an hour, yet it felt longer than the tens or hundreds of years he had spent in seclusion in his previous life. After another moment, a girl in a pale white dress walked into Qin Feng's eyes. Fair skin, delicate face, and a pair of big watery eyes. It was still like the memory of 1,000 years, it hadn't changed at all. A head of black long hair, was a water blue hairpin randomly clip up, ear also scattered a few scattered hair, by virtue of adding a few points of pure and vulgar atmosphere. This girl is precisely Ouyang Jing, Qin Feng carved in the heart of the first love. In fact, when he was in the immortal cultivation world in his previous life, one of the reasons why Qin Feng chose the ethereal fairy was also because the ethereal fairy looked a lot like Ouyang Jing. This reason, Qin Feng had always buried deep in his heart, and the ethereal fairy was not the least bit aware of it. At this moment, Ouyang Jing naturally did not notice Qin Feng, her eyes had been carefully searching for something on the bookshelf. It was at this moment that a hand holding a book suddenly appeared in front of her eyes. At the same time, a gentle voice entered Ouyang Jing's ears. "Classmate, are you in need of this book?" Hearing this voice, Ouyang Jing suddenly froze. But then she saw the book in front of her, English 4, and was overjoyed. She took the book and turned around to thank her in a hurry. "Thank you. Really thank you very much. How did you know I needed this book?" While speaking, Ouyang Jing was also sizing up Qin Feng in front of her. From the clothes she wore, she could tell that the boy's family was not very rich. However, the whole person appeared to be very spirited and sunny. Most of all, the other party looked at her eyes, deep and clear, without a trace of distraction. Suddenly, a strange feeling surged into Ouyang Jing's heart. Such a feeling was beyond words. At this moment, seeing Ouyang Jing's delighted look, Qin Feng only felt that the entire world was beautiful. "I feel it. Xin Feng smiled faintly, revealing a sincere smile. You talk funny, are you still a fortune-telling immortal? When she heard Qin Feng say that, Ouyang Jing was slightly stunned, then she smiled and joked. Before Qin Feng could reply, she took the initiative to extend her right hand. Hello. My name is Ouyang Jing, from the School of Management, nice to meet you. Hello. My name is Qin Feng, from the Foreign Language School. Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and gently shook the other party's small hand. After 1,000 years, he once again held the other party's hand. The feeling hadn't changed in the slightest. Xiao Jing, in this life, I will guard our love in our previous life, no one will be able to stop it. Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart and just kept staring at Ouyang Jing in front of him. Until he saw the other party's face change color, Qin Feng then realized that he was still holding her hand. Hurrying to let go of the other party's hand, Qin Feng said with slight embarrassment. Really sorry, thought of something else. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Jing couldn't help but float a scarlet red on her face. For some reason, she had previously felt an unusual aura from this boy across the street. Moreover, she also had a vague feeling that that aura seemed to be related to herself. As for whether it was an illusion, she didn't dare to be sure. By the way, you are from the College of Foreign Languages, so what is your major? Ouyang Jing hurriedly changed the topic to diffuse the embarrassment. English. Qin Feng answered truthfully. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Ouyang Jing revealed a very unbelievable expression and marveled. Oh my god, so powerful. My biggest headache is English. I'm preparing for it in advance, and I'm planning to take the English 4 exam in December this year. I've heard that it's best to pass the 4th level of English in the first year of college, and the later it gets, the harder it is. In fact, Ouyang Jing's words are not wrong. Except for English majors, the English level of many college students will plummet. That is to say, when they just went to college, I'm afraid their English level is still good. But by the time they are juniors or seniors, I'm afraid that their knowledge of English has already been returned to their teachers. If there's anything you need, I can help you. Qin Feng smiled and spoke. Okay, we'll talk about it when we need it. Ouyang Jing responded. Next, the two left their contact information with each other. Regarding Ouyang Jing's contact information, even after 1,000 years, Qin Feng naturally did not forget it. However, Ouyang Jing naturally did not know this. Somehow, although Ouyang Jing had only met Qin Feng for the first time, it felt like a friend she hadn't seen for a long time. The two of them talked casually for a few more sentences before Ouyang Jing's cell phone rang. After she answered the phone, she looked at Qin Feng with an apologetic expression and said, Qin Feng, I'm really very sorry, my roommates are rushing me, I'm leaving right now. It's fine, you go ahead. We'll meet again, won't we? Qin Feng smiled faintly and opened his mouth to reply. Yes. Then. I'll come back next time to ask you for English lessons, bye. After saying that, Ouyang Jing picked up her books and waved her hand to leave. Looking at the distant Ouyang Jing, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Chapter 19 has forgotten 2 million, the difficulty of tilting the city. With Ouyang Jing's emotional problems, Qin Feng was not in a hurry and did not want to use any special means. Only want to be like the previous life, everything starts from zero and slowly develops. Because, this is the most sincere and the happiest. When Qin Feng walked out of the library, he suddenly remembered something. Looks like someone still owes me $2 million, right? At this moment, he remembered Mo Qingcheng, that stunningly beautiful woman. In terms of looks alone, even the current Ouyang Jing was 1 point inferior to Mo Qingcheng. After all, Ouyang Jing was only a student, and appeared to be slightly green. However, even if it was a beautiful woman, there was no privilege to dare to cheat him Qin Jiuchen's money. I hope I don't have to make myself personally come to the door to pick it up. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, temporarily putting this matter aside. As for Mo Qingqing's side, the reason why she wasn't able to make up that 2 million in time. It wasn't that she was unwilling, nor was it that she wanted to hack away at that 2 million. Rather, there was an accident inside her home. After the three of them returned to the Mo family with the white jade fruit, the people of the Mo family naturally got the news first. When they heard that Mo Qingcheng wanted to give her grandfather Mo Zhongting the white jade fruit, it immediately drew opposition from the Mo family. Mo Qingcheng's second uncle Mo Jianye was the first to stop it and opened his mouth.
Great niece Qingcheng, it's fine if you're usually a bit capricious, but this matter concerns the life and death of the old master. You don't know where to pick up a broken fruit, and you're going to treat it as a cure for the old man's illness. What if something goes wrong? Can you afford it? Since the old man Mo Zhongting was in a coma, Mo Qingcheng's father Mo Jianjun was temporarily unable to return home due to some special reasons, and the second uncle Mo Jianye actually took control of the family's power. Especially the Mo family's economy, all by Mo Jianye directly in charge. It is because of this, Mo family up and down is now all for Mo Jianye look forward to. Even Mo Jianhai, who is the third son of the Mo family, doesn't dare to contradict Mo Jianye in such a situation. Third uncle, what do you say? Mo Qingcheng looked towards Mo Jianhai. Although she knew that this third uncle was usually rather cowardly, there was still a trace of expectation in Mo Qingcheng's heart. Mo Jianhai first looked at his second brother Mo Jianye, looked at the other party's icy cold eyes, sighed, turned his head to look at Mo Qingcheng and said, "Niece Qingcheng, your second uncle has a point. Not to mention whether the fruit you brought back is real or not? Even if it is real, who can guarantee that what the information says is true? This thing has never been seen before. No one can confirm its authenticity either." In the Mo family, the oldest Mo Jianjun had entered the army and was now a general. Because of some special things that made the oldest Mo Zhongting in a coma, he came back once. The second Mo Jianye was considered to be in politics, but was also involved in business. Because, nowadays, he was a mid-level leader in the Ministry of Commerce. The entire Mo family's large and small businesses were actually manipulated by him. As for the oldest three, Mo Jianhai, from a young age, he was just a playboy. He knew that he was inferior to his two older brothers, so he didn't dare to compete with them. Until now, he only had one listed company in his hands, which was worth billions of dollars. However, this was already enough for him. Mo Jianhai knew very well that if he dared to tear down his second brother Mo Jianye at this time, I'm afraid that the company under his hand would also be taken back by his second brother. There was no way he could be compared to Mo Jianye. At this time, a fashionably dressed middle-aged woman walked in from outside the door, looking about 30 to 40 years old. Hearing the crowd's conversation, she chimed in. "Qingcheng, your second and third uncles are right. You're not young anymore, find yourself a man to marry. Don't go around blindly all day. This person is Mo Qingcheng's second aunt, who is harsh and selfish. Although she has been married off for many years, she still likes to call herself a member of the Mo family. Moreover, she always intervenes in the Mo family's big and small affairs to take advantage of them. Second aunt, what we are talking about now is medicating grandpa, no need to talk about anything else." Mo Qingcheng tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart and spoke lightly. Hearing Mo Qingcheng say this, his second aunt tore her voice out and asked, "Use medicine? With what medicine? Is it those messy medicines? Or which Jianghu magician's medicine?" In fact, she had also heard clearly the discussion of their crowd before. The fact that she asked this was actually intentional. Because she knew very well that most of the people here would not support Mo Qingcheng. There would definitely be someone who would pick up her words and then embarrass Mo Qingcheng. As expected, just after she asked this, Mo Qingcheng's second aunt jumped out in a hurry and said, "Which is what kind of medicine?" That is completely unknown, as Qingcheng niece do not know where to pick up a broken fruit just. Even the medicine of a charlatan is not comparable to it. She said this is poisonous enough, directly to Mo Qingcheng brought back the white jade fruit is worthless. Due to her husband Mo Jianye's support, nowadays she has absolute power over the family's finances. Therefore, Mo Qingcheng's second aunt simply do not have to give Mo Qingcheng any good face. Mo Qingcheng's second aunt took the opportunity to exclaim loudly, Qingcheng, why are you so unintelligent? You do this as ready to want to kill the old master? You have been spoiled by the old master since you were a child, but I never thought that you would be so unfilial now. You haven't even married yet, and you're thinking like this. What if you do get married in the future? I'm afraid that by that time, they would not even recognize themselves as a member of the Mo family. This series of words could be said to have scolded Mo Qingcheng explicitly and implicitly. At this time, before Mo Qingcheng could reply, the nearby Mo Qingcheng could no longer hold back and roared. Enough! So many of you actually joined together to bully your sister. Do you guys know that? For the sake of Grandpa's illness, my sister even abandoned her studies, and even gave up the company she worked so hard to create. Now, it was with great difficulty that she was able to find a ray of hope in the form of an elixir, and you guys are still slandering her like this? Do you still deserve to be an elder? Although Mo Ching Chen was a playboy, he had great respect for his sister Mo Ching Cheng. Since their mother died shortly after giving birth to Mo Ching Chen. Mo Ching Chen was brought up by Mo Ching Cheng. Elder sister is like a mother, this is really true. It could be said that in the family, other than the old man Mo Zhongting, Mo Ching Chen only listened to Mo Ching Cheng alone. Even if it was his father Mo Jianjun's words, Mo Ching Chen sometimes turned a deaf ear. Therefore, he absolutely could not see his sister being bullied. When his second aunt saw this, she was also enraged and was sarcastic regardless. Ouch! Our Mo family's youngest master has grown a temper. Don't forget, who raised you? If there is no Mo family, you are nothing, just a riceworm. Think about it. Since you were a kid, you've been nothing but a loser. Have you ever made a single contribution to the Mo family? Although her words were said to be deliberately mocking Mo Ching Chen, what she said was basically the truth. In the past, Mo Ching Chen basically did everything except for not doing good things. In addition to not wanting a face, he basically wanted everything else. He was a standardized playboy rich second-generation loser. Hearing his second aunt ridicule him like this, Mo Ching Chen couldn't hold back, and when he was ready to directly open his mouth to curse back, Mo Jianya opened his mouth in a stern voice. Okay. This is the Mo family lobby, not a food market. The issue of medication for the old man, put it on hold, wait for Big Brother to come back to see his opinion. After saying that, Mo Jianya turned around and left. Naturally, Mo Ching Chen wanted to give the old man Mo Zhongting's idea of medication was also aborted. She had been worrying about her grandfather in her heart, and that anxiety caused her to temporarily forget about the $2 million she owed Qin Feng. Naturally, she didn't know that Qin Feng would suddenly remember this matter half a month later. By dragging this out, half a month had passed directly. Because at this time, Mo Ching Cheng's father, Mo Jianjun, finally returned to the Mo family after his special mission. Chapter 20, Father-Daughter Gap, Spiritual Medicine Ineffective. Mo Jianjun walked into the Mo family wearing a straight military uniform with a star on his shoulder. This meant that he was a major general. His age looked to be in his 40s, almost 1 meter 8 tall, and his entire body looked very spiritual. At his age, the fact that his rank was able to reach such a level, in addition to the Mo family's connections, was also closely related to his own abilities. Due to his military background, Mo Jianjun was always capable and strong. Even when Mo Jianye, who was in charge of the family's power, met him, he had to back off 3 times. This is also why before Mo Jianye would say that line about waiting for his big brother to come back to see his opinion. It wasn't that Mo Jianye really respected his big brother very much, it was actually just some scruples. Dad, you finally came back? Mo Ching Cheng stood in front of her grandfather's private sanatorium and looked up to see her father, overjoyed. Because, this also meant that as long as he convinced her dad, he could give medicine to her grandfather Mo Zhongting. Ever since Mo Ching Cheng's mother died, her father had put almost all of his energy into the military. This was also a reason why he was promoted so quickly. Perhaps because of this, their father-daughter relationship was not too close. After all, sometimes they didn't see each other even a few times a year. Humph. Mo Jianjun snorted coldly, his face was grim, clearly dissatisfied with his daughter as he opened his mouth. If I don't come back, you still don't know how to fool around? I told you a long time ago, that kind of untested things cannot be trusted. What's more, for your grandfather's illness, I've enlisted the help of my old friends in the team, and there's still nothing I can do. Therefore, Ching Cheng, I'm warning you once again, stop fooling around. As soon as Mo Ching Cheng heard this, he knew that someone in the family had told her father in advance about what had happened earlier, definitely adding to it. Otherwise, even if his father was displeased, he would not have said such a thing. However, even if that was the case, Mo Ching Cheng was disappointed in her father for having such an attitude. After all, after he came back, he did not ask Mo Ching Cheng anything at all and made a decision like this. Originally, Mo Ching Cheng did not want to care about her father, but for the sake of her grandfather, she still patiently explained. Dad, I know very well in my heart what I am doing. After Grandpa got sick, you just brought back a person, just saw him once, how can you conclude that Grandpa is hopeless? You.
When Emo Janjun heard this, his eyes glared, his face went white for a while, and he raised his palm to give his daughter a slap. But looking at his daughter's stubborn and haggard look, the palm of his hand was slowly put down. He knew in his heart that he was not really qualified to say anything about his daughter. Emo Qingqing's siblings were basically brought up by their grandfather, Emo Zhongting, from childhood to adulthood. Mo Jianjun was so focused on his work that he didn't care about his children's growth and didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Therefore, he owes them a lot. Thinking of this, Mo Jianjun sighed deeply. Alright, Qingchang, I will allow you to be capricious once more. But you have to be clear, although your grandfather is just a living dead man now, as long as he is still around, our Mo family will not fall. In case something goes wrong with your grandfather at this point in time, although our Mo family can't talk about any danger, we can't talk about this prosperity now. Therefore, I can promise you to give medicine to the old man. However, you must reconsider your relationship with Chu Zhongqi of the Chu family. I heard that Chu Zhongqi is about to go south for your matter. I want you not to be capricious and break the appointment this time, you must try to get along. Although Mo Jianjun promised Mo Qingchang, he took the opportunity to make a request. Chu Zhongqi is the first of the 3 generations of the Yinjing Chu family, the pride of heaven, and much praise. The Chu family, on the other hand, was one of the 4 great families of Yinjing. One could say so, to a certain extent, it could even be considered one of the 4 great families of China. The strength was so strong that even today's Mo family could not be compared to it. Mo Jianjun did this naturally because he wanted to consolidate the Mo family through marriage. Although he was a general, his status and reputation was still not enough to compare to old master Mo Zhongting. In case Mo Zhongting passed away, if he wanted to continue the splendor of the Mo family, he would need to have outside help. And Chu Zhongqi of the Chu family was a good candidate in Mo Jianjun's mind. Hearing her father say this, Mo Qingqing's heart was instantly surprised, followed by sadness, and finally on the verge of despair. She really did not expect that her father would actually threaten his daughter with this matter at this time. Was this still considered to be her own father? Mo Qingqing couldn't help but cry out in her heart. But for the sake of her grandfather's illness, after a moment of silence, she lifted up those empty eyes and gently nodded her head, uttering one word. Good. With that, she turned around and left. That back is so lonely, desolate. After that, with Mo Jianjun's support, the rest of the Mo family didn't dare to oppose at all. Including the Mo family's second aunt who had screamed the most before was also silent at this time. Mo Qingqing finally boiled the white jade fruit into juice for Mo Zhongting to take. However, there was no change in the result. 3 days passed. Elder Mo Zhongting still looked like a living dead man. Seeing this scene, Mo Qingqing's second aunt had a mocking look on her face and said in a strange voice. Ouch! It's really a divine medicine. After 3 days there is still no reaction. It can't be a random rotten fruit picked up at the fruit market, right? Mo Jianya just laughed coldly on the side, then turned away, said nothing. He knows very well that at this time, there is no need to say anything else. After that, the Mo family's second aunt, the second aunt, and the others all left. Qingchang, your capriciousness should also be enough. It's better to stay at home and prepare to receive Chu Zhongqi from Yanjing. Mo Jianjun opened his mouth to say 2 sentences with a disappointed face and also turned to leave. Only Mo Qingchang and Mo Qingchen's siblings remained in the entire room. How is it possible? How is it possible? Why is the Qingshan spirit jade fruit ineffective? Mo Qingcheng paralyzed head first on the edge of the bed, his mouth muttering and repeating. Sister, don't be like this. It's not your fault at all, you've done your best. Seeing this, Mo Qingchen was heartbroken and squatted down to comfort. Moreover, I suspect that this fruit isn't the clear god spirit jade fruit at all. Last time, that kid called Qin Feng did not say, this fruit is called what, white jade fruit? So, it is very likely that we are looking for the wrong one. At this time, Mo Qingchen was still quite lucid and knew how to comfort his sister. When Mo Qingcheng heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Mo Qingchen, her eyes lit up. Seeing this expression on his sister, Mo Qingchen was stunned and looked down at himself, puzzled. Sister, what's wrong with you? Did I say something wrong? Qingchen, we still owe him 2 million. I can't believe I forgot about this. This is a full half a month in the past. Mo Qingcheng slapped his head.
Hearing her sister mention this, Mo Qingchen immediately turned slightly angry. Sister, why are you still thinking about this? This broken fruit is not useful at all. How can it be worth $5 million? If you ask me, when we have the chance, we need to get back the $3 million that he screwed us with. Seeing his brother's look, Mo Qingchen glared at him. Qingchen, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Qin is definitely not someone you can mess with. Moreover, the fact that he was able to recognize the fruit and speak of its effects shows that he knows a lot about such a spiritual medicine. Perhaps. Maybe I should find him to try it out. Speaking at the end, Mo Qingchen's eyes couldn't help but light up. Sis, don't be silly. That kid is clearly lying to us. Mo Qingchen directly retorted. Mo Qingchen didn't even listen and directly stood up. Mo Qingchen stopped her and opened her mouth to ask, Sister, what are you going to do? Going to find him. Mo Qingchen replied dryly. Seeing this, Mo Qingchen shook her sister's shoulders with both hands. Sister, wake up a bit, he is just a little kid, what do you know? Mo Qingchen looked at her brother and faintly said. No matter what, I still owe him $2 million. Now it seems that I don't have the money to pay him back. So, for this matter, I have to make a trip myself. Chapter 21, Past Life Love Enemies, Can't Get Into the Eye. Zhonghai University. Since their first meeting, Qin Feng and Ouyang Jing's relationship was getting better and better. After a few meetings, the two were considered close friends even though they hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. The two met each time by assisting Ouyang Jing's English. At the indoor basketball court of Zhonghai University, several students were playing fiercely here. Among them, a student with a height of almost 1 meter 8 stood out the most. In addition to his good looks, the basketball was going around in his hands without any stagnation at all. The technique was very good. Then, a rising layup. Dang! 3 points. Immediately, a chorus of praise rang out from the boys. Bin brother mighty. Brother Bin, good ability. This handsome college student called Wang Shuabin, now in his third year of college, is the president of the student union of Zhonghai University. In addition, he is also the son of the richest man in China Sea, Wang Jihai. In Zhonghai University, Wang Shuabin is a hot figure in the world. He has a lot of lapdogs and a lot of pretty girls. It was precisely for this reason that his power in Zhonghai University could simply be described as terrifying. At this time, a big tall man of about 1 meter 8 or so ran in, and after seeing Wang Shuabin, he called out. Brother Bin, I found out that there is a kid who is very close to sister-in-law Ouyang these days. Hearing this, Wang Shuabin threw the basketball in his hand. Bang! It hit again. The other few people also turned around and looked at the big tall man. They all knew that the Ouyang sister-in-law in the other's words was referring to Ouyang Jing. Wang Shuabin picked up a towel from a student next to him and wiped his head while faintly opening his mouth to ask. Zhang Chao, what's the situation? The big tall man who ran here was called Zhang Chao, one of Wang Shuabin's die-hard dog legs. Zhang Chao slowed down before continuing. Brother Bin, in the past few days I found out that Mrs. Ouyang and a freshman boy were very close. At first I thought they were just ordinary classmates. But in the last 2 days, I've often seen them together in pairs. It's not normal at first sight. That's why I've come to report it to you. Oh, really? A freshman, what's the story? Tell me. Wang Shuabin, eyes indifferent, casually took a bottle of water, took a sip and continued to ask. After my investigation, that kid is called Qin Feng, a freshman in the College of Foreign Languages. Born in Lingnan Province, Wutong County, a small village. There is no special background. Zhang Chao didn't delay and said all the information he had gotten. Hearing this information, those students around him laughed in disdain. After all, a wild boy from the countryside wouldn't even be able to catch their eyes. The same was true for Wang Shuabin. After he heard this information, he lost most of his interest in Qin Feng. He had known Ouyang Jing since she was a child and naturally knew very well what kind of requirements Ouyang Jing's family had for her. A boy from the countryside, no matter how good his academic performance was, it was absolutely impossible for the Ouyang family to recognize him. In order not to discourage the enthusiasm of the horseman under his hand, Wang Shuabin raised his head to look at Zhang Chao and said lightly. Zhang Chao, I know about this matter. Regarding that kid called Qin Feng, you will keep an eye on him. As long as he doesn't do anything out of the ordinary, don't worry about him. Of course, you can still warn him when necessary and tell him to stay away from Ouyang Jing. After saying that, he called those other students to play basketball together. As for Zhang Chao, he naturally led the way. Xin Feng and Ouyang Jing walked out of the library jointly, the two of them talking and laughing. Xin Feng, I realized that your English is really good. It feels like it's even better than what my English teacher taught me. Ouyang Jing was like a little fangirl, her eyes glittering as she stared at Xin Feng next to her. It's okay, I usually read more, that's all. Xin Feng smiled back. In fact, he was really being modest with this statement. His current level of English was indeed much higher than any average English teacher. Compared to him in his previous life, he didn't even know how much higher it was. All of this was naturally due to the fact that he had restarted his immortal cultivation. Although he now said that he was only at the qi refining stage, he was still considered a primary immortal cultivator. His head's ability to absorb knowledge was naturally not comparable to that of a mortal. It could be said that he could understand these ordinary knowledge as soon as he read it, and could learn it as soon as he learned it. In order to be able to tutor Ouyang Jing in English, he had also purposely taken a day to learn a great deal of knowledge. His previous solid English foundation, coupled with the fact that he was now learning English with Ouyang Jing every day, it was not at all uncommon for his English level to gain a sudden improvement. Cut. I've just complimented you, and you're gasping for air. Ouyang Jing glanced at her mouth, her little daughter's gesture was obvious. Immediately afterward, she looked at the time on her hand again and spoke. Xin Feng, let's call it a day, the time I agreed with my girlfriends is up. I'll be in touch again tomorrow. Bye. After saying that, she revealed a charming smile and waved her hand to leave. Okay, go on now. Xin Feng also smiled and waved his hand. Not long after Ouyang Jing had just left, Xin Feng's cell phone rang. He picked it up and a pleasant female voice came from it. Mr. Qin, I'm Mo Qingcheng, I've arrived at Zhenghai University now, I wonder if I should make an appointment to meet somewhere? Oh, the debtor is here. Xin Feng smiled faintly. He had remembered this matter 2 days ago. However, he had been accompanying Ouyang Jing for the past few days, so he temporarily put this matter aside. Okay. Just wait for me at the south gate of Zhenghai University, I'll be there soon. After saying that, Xin Feng hung up the phone and walked towards the south gate, which was the closest to here. It was only 200 to 300 meters away, very close. When Xin Feng arrived at the south gate of Zhenghai University, Mo Qingcheng had not yet arrived. It was thought that she should not have been in the neighborhood before. Xin Feng wasn't in a hurry and just waited. But right at this moment, 3 tall-sized students walked towards Xin Feng. The one leading in the center was none other than Zhang Chao, one of Wang Shuabin's loyal lapdogs. Regarding Zhang Chao, Xin Feng naturally recognized him. In his previous life, he didn't know how many times he had been warned by Zhang Chao both explicitly and implicitly. It could be said that if Wang Shuabin was the leading man behind the scenes, then Zhang Chao was the pawn. Seeing his enemy from his previous life, Xin Feng's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed faintly. The reason why Zhang Chao came here was because he heard the report from the junior brother arranged below that he saw Xin Feng and Ouyang Jing exiting the library together. That was why he hurriedly rushed here. Before, he had only been keeping an eye on Xin Feng. But now, Zhang Chao felt that it was time to warn that country boy Xin Feng. Seeing the 3 of them coming towards him aggressively, Xin Feng didn't see any sign of panic and just looked calmly like that. When the 2 sides were 2 or 3 meters away, Zhang Chao and the 3 men stopped and stared at Xin Feng with an unkind face. Xin Feng just looked at the other 3 people lightly, not saying a word. After more than 10 seconds of confrontation, it was Zhang Chao who took the lead in breaking the silence. Kid, your name is Xin Feng, right? I'm warning you, stay away from Ouyang Jing. Looking at the arrogant Zhang Chao, Xin Feng smiled faintly and replied. Oh? On what grounds? Chapter 22, Evil Young Man Ridicule, Beautiful Woman Respectfully Invited. The confrontation between the 2 sides outside the school entrance soon attracted some students who came in and out to watch. When he heard Xin Feng say the words on what grounds, Zhang Chao was also flabbergasted. He really couldn't imagine that this weakling in front of him who was dressed like a bandit actually dared to talk to him like this. Couldn't the other party see that there were 3 people on his side? Seeing Xin Feng's bland attitude, Zhang Chao's heart was even more upset and he directly said sarcastically. What's the reason?
just because you are not qualified. You're a country bumpkin from the countryside, and your clothes don't add up to more than $200, so you still have the nerve to ask what's the reason. Zhang Chao circled around Qin Feng, looked up and down, and continued. Kid, let me tell you, Ouyang Jing was born into a rich family, not a poor kid like you can think about. Look at yourself this frustrated, dressed like a migrant worker, but also told want to eat swan meat. You don't have to pee. Before Zhang Chao could finish his words, he only heard a soft sound. Splat. Zhang Chao's face then received a slap, and the whole person flew out unprepared. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Your mouth stinks, I'll clean it up for you, no need to thank me. Qin Feng rubbed his right hand and spoke indifferently. This sudden change in the scene stunned the surrounding students who were watching. The seemingly weaker party actually dared to take the lead? Moreover, striking out and hitting the face. There was not the slightest bit of mercy. With this sudden change in scene, not to mention the surrounding students who were watching the show, even the two people who came with Zhang Chao were frozen on the spot. Zhang Chao, who had fallen to the ground, covered his left face, sat sideways and roared viciously. Bastard, you seek death. What are you waiting for? Give me to beat him to death. Hearing this, those two people then reacted. Oh. Good. The two men looked at each other, then they rolled up their sleeves and lunged at Qin Feng. Snap. Snap. With two soft sounds in succession, the two men who lunged over were also slapped to the ground by Qin Feng just like Zhang Chao before. Qin Feng, on the other hand, had been standing in the same place since the beginning, not moving a single step. Seeing that Qin Feng had resolved the three people so easily, the surrounding onlookers had been dumbfounded. A student who looked so skinny actually slapped three students who were much stronger than him to the ground with a few slaps as if they were mosquitoes. Seeing the speed of this kid's strikes, he must have practiced. Indeed is practiced, and Kung Fu is not shallow. Isn't that Zhang Chao next to Wang Shuabin? I did not expect him to kick the iron plate this time. Zhang Chao is good to deal with, but behind him Wang Shuabin is not so simple. This kid hit Zhang Chao, which has also indirectly hit the face of Wang Shuabin. I'm afraid that his future in the days of the University of China Sea cannot be good. Said also is. With Wang Shuabin's power in Shanghai University, it can be regarded as a hand in the sky. Want to embarrass a student? This is simply not too simple. Isn't that just right? We also happen to be able to watch the drama. Aha, right. The surrounding students who were onlookers were murmuring. Regarding these, Qin Feng didn't care in the slightest. At this time, he was smiling and looking at Zhang Chao, who was lying on the ground, and said indifferently. What did you say before? Tell me to stay away from Ouyang Jing, are you worthy? Zhang Chao covered his half-swollen face, still holding back the sneer and said. You don't want to be too rampant. You are always just a poor boy from the countryside, with you also worthy of Ouyang Jing? Here after all, the entrance to the school, and there are so many students watching, he bet that Qin Feng did not dare to mess around. The fact is indeed so. In so many people watching, Qin Feng is really not good to hit hard. In this regard, Qin Feng was not much disappointed. After all, for the enemies from his previous life, he didn't want to settle them all at once, but wanted to play slowly. He wanted to make his enemies regret what they had done even after they went to hell. Buzz. Right at this moment, a low engine sound broke the eerie atmosphere of the scene. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only to see a red sedan slowly slowing down and stopping at the entrance of the school. Oh my god! Isn't this a Maserati? Indeed, this model I also recognize, Maserati Gran Cabrio. The price can be in more than 300 million it. I go, this kind of luxury car even in Shanghai University is also the first time to see a. The surrounding students were all talking in low voices. Then, the car stopped. From inside came down a beautiful woman with a beautiful face. Her hair was coiled up high, her appearance was cool, her breasts were perky, her body was tall, and she was charismatic between every step. This was precisely Mo Qincheng who had called earlier. Due to the fact that the crowd was surrounding Qin Feng's several people at the moment. Thus, Mo Qincheng saw Qin Feng at the first moment. She didn't care about the gazes around her and slowly walked towards Qin Feng. As she approached, the onlookers couldn't help but make a path for her. It wasn't until Mo Qincheng walked 2 meters in front of Qin Feng that she stopped. At this time, those people beside her were curious as to who this character beauty really was. And what was she doing here at Zhenghai University? But the next scene instantly stunned the jaws of those watching the crowd. Because, after Mo Qingcheng stopped, she then bowed deeply to Qin Feng. And also opened her mouth. Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry for my breach of trust. This time, I've come here specifically to apologize to you. Please also move over and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. After saying that, Mo Qingcheng bent her body and made a gesture of respectful invitation. Jing. The scene that had just been whispering was suddenly plunged into silence. And at this moment, Zhang Chao, who was lying on the ground, his eyes were almost glaring out, with an unbelievable face. He had been looking down on the poor countryside boy before, but now he was actually treated so respectfully by a beautiful woman. From this beauty's luxury car, it could also be seen that she was definitely either rich or noble. However, the more this happened, the more Zhang Chao wondered, what made Qin Feng get such respect from that beauty? Was the information from his previous investigation wrong? Or is this world changing too fast? At this point, Zhang Chao was completely in disbelief. Qin Feng just coldly glanced at Zhang Chao's trio and slowly uttered a sentence from his mouth. Let's go then. Then, he walked towards the Maserati without looking back. The surrounding students who were onlookers even made the passageway even more open all of a sudden. All of them were staring with curious faces at Qin Feng, who walked past them. It wasn't until Qin Feng got into the car and left in a cloud of dust. Only then did those people react and were again talking. Who the hell is that kid? Look at his posture, it can't be the son of some hidden great family, right? The son of a great family? It doesn't look like which family's son would wear all the stall goods? Yes, this is really strange. Zhang Chao also reacted to the noise of the crowd and hurriedly called on his two brothers. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Rush back to report this matter to Brother Bin. Chapter 23, Luxury Cars to Cover Debts, Beautiful Women to Beg. Rongjiang Restaurant. This is a good quality star restaurant in Zhenghai City. Inside a private room, Qin Feng, Mo Qingcheng, and Mo Qingchen were sitting together. Mo Qingcheng was the first to speak. Mr. Qin, I came here this time to specially apologize to you. Because of some changes in the family, the $2 million owed to you was not paid in time. Hearing this, Qin Feng didn't say anything at all, still listening quietly. It seemed that it was not his $2 million at all. Seeing that Qin Feng did not say anything, Mo Qingcheng continued. However, you can rest assured. We definitely won't renege on your $2 million. Although I don't have $2 million in cash right now, the car we drove here today is 9 layers of new, so I hope it can offset that $2 million. I wonder what Mr. Qin thinks. What? Hearing this, Mo Qingchen, who was sitting on the side, exclaimed in shock. Sister, that's my favorite car. How can? Before he could finish his words, he was glared back by Mo Qingcheng, who was sitting next to him. At this time, Qin Feng raised his eyes to look at Mo Qingcheng and faintly opened his mouth to ask. Are you talking about that Maserati? Yes. Mo Qingcheng nodded her head. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng suddenly inclined his head to look at Mo Qingcheng and asked with a smile. That's your car, are you willing to give it to me? Seeing this smile of Qin Feng, somehow, Mo Qingchen really had an urge to rush up and beat him up. However, he also knew very well that if he really did so, then the person who would be beaten up would be himself. At this moment, he wanted to answer, no. However, glancing at the pleading eyes of his sister next to him, Mo Qingchen swallowed his throat and reluctantly nodded his head to answer. Of course I am willing. After all, we owe you money. And what he thought in his heart was, if not for the sake of his sister, not to mention 2 million, before the 3 million also have to give me spit out. Hearing this reply, Qin Feng laughed softly. Oh, good. Although I know that in your heart, you are definitely unwilling to do so. But it's not bad to hear you say this. Then, Mr. Qin, you agree? Mo Qingcheng then asked tentatively. I would like to agree. Unfortunately, I only turned 18 this year, and I haven't learned a license at all, and I don't know how to drive. Qin Feng spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. Hearing this, a flash of disappointment flashed across Mo Qingcheng's eyes. This was because she really didn't have $2 million to pay off Qin Feng's debt right now.
If she didn't settle the matter of the $2 million first, she simply wouldn't be able to open her mouth to request Qin Feng's help in treating her grandfather's illness. But before she could speak, Qin Feng continued. Although you owe me $2 million, I'm not in a hurry to use it. It's good that you specifically came to me this time to explain the reason. Therefore, you can owe this $2 million for now, and I'll give you a 1-year deadline. Saying this, Qin Feng raised a finger. Seeing this, Mo Qingcheng was overjoyed. She really could not have imagined that Qin Feng would be so good at talking. After all, the last time they met, Qin Feng had left her with the impression that he was tough and cold, half-hearted. Mo Qingcheng then got up and made another deep bow. Mr. Qin, thank you very much. There's no need to be so polite, I don't like this. Qin Feng waved his hand and picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. After Mo Qingcheng sat down again, she thought about it and still tried to speak. In fact, this time I came here, in addition to apologizing, I also want to ask Mr. Qin for a favor. As she said this, her eyes had been focusing on Qin Feng's face. After all, the $2 million from before, in the end, she was considered to have broken her trust. Qin Feng had already been very lenient by not pursuing the matter. Now, she took the opportunity to make a request, which would likely offend the other party even more. That was why Mo Qingcheng was so careful. Hearing Mo Qingcheng's words, Qin Feng slowly put down the teacup in his hand and slowly said, Miss Mo, are you treating me as a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering? The speed of his speech was slow and his tone was light. However, the coldness in these words the two people at the scene were completely able to hear. It was still a cool and hot September day, it was as if it had all of a sudden arrived in a cold winter month. Mr. Qin. Qin, don't misunderstand. I absolutely do not have this meaning. Mo Qingcheng quickly stood up to explain. I am grateful that you were able to hold your hand high for the $2 million matter before. However, the difficult matter I am currently encountering is related to my grandfather's life and death, yet I cannot turn a blind eye to it. I saw that you went into the mountains alone last time to collect medicines, and you seem to be quite knowledgeable about medicinal herbs and pharmacology, so that's why I'm asking for your help. However, don't worry, I will never ask for your help with such empty words. Regardless of whether the matter is successful or not, I will pay you an additional $1 million. Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng beside him was in a big hurry. Sister, you. Unexpectedly, before his words could be uttered, he was interrupted by his sister Mo Qingcheng raising her hand. Mr. Qin, as long as you are willing to help with this favor, I will definitely pay you $3 million within a year. After hearing this, Qin Feng inclined his head to look at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him with a good look. Regardless of whether it's successful or not, you'll pay me $1 million. It seems like your Mo family is indeed rich and generous. However, Ms. Mo, are you so sure that my help is worth $1 million? Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Mo Qingcheng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with a smile. Mr. Qin, you are joking. Uncle Zhong once said that you are at least a late-stage inner-strength martial artist. A favor from this kind of expert is definitely worth $1 million. Speaking of which, I've still earned it. Moreover, if you really have a way to do me a favor, our Mo family will owe you a big favor. Mo Qingcheng's last sentence said that the Mo family owed a favor, not herself. She knew very well that once her grandfather woke up, he would definitely agree with this decision as well. That was why she had taken such an unauthorized promise. Just like Mo Qingcheng said, even Qin Feng wasn't able to do this favor. It was just a matter of spending $1 million. This little bit of money wasn't a big amount for her. However, she could take the opportunity to make friends with a great expert like Qin Feng, so why not? Qin Feng turned the teacup in his hand, looked at Mo Qingcheng and said with a light smile. Miss Mo, you are quite honest and have not lied to each other. Since I've come to eat your meal today, you might as well talk about your business. Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng was overjoyed in her heart. Obviously, this attitude of Qin Feng had already shown that he did not resent what had happened before. Thus, Mo Qingcheng next told all about her grandfather's matter. Chapter 24 Qingcheng blames herself, Immortal Emperor's promise. Originally, Mo Qingcheng's grandfather, Mo Zhongting, suddenly fell into a coma a year ago, and so far the cause of his illness has not been found out. During that time, the people of Mo's family took Mo Zhongting and ran through many internationally renowned big hospitals.
Even Mo Jianjun used his own connections at the national level to invite a high-ranking person from a special department of the army to treat Mo Zhongting. Unfortunately, there was no result. Mo Zhongting is still lying on the bed like a dead man, and has not seen any sign of improvement. After listening to Mo Qingqing's narration, Qin Feng raised his eyes and faintly asked, "What did you do with that white jade fruit last time?" "White jade fruit? Mr. Qin, you are talking about the clear god spirit jade fruit, right?" Mo Qingqiang was slightly stunned, but still answered truthfully. "I boiled it into juice and gave it to Grandpa, but unfortunately it still has no effect." "Boiled into juice, then how did you boil it?" Qin Feng's face revealed an odd look. Mo Qingqiang, who was on the opposite side, also heard that Qin Feng must have a deeper meaning when he asked this question, so she said it out in its original form. "It was like boiling Chinese medicine. I slowly boiled it over a low flame for a few hours before I gave the last of the soup to Grandpa." Hearing this answer, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and shook his head, saying, "It would be really strange if any soup medicine you boiled like this would be effective." "Mr. Qin, what you mean by this is that fruit can't be boiled into a soup medicine like this?" Mo Qingqiang was very smart and naturally heard the meaning of this. In response, Qin Feng did not have the intention to hide it, so he continued to explain. "Naturally. The efficacy of the white jade fruit basically exists in the fruit liquid. If you boil it slowly for a few hours over a low flame like this, you would have boiled away all of its medicinal properties long ago. Naturally, there is not a little effect. White jade fruit, eating it raw is very effective. Of course, using a special method to refine it into a potion, the effect is even better. But that kind of special method, ordinary people cannot do. It might be like what you did before, losing all the medicinal properties of the white jade fruit." In fact, Qin Feng could completely understand Mo Qingqing's approach. After all, she was not an immortal cultivator and had no contact with the treatment of such herbs. In their common sense, they still used this herb as if it was an ordinary Chinese medicine, so naturally, it was an empty blessing. After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Mo Qingqing secretly repented. "It's all my fault." She slapped her head and blamed herself greatly. "Sis, how can I blame you for this? You simply didn't know about these things." Seeing this, Mo Qingqiang, who was next to her, hurriedly spoke out to comfort her. He was the one who couldn't see his sister sad and in pain the most. Mo Qingqing's remorse at the moment was genuine. When she had bought the white jade fruit from Qin Feng, she could already tell that Qin Feng had very extraordinary attainments in spiritual medicine. However, at that time, she had forgotten to ask Qin Feng for advice on how to properly use the spiritual medicine. Therefore, looking back on all this now, it really made Mo Qingqing's heart ache. Fortunately, Mo Qingqiang was also someone who had experienced great storms, and within a while, she regrouped her mood and looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Mr. Qin, I don't know if you still have this white jade fruit on hand? I am willing to offer $5 million to purchase it." Looking at the other side of the beautiful face on the eager expectation, Qin Feng slowly shook his head. "White jade fruit, that is different from ordinary medicinal herbs, not one can get. Moreover, it is unknown what disease your grandfather is suffering from. Even if you use the white jade fruit, it may not necessarily be effective." After saying that, Qin Feng slowed down and still spoke. "When there's time, it's better for me to personally go and take a look." In fact, this sentence, he was originally unwilling to say. After all, he wasn't the goddess of mercy who saved the suffering. However, from Mo Qingqing's face, Qin Feng could always see the shadow of a person from his previous life. That person, Qin Feng owed her a lot. In the end, he even died for him. Therefore, Qin Feng chose to help after thinking about it for a long time. These things, no matter how smart Mo Qingqing was, she still didn't know. As soon as she heard Qin Feng say this, her heart was overjoyed and she hurriedly got up to thank him. "Mr. Qin, thank you. I wonder when you have time. I can also pick you up in advance. The day after tomorrow, it happens to be Saturday, I have time." Qin Feng thought about it and replied with a sentence. On the other hand, after Zhang Chao went back, he told Wang Shuabin everything that happened at the school gate. As for Wang Shuabin, he didn't dare to add to the story, saying one thing and saying another. After listening to Zhang Chao's words, Wang Shuabin rubbed his hands and said faintly, "Listening to you, that kid's kung fu was good and can easily defeat the three of you. In addition, there's a beautiful woman driving a Maserati who has a lot of respect for him. Would such a person be just an ordinary student from the countryside?
In the last sentence, his eyes looked towards Zhang Chao, his reproachful intentions showing through.
Brother Bin, I don't know what's going on either. But, according to my investigation, that's just the way it is.
Zhang Chao shrunk slightly, his heart was also apprehensive.
Then you go and check for me again, check carefully. Wang Shuabin glanced at him and said faintly. Yes, I'll go right away. Zhang Chao answered and went. Only after Zhang Chao left, did Wang Shuabin's calm face wrinkle slightly as he muttered. Qin Feng, no matter what kind of character you came out from where. If you dare to covet Ouyang Jing, I will make you regret coming to this world.
Towards the end, a flash of killing intent flashed across his eyes. After separating from the Mo family siblings, Qin Feng returned to school as usual.
He attended classes and went on dates.
It didn't affect him in the slightest. After classes on Friday, Qin Feng returned to the small courtyard where he lived and saw Suing tending to the flowers and plants in the flower garden. Seeing Qin Feng walk in, Suing was slightly embarrassed. After all, this was only the second time they had met since their last meeting. In order to diffuse the atmosphere, she hurriedly put down the kettle in her hand and said with a smile. Today I got off work early and bought some vegetables. After I'm done, let's eat together. It's also considered a neighborly acquaintance. When Qin Feng heard this, he was slightly stunned. To be honest, he had always eaten in the cafeteria and was indeed a bit tired of eating. After all, the big pot of rice was really hard to eat. Unexpectedly, there was someone treating him today, and of course he wouldn't refuse to such a good thing, and replied with a smile.
Good, then thanks a lot. It's just as well that I don't have to run out again for food at night.
Not long after, Suing knocked on Qin Feng's room door. In the hall on the second floor, a table of sumptuous dishes had already been prepared. The taste of the food was very good, and it was completely incomparable to the cauldron rice in the cafeteria.
It's really delicious, thank you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just say so.
After eating, Qin Feng also smiled and promised a sentence.
Good, I won't be polite when the time comes.
Suing replied half-jokingly and didn't take Qin Feng's words to heart. What she didn't know was that in her previous life, she didn't know how many powerful immortal cultivators with their supreme treasures had tried to beg the Immortal Emperor of the Nine Dusts for a single word, but simply couldn't get it. Now, just by relying on a single meal, she had received Qin Feng's personal promise. It was true that Suing did not know what this promise meant right now, but she would deeply understand how valuable it was afterward.
Chapter 25, Zhangzhou Mo Family, 3 Divine Physicians.
The next day, early in the morning, Qin Feng got on the Mo family siblings Masala Emperor and left Zhanghai.
The Mo family, in terms of the entire country of China, was considered to be a first-class powerful family. Especially in the provinces of Jiangnan, the Mo family's position was significant. However, the Mo family's home base is not in a provincial capital like Zhanghai City, but in the slightly remote Jiangzhou. The name of the Mo family in Jiangzhou, the southern provinces of China, also came from this.
2 hours later, the car entered Jiangzhou City, and the car drove along a lakeside highway, all the way forward. During this period, Mo Qingcheng also introduced Qin Feng to the surroundings from time to time. For example, it made a point to talk about this beautiful scenery called Bright Moon Lake next to it. Finally, the car stopped in front of a slice of green brick and green tile compound. The three of them got out of the car. Qin Feng looked around and realized that the concentration of aura here was quite a bit higher compared to other places. Of course, it was still far from being able to compare to the concentration of aura inside Dongjing Mountain. Mr. Qin, this is the Mo family, please come inside. Mo Qingcheng made a gesture of respectful invitation. The entire Mo family compound was filled with a simple and ancient atmosphere, as if it was outside of the modernized city. It really had a different flavor. Walking on the quiet pathway, occasionally an old man and white-clothed nurse who smelled extremely of medicine would pass by the three of them. When they saw the Mo family siblings, they would all stop and nod their heads in greeting.
These people were all hired by the Mo family to serve Elder Mo Zhongting all the time. The environment here was very good for recuperating. Qin Feng faintly complimented.
Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a small independent courtyard.
This was where Mo Zhongting was convalescing alone.
At this moment, people were coming and going here, appearing somewhat lively. This was really a bit of a surprise. After all, this was Elder Mo Zhongting's retreat, and on weekdays, other than those who waited on him, other people rarely came over.
Even Mo Jianya, Mo Jianhai, and the others did not come for 10 days and half a month. After all, they were all busy with their own affairs, and simply didn't have so much leisure time to come and see a living dead person. At this time, a middle-aged man walked out from inside the courtyard. Seeing the Mo family siblings, he quickly nodded his head and greeted them. "Eldest miss, eldest young master, you guys are back. Uncle Cohen, what happened? Why are there so many people here all of a sudden?" Mo Changchen waved her hand and asked directly. This middle-aged man was called Cohen Chen, and was previously the driver and bodyguard of old master Mo Zhongting. He could be described as loyal to Mo Zhongting, since the Mo family siblings were brought up by elder Mo Zhongting since they were young. Thus, Chen Cohen was also extremely caring towards the duo. Xin Feng sized up the middle-aged man in front of him and also felt the energy hidden in the other person's body. This person's kung fu was very good, much stronger than He Zhong, who was beside the Mo family sibling duo earlier. Of course, even if that was the case, it would be a matter of one move for Xin Feng to finish him off. It wasn't even half a threat. Hearing Mo Qingchen's inquiry, Chen Cohen didn't delay and answered directly. The second master didn't know where to invite a few old men, saying that they were divine doctors with excellent medical skills, and they are now inside treating the old master. The divine doctor? Oh. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchen laughed softly and said, "Grandpa has been sick for more than a year. What kind of divine doctor has not been invited? Also, second uncle always excuses himself to be busy with his work on weekdays. When would he actually be so concerned about my grandfather's condition?" "Okay, Xing Chen, don't talk nonsense." Seeing this, Mo Qingcheng beside her hurriedly spoke out to interrupt. This was the Mo family after all. It was never good for Mo Qingchen to talk about his elders like this. Chen Cohen was not at all surprised by this and opened his mouth to reply. "I am not very clear on what the second master really thinks, but I heard that the second young miss also spent a great deal of effort to invite a few divine doctors." The second miss, he said, did not mean Mo Qingcheng's sister or something like that, but rather Mo Qingcheng's acerbic second aunt. "Let's go in and take a look." Seeing this, Mo Qingcheng did not continue to delay. Just like that, the four of them entered the small courtyard together. At this time, many healers and nurses could be seen coming back and forth to take things, looking like they were all working as runners for the so-called several divine doctors. When the four of them stepped into the room where Mo Zhongting was convalescing, they were also seen by Mo Jianya, Mo Jianhai, as well as the Mo family's second aunt inside. As for Mo Qingcheng's father Mo Jianjun, he had returned to the army a few days ago. Ouch. Our Qingcheng big niece finally came back. This time I don't know what fruit stall I picked up a rotten fruit from, right? Seeing Mo Qingcheng several people, Mo family's second aunt was the first to speak out and sneer, without the slightest bit of elder's reserve. "Second aunt, you've had enough." Upon hearing this, Mo Qingchen roared in a stern voice. He was the one who couldn't see his sister suffer the most. Seeing this, Mo family's second aunt was naturally even more upset in her heart, and took a few big steps forward, staring at Mo Qingchen, and pointedly said, "Aya, Mo Qingchen, you're a playboy loser. You actually dare to speak to your elders like this. You've really turned the tables." Mo Qingchen clenched his fists and was ready to curse regardless, when Mo Qingchen pulled him back in time. "Xing Chen, it's okay." But Mo family's second aunt was unforgiving. Seeing Mo Qingchen's clenched fists, she couldn't help but say with slight anger, "What? Seeing your fists clenched bigger than a bucket, are you preparing to hit someone?" Just as Mo Qingcheng was about to speak, he was interrupted by the second uncle Mo Jianya, who opened his mouth. "Alright, you guys stop arguing. The divine doctor has finished diagnosing and treating, let's see what they say." At this time, the crowd inclined their heads to look over and saw three old men with white hair walking out from the inner room. Each of them had a thoughtful expression, as if they were really pondering over the condition carefully. Xin Feng, who was standing on the side, on the other hand, slightly moved his nose, closed his eyes, and utilized his divine sense, which appeared to be a bit weak, to perceive it. "Three divine physicians, I wonder how is my father's condition?" Mo Jianye greeted them and inquired. One of the old men wearing presbyopia glasses was the first to answer. "Mr. Mo, this disease of your father's is indeed very odd. According to my decades of experience in practicing medicine, this is the result of an evil entering the body, leading to a serious injury to the divine soul, which is why he is unconscious." Unexpectedly, just after he said this, the chubby white-haired old man next to him spoke out and retorted, "No, no. Old brother, how can this patient be an evil entering the body?
Obviously, it is due to years of hard work and weak essence and blood. Have not waited for the old man wearing glasses rebuttal, aside the other thin old man holding his long beard slowly said.
The two of you are wrong.
The reason why Mr. Mo unconscious is a rare poison in the world, not at all his own reasons.
This is not right, absolutely is the evil into the body.
This is my humble opinion, I'm sure it is the essence of the blood weak.
This is a big mistake, this disease is a strange poison in the body.
Next, the three so-called divine doctors argued. Each of the three people had their own views and did not budge at all. Such a scene made the other people at the scene stare blankly. The three people had three kinds of claims, and they didn't know whose to believe right now.
Baird.
Just at this moment, a soft, not-so-timely laugh suddenly rang out from the scene.
Chapter 26, Three Stupid Pigs, subject to ridicule. This light laughter instantly broke the original atmosphere.
The three divine physicians also stopped arguing and looked at the source of the sound together. The person standing at that location was no other than Qin Feng. At that moment, everyone's eyes looked towards Qin Feng.
Were you the one who was laughing just now?
The divine doctor wearing glasses coldly took the lead in questioning, his tone very unpleasant.
Yes.
Qin Feng answered frankly. Seeing Qin Feng with such an attitude, the chubby divine doctor next to him became even more upset in his heart and asked coldly.
What are you laughing at? Thinking of something happy?
Qin Feng replied indifferently.
What happy things?
The skinny doctor also joined in, not letting go of a step, his expression chilled as he aggressively pursued the question. Seeing this, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed and immediately his face changed, his tone turning cold as he replied.
Nothing?
It's just that I remembered the scene of those godly men competing for business on the street.
Kid unreasonable. Kid rampant.
The three divine doctors immediately accused in a furious manner. Seeing how the three old guys were relying on the old, Qin Feng also showed no mercy at all and said.
Can't even figure out the cause of the patient's illness, and you dare to brag about it here.
To be honest, with his character, if he were in a different place, he would have taught these three godly doctors who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson.
What divine doctors?
In Qin Feng's opinion, the three of them weren't even considered godly men.
You are really degrading.
The divine doctor wearing glasses was so exasperated that he gasped, then turned his head to look at Mo Jianye and opened his mouth to ask.
Mr. Mo, is this how you Mo family people treat your guests?
If that's the case, then I won't treat this illness of Elder Mo, so I'll take my leave. Saying that, he really did take a step towards the door. The other two divine doctors did the same.
Seeing this, Mo Jianye hurriedly went forward to dissuade him. Alas!
The three divine doctors, please also calm your anger. He is not a member of my Mo family, I will give you an explanation here. Immediately after that, he turned to look at Qin Feng and asked with a bad expression.
Who are you? Who allowed you to enter my Mo family?
Looking at the well-dressed Mo Jianye in front of him, Qin Feng simply didn't bother with him. In Qin Feng's eyes, he was truly no different from a mole cricket. At that moment, Mo Qincheng then stepped forward and spoke. This is Mr. Qin Feng, I specially invited him from Shanghai to see my grandfather. Hearing this reply, Mo Jianye was also slightly stunned. He thought that this young kid was just some friend of Mo Qincheng, how could he be a doctor?
Seeing how young he was, I'm afraid he was still studying, right? Before Mo Jianye could speak, the second aunt of the Mo family next to him laughed out loud. Ha ha!
What? Inviting such a brat to treat the old man.
I say Qincheng niece, you yourself are not sick, right?
If you do this, it is simply even more unreliable than the last time you randomly picked up a rotten fruit from inside a fruit stand. Looking at her in such a state, it was as if she had heard a heavenly joke.
Moreover, the sarcasm between her words could be heard by anyone present.
Mo Qincheng has not yet had time to explain, the divine doctor who wears glasses on the side cannot help it, sneer out. He is not learning at a young age, actually dares to come out to beckon. Little guy, I kindly remind you of a sentence, some things are not allowed to do. Next to the chubby doctor of God is also out of words and said. That's right, the hairs are not yet fully grown, dare to come out to cure people. The thin doctor is also the opportunity to look bad out of the mouth ridicule. Kid, say who is your master? I would like to see, in the end, is which is not the tune of the guy taught you so arrogant disciple. Chapter 27 directly criticized, shocking words. Hearing the three people's sarcastic words that were sandwiched between a gun and a stick, those people beside them all held an attitude of watching the show. And Qin Feng raised his eyes and stared at the last skinny divine doctor, and just faintly replied back. Just by you, a quack, you don't deserve to know my master's name. Then, he looked at the other two and coldly said. As for you two, you are even more shit, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me. Actually dare to judge me. Kid rampant. Kid ignorant. Kid arrogant. The three divine physicians were irritated by Qin Feng's words. Is that so? Then why don't you guys tell us what kind of disease Elder Mo has? Qin Feng did not give them the slightest leeway and directly asked. This. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you, three pairs of eyes skittering around, but none of them answered. They were all very clear that once they answered this question, the three of them were again of different opinions. No one could convince anyone, much less have evidence to prove it. Wasn't this just slapping their own faces? One of them, the divine doctor who wore glasses, after thinking about it, kicked this ball back to Qin Feng and opened his mouth to sneer. Kid, since you're so arrogant, then tell us again what kind of disease Elder Mo has? Elder Mo is not sick. Qin Feng returned indifferently. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. With this one sentence, he immediately stunned all the people at the scene. It actually turned out that he wasn't sick. How was this possible? Hearing this reply, everyone at the scene was secretly shaking their heads and their hearts. They were all of them thinking that this Qin Feng who came from nowhere was simply just a brat who didn't know anything. Even after the Mo family siblings heard this, they looked at Qin Feng next to them with unbelievable faces. After all, Mo Zhongting had been in a coma for over a year with a strange disease. The two siblings had been waiting at their side for a long time, and the situation was crystal clear. To say that their grandfather was not sick, it would be difficult for them to believe it. However, at this time, they couldn't immediately come out and refute Qin Feng's words. No matter what, Qin Feng had been invited by them. Moreover, seeing Qin Feng's look of conviction, Mo Qingcheng still held the last glimmer of hope in her heart. However, the fat divine doctor on the side laughed out loud. Ha ha! Kid is really arrogant and ignorant. If Master Mo is not sick, how could he be in a coma for more than a year and remain bedridden? The way he looked at Qin Feng was like looking at an idiot. Before Qin Feng's attitude, he thought that he could have such awesome skills. He hadn't thought that he was just a rash young man who only knew how to blow up the atmosphere. At this time, Mo Jianye on the side also had a very bad look on his face and turned his head to coldly look at Mo Qingcheng. Qingcheng, where did you find this asshole? He can even say such words, don't take him away from me. It was already very impolite for him to say this. The Mo family's second aunt took the opportunity to step forward and chimed in. That's right, niece Qingcheng, why don't you listen to your second uncle and kick this brat out of here? By the way, your second aunt, I give you a suggestion, find a time or go to the mental hospital to see it. Oh. After saying that, the laughter was really harsh. Qin Feng glanced at Mo's second aunt, smiled coldly, shook his head, and said nothing. With a person who was about to die, he was indeed too lazy to care about anything else. Chapter 28, You're Not Qualified, The Theory of Chinese Compulsion. Come on people. Mo Jianye shouted to the outside of the room. If Qin Feng didn't leave, he was preparing to have someone forcibly invite Qin Feng out. Second uncle, you've gone too far. Mr. Qin is a guest I invited. At this moment, Mo Qingcheng immediately stood out to defend Qin Feng. She would never allow Qin Feng to be kicked out of the Mo family. Moreover, she vaguely had an inexplicable trust in her heart for Qin Feng. Regarding all of this, Qin Feng was completely unmoved. When he didn't want to come, no one could force him. When he didn't want to leave, no one could do it. This was the absolute confidence that Qin Feng carried with him after experiencing 1,000 years. Right at this moment, the divine doctor wearing glasses from before stood out, a strange smile appearing on his face as he spoke. Mr. Mo is slow. I would love to have him explain the reason why Elder Mo has been in a coma for over a year despite not being sick. Naturally, he didn't do this to hear the so-called reason, but rather, he just wanted to humiliate Qin Feng even more. He was certain that just with Qin Feng, a brat whose hair hadn't even grown back, he definitely couldn't say anything.
If Qin Feng dared to talk nonsense, he could just poke holes in it on the spot and embarrass him. With that, he inclined his head to look at Qin Feng and slowly said, "Little fellow, you were also invited by them to help with the medical treatment. Now you're going to do some diagnosis and treatment, then say what you think." From his words, one could clearly sense his attitude of leaning on the old. Qin Feng glanced at him and replied indifferently, "I said that you are not qualified to talk to me. You." The divine doctor wearing glasses was really angered by Qin Feng's arrogant attitude as his chest rose and fell. Before he could say anything, Qin Feng continued, "Just as well, since I'm here, I'll let you all have a long look. The reason why Elder Mo's family is in a coma isn't because he's sick, but because he's been poisoned by parasites." Compulsion? Mo Qingcheng took over and asked with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Qin, what is the meaning of being poisoned by a parasite?" Due to the fact that it was only an exchange between languages, she wasn't able to hear the meaning in Qin Feng's words. "Zhong compulsion, the compulsion of a parasite." Qin Feng explained again. When Mo Qingchen, who was on the side, heard this, she opened her mouth with an unbelievable face and asked, "What? Do you mean to say that there are parasites in my grandfather's body, and that's what caused him to fall unconscious?" "Well, yes." Qin Feng nodded his head. Mo Qingcheng was still ready to speak out and ask something, but was interrupted by the glasses-wearing divine doctor on the side who laughed loudly. "Ha ha! In compulsion? Kid ignorant. Pushing in unknown. Disease onto the parasites. Have to say, you are really smart. Because in this way, you can make up nonsense to justify yourself. All of us are still simply unable to debunk you. It's true that you have a good heart and a good plan. Admire, admire." That's right, the compulsion of saying, "That's just some miscellaneous wild strange talk," which really have such a thing. The fat doctor also took over the words to sneer. He said that the compulsion, fallacy only. The old man is poisoned. The thin doctor then concurred. What's more, since you walked into this room, you have never walked in to see Master Mo a glance. How did you come to that conclusion? It's obviously just nonsense. Qin Feng looked towards the last skinny divine doctor and spoke indifferently. Being poisoned by parasites, if viewed from some other perspective, is also considered a type of poisoning. That's why I said before that you're much better than the two of them and are just a quack doctor. But strictly speaking, being bewitched is being bewitched, and being poisoned is being poisoned, and the two simply cannot be compared. As for to see the cause of the disease, and why need to come so close, that is only your kind of quack doctor only stubborn method. Chapter 29 Fuck Off Bet, Golden Compulsion. Being so despised, the divine doctor wearing glasses where can still stand it, stood out and said in a cold voice. "Kid, the saying of being poisoned by parasites belongs to nonsense. If you have the ability, prove it to us." The fat divine doctor next to him also said angrily. "Right. Empty talk nonsense, who will not? If you have the guts, prove it. As long as you are able to prove that the old man of the Mo family really has parasites in his body, I will get out of the Mo family from here." "Right. As long as you can prove it, all three of us old guys will roll out from here." The thin divine doctor also joined the fray unwillingly. "Is that so? Then this wish of yours will soon be realized." Qin Feng returned indifferently. Looking at the three old guys who were so reliant on their old age to be insensitive, Qin Feng also planned to give them a hard lesson. Upon hearing this, the divine doctor wearing glasses was even more upset and coldly said, "Kid, we'll bet with you once, if you prove that Elder Mo has parasites in his body, the three of us will get the hell out of here. However, if you can't prove it, you'll have to get out of here as well. How's that?" "Fine. Then I'll wait and see what the three of you look like as you roll out." Qin Feng smiled wryly. With that, he took a step towards Mo Zhongting. The Mo clan's second aunt as well as Mo Jianye were all ready to say something, but after thinking about it for a while, they also stopped. They were also curious as to what the outcome of this betting match would be. Of course, they were even more eager to see the scene where this brat brought by Mo Qingcheng rolled out of the Mo family. After all, if that happened, it would naturally be the face of the Mo family siblings that would be slapped. Those other people, too, didn't know what was going on in their hearts. It was thought that most of them were watching this matter with the mindset of watching a show. Among them, only Mo Qingcheng still had a trace of hope in her heart. She didn't know why,
but she always felt that Qin Feng wouldn't be aimless, and definitely had his own plans. This inexplicable sense of trust was also the first time she felt it. Qin Feng slowly walked over to Imo Zhongting's bed and looked at the old man lying on the bed. He looked back at the three divine physicians and faintly said, "You guys must keep an eye on it. I don't want to see your denigrating and reneging expressions. You kids still think about what kind of posture you should roll out by yourself." The divine doctor wearing glasses retorted with great anger. Then, only Qin Feng slowly raised his right hand. Then, the palm of his right hand was gently placed on Imo Zhongting's abdomen. Only to see his palm slowly move upwards with the middle of his abdomen until it reached the place of his throat. At that moment, only Qin Feng softly said one word. "Open." Imo Zhongting's mouth was then seen to open automatically. At the same time, a 2 to 3 centimeter long golden-colored parasite flew out from inside his mouth. Strangely enough, after the golden-colored parasite flew out of his mouth, it hovered 3 inches above his mouth. Above it, Qin Feng's right palm blocked it. The most frightening and disgusting thing was that the golden-colored worm was still squirming until now. In other words, that was indeed a living worm without a doubt. Seeing this scene, the crowd at the scene were all shocked. After all, the scene they were seeing now was completely beyond their cognizance. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that this kind of thing only existed in that kind of absurd and unruly movie in television. "Three divine physicians, have you seen it clearly?" Qin Feng turned his head and asked in a light voice. Immediately, the gazes of the crowd then focused on the three of them in unison. The truth was already very obvious. Elder Mo really did have parasites in his body. Seeing the gazes cast by the crowd, the three of them had extremely ugly faces. Just when they still didn't know what to say, they only saw Qin Feng over there, slightly pressing his right palm. Only to see that golden-colored parasite, it instantly entered Elder Mo Zhongting's mouth again and finally disappeared. Chapter 30, Qin Feng strong, mellow rolling. "What are you doing?" Mo Jianye reacted and rushed forward, questioning in a stern voice. At this time, the rest of the crowd reacted and all gathered around. Qin Feng raised his eyes at Mo Jianye, his eyes narrowed, and he coldly said, "Are you talking to me?" Seeing Qin Feng's ice-cold eyes, for some reason, Mo Jianye only felt a chill in his heart. Boom! It was as if he was being stared at by a flood beast, and the next moment he was about to be devoured by it in one gulp. He swallowed his throat, and the words of reproach that followed never made it out of his mouth. Mainly because he suddenly thought that he must not offend Qin Feng at this time, and he still needed the other party to get the parasites out. Therefore, he also pressed down on the urge to call out. However, just because he didn't say anything, it didn't mean that no one would say anything. At this moment, the Mo family's second aunt then pointed her finger and roared loudly. "Brat, what are you doing? How dare you stuff that worm back into the old man's mouth again? You don't want to live anymore, hurry up and get it out of me." She had a commanding look, as if Qin Feng was her lackey. When Mo Qincheng beside her saw this, she was shocked and knew that she was going to suffer. Splat! As expected, a loud slapping sound rang out from the scene next. The crowd inclined their heads to look and realized that a slap mark had surfaced on the right side of the Mo family's second aunt's face. And opposite Qin Feng slowly withdrew his left hand and spoke indifferently. "Although you are just a mole, I also hate it when you make noise in my ears. You." Mo family's second aunt held the right side of her face and stared at Qin Feng incredulously. "If you dare to say one more word, I don't mind slapping you again," Qin Feng coldly said. If she hadn't seen that the occasion was wrong, she would have already turned into a corpse. Though the other party wouldn't be alive for long anymore. Looking at Qin Feng's cold and piercing eyes, for the first time, the Mo family's second aunt felt fear and dread from the bottom of her heart. She felt the same as Mo Jianye before her at this time, as if her life was seriously threatened. After that, she really did not say a single word. At this time, it was Mo Qincheng who resisted the urge in her heart and opened her mouth very respectfully to inquire. "Mr. Qin, I wonder what you mean by this. Why did you take out that parasite and put it back?" Qin Feng glanced at Mo Qincheng and did not immediately answer his question. Instead, he inclined his head to look at the three divine physicians on the other side and said coldly, "The bet has been completed, now, you guys hurry up and mellow out. Kid, you're bullying people too much, don't go too far. That's right, we are at least seniors, you actually do not even have the minimum respect.
Doing things leave a thread, so that we can meet in the future. The three of you spoke angrily. What? You guys are preparing to back out? Qin Feng sneered. The divine doctor wearing glasses held the glasses on his face and racked his brain to argue. Where are we backtracking? That scene just now was simply just your blindfold. The so-called compulsion is simply you used what trickery this only appeared. Otherwise, why did you put it back into Elder Mo's mouth? He naturally said that to be disruptive. In fact, the scene just now was witnessed by everyone. Everyone at the scene understood that there was indeed a parasite in Elder Mo's body. However, at this point in time, there was only one way for the three of them divine doctors to go, which was to play tricks and make a scene. After all, if they really rolled out of here, then they really wouldn't have the face to see anyone in the future. They held their status and relied on their elders, believing that in front of so many people, Qin Feng would not dare to force himself on them. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng just smiled contemptuously, turned to look at Mo Qingcheng, and spoke indifferently. Mess Mo, you now know why I put that parasite back into your grandfather's mouth, right? Hearing this, those three divine doctors were shocked in their hearts and secretly screamed that it was bad. Before Mo Qingcheng could reply, the Mo Jianya beside him coldly spoke. Three of you, since you made a bet, you have to abide by it. Otherwise, I will have someone help the three of you. Chapter 31, Turning the Other Cheek, Get Out of the Mo family. Hearing these words, the hearts of those three divine doctors went cold. After all, the person who spoke with the most weight here was Mo Jianya. For him to make such a statement, it meant that the three of them would have to get the hell out of here today. The divine doctor with glasses was the most ill-tempered of the three of them, and after being treated in such a manner, his heart was very indignant, so he yelled at Mo Jianya. Mo Jianya, don't forget that it was your bitter plea that brought us here in the first place. Now you are actually crossing the river like this, isn't it too shameless? What he said was really not wrong. Just 2 days ago, I don't know why, Mo Jianya suddenly became very concerned about Mo Zhongting's illness. Through some special channels, he found these three divine doctors in front of him. At first, in order to be able to invite these three doctors, he had promised a lot of benefits, and even said a lot of good words. Now, Mo Jianya's flip-flopping attitude was simply different from before. This made the three divine doctors naturally very unhappy in their hearts. In fact, at this time, Qin Feng was also very surprised as to why Mo Jianya would be so supportive of him. After all, before this, Mo Jianya's attitude towards him was very bad. Not to mention Qin Feng, even the Mo family siblings were surprised. The change in Mo Jianya's attitude before and after this was just too fast. Humph. Mo Jianya snorted coldly. I invited you all here at a high price in the first place in order to treat the old master, not for you to blabber on here. What's more, this previous bet was set by yourselves. Now since you lost the bet naturally has to be enforced. This matter happened in my Mo family, and as the current temporary head of the Mo family, I naturally cannot be biased. Mo Jianya said in the end, appearing righteous, as if he was the embodiment of justice. Second brother, it's not too good to do this, right? After all, the three divine doctors were invited by us. The Mo family's second aunt hesitated for a moment, but still spoke softly for those three. The reason why she stood up for the three divine doctors at this time was also because these three people were brought here through her connections. The three of them all had some special backgrounds behind them, and if they were humiliated here, they would most likely hold a grudge against her. Thus, the Mo family's second aunt had to come forward at this point. Shut up! Mo Jianya turned around and scolded in a stern voice. The three of them don't have the slightest bit of real skill, and they are still using the name of Divine Doctor to woo my Mo family. Just telling them to get out is already very polite. He was very clear that if these three people did not honor their bet, Qin Feng would definitely not step in to save Mo Zhongting. And he was now very eagerly hoping that Elder Mo Zhongting would wake up. Therefore, at this time, he didn't care if he offended these three divine doctors or not. This sudden scene caused Qin Feng, the protagonist, to suddenly turn into a spectator, watching the show from the sidelines. As for the others present, they did the same, gathering their gazes onto the three divine doctors. Until finally, Mo Jianya directly called in a few big, burly men. As they stood in a row and slowly approached the three divine doctors. The three divine doctors who were previously tough and incomparable suddenly turned into wimps in seconds, and one by one, they rolled out in a rounded manner. Of course, after rolling out of the Mo family, cursing was definitely unavoidable. No matter what, this beam was definitely formed.
In this regard, Xin Feng naturally did not care. After dealing with the three people, Mo Jianye turned to look at Xin Feng and spoke respectfully.
Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry. What happened before was all my fault. Please be generous and don't mind.
I still need to trouble you with the parasites in my father's body, and our Mo family will definitely repay you properly. Chapter 32 Similar scene, Need for Heavenly Sunflower Blood. Seeing Mo Jianye in this state, Xin Feng couldn't help but think of a saying, arrogance in the front and respect in the back, the thought of which is laughable.
Did I say that I would cure your father? Xin Feng faintly asked back.
But, Mr. Qin, I have already followed your request and blasted the three of them to get out.
Mo Jianye was stunned and confused.
The fact that they rolled out of here is merely a fulfillment of the bet, and has nothing to do with whether or not I cure the disease. Xin Feng picked up a nearby paper towel and wiped his hands, seemingly truly ready to leave it alone. At this point, Mo Jianye was in a big hurry. However, he was also a person with a delicate mind, knowing that the young man in front of him was not forced to do anything but eat soft things, and definitely could not be forced. Therefore, he then turned around and looked at Mo Qingcheng behind him. In his heart, he thought that since this great niece of his was able to invite the other party here, it meant that there was still a certain relationship between the two of them. In the end, he could only put his hopes on this relationship. Seeing second Uncle Mo Jianye's gaze, Mo Qingcheng just felt a strong sense of disappointment. Only that this matter was related to her grandfather's life and death, Mo. Qingcheng naturally could not ignore it, so she stood out and spoke softly. Mr. Qin, this matter is my Mo family did not do the right thing, after that I will definitely give you a satisfactory compensation. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Qin Feng. Seeing the sincere and determined look on Mo Qingcheng's face, and the scene of bending over and bowing later, Xin Feng's heart could not help but be hit hard. This scene, how similar it had been. The memory in Xin Feng's mind was still so clear even though nearly 1,000 years had passed. Mo Qingcheng slowly overlapped with the figure of the woman in his memory. It made Xin Feng somewhat confused as to who was who. Just like that, he fell into a brief stupor. Only after a while did he wake up. Looking at Mo Qingcheng who was bending and bowing in front of him, Xin Feng walked forward, slowly lifted her up and gently spoke.
Miss Mo was polite, this is something I promised you, so I will definitely do it.
Only, before that, you need to prepare one thing. Otherwise, even if the parasites are removed, Elder Mo's life will be in danger.
Hearing this, Mo Qingcheng's heart also tightened and she hurriedly inquired. Mr. Qin, I don't know what is needed.
Just tell me, I will definitely find it as soon as possible. Concerning the life and death of her grandfather, Mo Qingcheng thought that she absolutely could not be careless. Yes, with my Mo family's ability, as long as there is something, it is not difficult.
Mo Jianye also took the opportunity to secretly praise the Mo family's power from the sidelines.
Seeing this, a strange smile surfaced on Xin Feng's face as he spoke indifferently.
I need a large bowl of heavenly sunflower blood.
Upon hearing this request from Qin Feng, Mo Qingcheng in front of him instantly blushed and hurriedly shifted her gaze to the side. On the other hand, most of the people present were at a loss, with only a few revealing a look of surprise and strangeness.
Playboy Mo Qingcheng was naturally one of the bewildered masses.
After thinking for half a day, he still couldn't hold back his curiosity and spoke out to ask.
Pig blood, chicken blood, duck blood, I've eaten them all.
Black dog blood, black donkey blood, I have also heard of. But, what kind of blood is this Tian Kuei blood?
In the end? And what kind of animal is Tian Kuei? Hearing this question, Xin Feng could only secretly sigh, what a big oddball ah. Mo Qingcheng asked this question so loudly that everyone present heard it.
This caused many of the women around to become embarrassed, and their double faces turned even redder.
This scene of strange expressions was naturally seen by Mo Qingcheng.
He looked at his sister again and realized that his strong woman sister was also like a little daughter at this time, revealing a shy look. This simply turned Mo Qingcheng's worldview upside down. My sister would still have such a look, it can't be an imposter, right?
Sister, what exactly is the heavenly sunflower blood? Why do you have this kind of expression? Mo Qingcheng opened his mouth to inquire without being shocked.
At this time, a slightly older middle-aged woman at the back raised her courage and said,
Qingcheng, don't ask. The so-called Tian Kuei blood is our women's aunt's blood. Chapter 33, Compulsion Poison, Tian Kuai's Wonderful Uses. What? Ant's blood?
Hearing this answer, Mo Changchen really wanted to find a crack in the ground.
Motherfucker, this face is really fucking embarrassing.
Luckily, he was usually the image of this foppish young master, so this matter didn't have much of a bad impact on him. Only, when he thought about it in his own heart, he still felt a little nauseous. Then he asked Qin Feng curiously.
Mr. Qin, can I ask, what exactly do you want so? A blood for? He really couldn't say the words Tian anemone blood or anti-blood anymore.
Seeing Mo Qingchen in this state, Qin Feng couldn't help but be amused and explained.
That golden-colored parasite in Elder Mo's body was called the Zima concentric compulsion.
To be more precise, this one is the son of the mother and son concentric compulsion. There is also a corresponding mother compulsion, which is in the hands of the person who casts the compulsion. This daughter compulsion had been in Master Mo's body for more than a year, and all of its metabolites naturally remained in Master Mo's body. Due to the fact that the subcompassion was alive, those metabolites were indeed not harmful to Master Mo's body on weekdays. However, once the person casting the compulsion discovered that someone had forcibly removed the compulsion, it was very likely that they would take the method of burning the jade with the stone and kill the subcompulsion with direct control. In this way, once the subcompulsion died, those metabolites in Elder Mo's body would produce intense poison. At that time, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to last a quarter of an hour before he would die from the poison.
What? This parasite is so vicious. Then, what should be done?
Mo Qingcheng was in a great hurry in her heart and looked at Qin Feng with an anxious gaze. The same was true for the others as well. Although many people each had their own little minds. However, they weren't stupid either. Knowing that Elder Mo was alive was the only way to continue the splendor of the Mo family. If Elder Mo were to die just like that, their own interests would definitely suffer. Qin Feng walked to a chair and sat down.
And one of the Mo family's servants even hurriedly brought a cup of tea.
There was naturally a method, and that was to remove the metabolites from Master Mo's body while ensuring that the subcompassion was alive. Mo Qingcheng is a woman with a smart mind. Hearing this, she also had a guess in her heart, so she couldn't wait to ask.
Mr. Qin, do you mean that Tian Kuei blood can guarantee that the subcompulsion is alive?
Looking at Mo Qingcheng's delighted face, Qin Feng smiled and nodded.
Ms. Mo was really smart.
Once the daughter compulsion leaves the host's body for a while, the other mother compulsion will be able to detect it. This is also the reason why I would be in such a hurry just now to reinsert the daughter compulsion into Elder Mo's body again. But once I had the Tian Kuai blood, the situation was not quite the same. As long as the removed compulsion was put into the heavenly sunflower blood, the other female compulsion would not be able to detect it no matter what. In this way, I would have enough time to be able to completely remove the subcompassion metabolites from Elder Mo's body. And one more thing is that even if the other party discovered my intention to take the subcompassion by force, as long as the subcompassion is still in the Tian Kuai blood, then the other party would not be able to kill the subcompassion instantly.
This could also buy enough time for Elder Mo.
Only then would it be possible to ensure Elder Mo's absolute safety.
After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, all the people present counted on hearing and understanding.
I see, Mr. Qin, don't worry, we'll definitely prepare enough Tian Kuai blood as soon as possible. Mo Jianya patted his chest and assured. At this point, he had become the person here who was most attached to Mo Zhongting. Qin Feng glanced at him and said anything. A big man, guaranteed to get the heavenly anemone blood. No matter how one looked at it, it always felt weird.
Chapter 34, Medicinal Bath Treatment, Late Stage Qi Refining. It had to be said that the Mo family's ability was still not to be underestimated.
It only took less than 3 hours to get a large bottle of Tian Kuai blood.
The portion was full. Qin Feng would not be nosy enough to ask, where the hell did this stuff come from? This curiosity, he really didn't have.
He took a large bowl and placed it beside Mo Zhongting's bed, and asked someone to pour a bowl full of heavenly sunflower blood into that large bowl. Following that, Qin Feng stretched out his right hand and again followed the same action as before, and with a single blow, he took out that golden-colored parasite once again. But this time, he quickly put that subcompassion into the large bowl of Tian Kuai blood next to it. This process was clearly seen by the crowd at the scene. Even though they had already seen it once before, when they once again saw that golden-colored parasite fly out from inside Mo Zhongting's mouth, they felt a jolt of fear. Especially, when they saw it squirming in the heavenly sunflower blood, their hearts were not to mention how disgusting it was. Emo Ching also glanced over and held back the nausea in her heart as she opened her mouth to ask. Mr. Qin, next, I wonder how to remove the subcompass metabolites from my grandfather's body? Qin Feng did not answer immediately, but instead walked to the table on one side, picked up the pen on it, and wrote a large string of words on a blank piece of paper. After a while, he picked up the piece of paper and handed it to Emo Ching, slowly saying, "Prepare the herbs according to the requirements above. Then, boil a pot of hot water and pour all the herbs in. When the temperature of the water is suitable, put Elder Mo into the tub and soak for 2 hours." Mo Ching received the paper and immediately ordered people to go down and prepare the herbs. Over the past year or so, in order to treat Mo Zhongting's illness, the Mo family's stock of medicinal herbs was quite a lot. Thus, it was not difficult at all to get all those medicinal herbs together. After that, Qin Feng didn't care anymore. He was guided by Mo Qingchen to go around the Mo family compound, and then he was treated with good food and drink again. Night. Qin Feng's heart tightened, then suddenly opened his eyes. "I'm dizzy, actually coming at this time?" he said softly, then hurriedly went out and left. He reached the garden behind Mo's house before stopping. Sitting on his knees, he closed his eyes and slowly operated the reincarnation of creation technique. The aura and strange energies in the surroundings all surged towards him. After a few weeks of circulation, the true qi in his body felt as if it had broken through a shackle. At once, Qin Feng's entire aura increased steeply around him. With him as the center, an invisible wave of qi spread out, bending all those flowers and grasses around him. An hour later, Qin Feng opened his eyes once more. 7th level of qi refining stage. Finally reaching the late stage of qi refining. Clenching his fists, that long-lost feeling of power returned. Although it was completely worthless compared to the heaven-destroying ability he had in his previous life. However, for the current him, every point of enhanced strength would add one more point of backbone. Bravado without backbone was not a courageous pretense, but a foolishness that lacked heart. Qin Feng did not immediately get up and go back. His cultivation had just reached the late qi refining stage, so he naturally wanted to continue cultivating and stabilize his realm. The night quickly passed. Early the next morning, Qin Feng's ears twitched as his divine sense probed out. With his current cultivation level, the range of his ear hearing was much larger than the range of his divine sense probing. Plus, it was impossible for him to let go of his divine sense to check the vicinity at all times. Thus, he only used his divine sense to probe when he heard the commotion first. Slowly opening his eyes, Qin Feng saw that not far away, an old man in a tang suit was walking slowly, the whole person looking hale and hearty. This person, Qin Feng recognized. It was because the person coming was exactly the person he saved yesterday, the old man of the Mo family, Mo Zhongting. Chapter 35, Saving Benefactor, Speaking Out to Fuck Up. Watching Mo Zhongting slowly approaching, Qin Feng did not make any movements and just sat quietly. Little brother got up early. So diligent, no wonder you have such strength at such a young age. Mo Zhongting spoke with a smile as he arrived 3 meters in front of Qin Feng. Naturally, he didn't know that Qin Feng hadn't come in the morning at all, but had been sitting here since last night. After waking up last night, the Mo siblings naturally told him everything that happened before and after. Among them, the matter about Qin Feng was of course the key description. It was just that it was too late at that time, which was why Qin Feng wasn't disturbed. In fact, even now, Mo Zhongting could hardly believe that the clean-looking teenager in front of him was actually a great expert of the late stage of internal force. Of course, the so-called late stage of inner strength, this was just something he heard from Mo's siblings. Mo Lao is flattered. Seeing your old man's glowing face, I think he has already been cured. Qin Feng slowly stood up and spoke indifferently. To be honest, Qin Feng honoring Mo Zhongting with a you is already considered giving him face. After all, Qin Feng could be considered in the state of mind of a 1,000-year-old monster now. He. I still have to thank little brother for saving my life. Speaking of which, Mo Zhongting also laughed heartily. Elder Mo is polite. Miss Mo paid for it and I paid for it, this should be considered a trade. Qin Feng replied lightly, not taking this matter too seriously. Oh. Little brother Qin is really funny. Mo Zhongting laughed softly upon hearing this. Then with a straight face, he said.
I am also practicing martial arts for many years. When I was young, I also climbed and fought in the battlefield. I heard that little brother's hands are very good. Why don't we come to spar? Said, his hands have slowly raised, make a gesture of hands. Mo Zhongting was one of the first generals after the founding of the country. Although he had retired now, he still insisted on practicing martial arts, and his hands were indeed extraordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that such means as compulsion was too remote, I'm afraid that ordinary methods would really not be able to assassinate him. Although he has been lying down for more than a year, he has always been taken care of and his nutrition has kept up. As a result, his current physical quality was still considered good. Hearing Mo Zhongting's words, Qin Feng was also slightly stunned. He still hadn't thought that after this old man woke up, the first thing he did to him, the savior of his life, was actually a dry run? After releasing his divine sense to feel it, the energy contained within Mo Zhongting's body was indeed stronger than the average person. Even, it should be stronger than He Zhong from before. In other words, if one were to follow the rank of the martial artists here, Mo Zhongting would be at least an early-stage inner-strength martial artist. However, he was only a little bit stronger than He Zhong, and there was also a large gap between him and the Chen Kuan that Qin Feng had encountered earlier. Therefore, facing this old man's challenge, Qin Feng really can't be half interested. Mo old man, your old man has just recovered from a serious illness, the sparring is still exempted. Qin Feng shook his head, still refusing in a more euphemistic manner. Mo Zhongting had lived for dozens of years, and as an old man, he could naturally hear the contemptuous shirking of Qin Feng's words. As a soldier by birth, he had once come through the forest of bullets, and now he was actually belittled by a 17 or 18-year-old brat. Where would Mo Zhongting's old face go? At that moment, as a soldier, that unconquerable temper immediately came up, both fists clenched, slowly said, "Little brother, if you say so, are you looking down on the old man? Then I would like to personally try such a young late-stage internal energy expert. In the end, how many skills?" Said, only to see Mo Zhongting right fist clenched, the body of the true Qi running, waist and legs of force, a fist extremely fast to Qin Feng. From this strong and powerful punch, one could not tell that he was already an old man in his 80s and 90s. Chapter 36, True Qi Release, Realization Realm Grandmaster. Although Mo Zhongting's punch appeared to be powerful, he had also left 3 points of force behind. After all, he had only heard Mo Qingqing talk about Qin Feng's strength. As for what the real situation was, he still did not know. Therefore, he was also afraid that his sudden strike would injure the other party, which was why he had reserved his hand. Although his strength was reserved, the speed of his punch did not stop for a second. Adding to the fact that the two of them were only 3 meters apart, in the blink of an eye, Mo Zhongting's fist arrived in front of Qin Feng. But at this time, what surprised Mo Zhongting was that Qin Feng on the opposite side did not make any movements at all. Not to mention striking back, he didn't even make a simple evasive maneuver. Could it be that this youngster was vain, and his previous battles were all fake? Mo Zhongting secretly guessed. He was about to hit Qin Feng, but it was too late to withdraw his fist. Just as Mo Zhongting felt some remorse in his heart, his fist felt as if it had struck a blown-up rubber balloon. The force on his fist was instantly removed cleanly, and in the end, he could no longer advance an inch. This sudden change took him by surprise, because he was very sure that this was not the feeling of hitting a human body. Moreover, this punch was thrown by him, and he was also very clear that there should still be a distance of 4 or 5 inches from his fist to Qin Feng's body. Seeing this, Mo Zhongting hurriedly looked down at his right fist. However, he realized that his right fist was currently stopping at a place 4 or 5 inches in front of Qin Feng's chest and could no longer move forward. It was as if there was an invisible wall of qi blocking his fist. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was to no avail. What? Surprisingly, Mo Zhongting's face changed drastically in an instant, and a surprised voice came out of his mouth. But before he could say the words that followed, he only saw a light wind drumming on Qin Feng's body. Boom! A powerful qi force rebounded out, directly acting on Mo Zhongting's fist. In an instant, Mo Zhongting only felt as if his body was being attacked head-on by a huge wave, and he was not able to resist at all. Rubbing. He retreated 4 or 5 steps in a row before he was able to regain his footing. True Qi Outward, Realization Realm Patriarch. Mo Zhongting was trembling all over, swallowed his throat and slowly said, "I don't know if it's excitement, or if I'm injured." "Elder Mo, are you alright?" Qin Feng still asked. Just now this hand, he also broke through to the 7th level of the chi refining stage to be able to do it. Moreover, for fear of hurting Mo Zhongting, who was recovering from a serious illness, he had already tried his best to control the force. If Mo Zhongting was still injured under such circumstances, he could only blame him for his bad fate. Mo Zhongting exhaled a long breath, let out a bitter smile, and said with a slightly agitated tone, "I didn't expect that I would be able to see this legendary martial art with my own eyes in my lifetime. It's truly divine." After saying that, he also solemnly clasped his fists and bowed once, sincerely saying, "So it turns out that it is actually a patriarch in person. Just now, the old man's challenge was indeed a Mengwang. I also ask for Patriarch Qin's forgiveness." At this moment, Mo Zhongting's heart was literally turned upside down in shock, before he thought that Mo Qingcheng was exaggerating. After all, a late-stage inner strength martial artist, that was a rare existence in the entire world. On a normal day, even if he wanted to see such a character, it would be extremely difficult. It had never occurred to him that this teenager called Qin Feng was not a late-stage inner strength martial artist at all, but was actually an unseen martial Dao grandmaster. Chapter 37, Martial Dao Patriarch, Superior Status. Patriarch. This referred to a martial artist whose true chi cultivation had broken through the internal force and reached the realm of transformation. This kind of character was already a Taishan Beide-like existence in the martial arts world, and even if you looked at the entire country of China, there were only a handful of them. Most of them are sitting on one side, living in seclusion, and seldom have any communication with the outside world. For people like them, they can kill anyone by picking leaves and flowers. General pistols and rifles have not much effect on them. Unless that kind of powerful sniper rifle may be able to produce a threat to their lives. However, that premise must also hit their vital parts to be able to. But how easy would it be for an ordinary person to do that? Mo Zhongting had practiced martial arts for decades, so naturally, he had heard descriptions of grandmasters. However, this was the first time he had seen this kind of martial art, and he couldn't help but be shocked. If he met an enemy like the other party, I'm afraid he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. It was too terrifying. Even for someone who had once experienced life and death on the battlefield, Missouri Zhongting's heart was shaking at this moment. Qin Feng withdrew his true chi and said with a flat face, "It's just a small carving skill, not worth mentioning." For him, this little trick wasn't really a skill worth showing off and bragging about. In his previous life as an Immortal Emperor, he had lifted his hand to destroy the stars, and waved his sleeve to tear the earth apart. Small tricks like this really didn't catch his eye. For you, sir, it is a trivial skill, but for us, it is a nearly godlike means. Mo Zhongting sighed. This time, he did not call little brother, but changed his name to sir, and also used you to show respect. Although Mo Zhongting had spent half of his life in the military, he had also fought on the battlefield and once held a high position. However, he aspired to martial arts with all his heart, but unfortunately, his qualifications were mediocre. After practicing martial arts for decades, he had only reached the peak of the early stage of internal energy, and had not even reached the middle stage of internal energy. Not being able to climb to the top of the martial arts world and see the scenery up there was considered the biggest regret in his life. Of course, in Mo Zhongting's eyes, the top of the martial arts path was also the master of the chemical realm. This was naturally due to the limitations of his vision. Over the years, Mo Zhongting had always hoped to receive guidance from a famous master in order to make a breakthrough in martial arts. However, even within the boundaries of China, martial arts masters were rare and most of them were hidden from the world. With his status, it would be very difficult for him to seek guidance from a grandmaster. Now, personally see a so young teenager has become a generation of masters, Mo Zhongting suddenly feel that their own age are living to the dog. Alas! Really people than people have to die, goods than goods have to throw na. Mo Zhongting could not help but secretly lament in his heart. This is already the second time Qin Feng has heard the title of patriarch. The first time was in Dongjing Mountain, from the mouth of He Zhong Herd. But that time, due to various reasons, he was only informed of a name, while the rest of the information was almost non-existent. Qin Feng thought for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "Elder Mo, the Zong masters you mentioned, are they all capable of this kind of true chi externalization?" Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Mo Zhongting was slightly stunned and somewhat surprised. After all, what kind of patriarch would ask such a question? Wasn't this common sense in the martial arts world? However, he had also lived for so many decades, and as an old man, he did not ask more questions, but nodded his head in reply. This is natural. true chi externalization is the signature means of a transformation realm grandmaster.
With the ability to release true chi, lifting one's hand to kill an invisible person is not difficult. As such, they were characters that stood at the apex of the martial arts world.
To a certain extent, they could be said to have transcended mortals. Chapter 38, Master List, Number 1 in Southern Heaven. Hearing Imo Zhongting's reply, Qin Feng merely nodded slightly while his mind was thinking of other things.
True chi externalization, this was supposed to be a skill of an immortal cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. However, due to the fact that Qin Feng cultivated the supreme miracle skill, the creation and reincarnation skill, and the fact that he had been reborn once, his cultivation foundation was incomparably solid. This was what caused the quality of true chi in his body to be incomparably thick, and at the late chi refining stage, he was not much worse than an immortal cultivator at the foundation establishment stage.
As a result, this was why he could barely execute the means of true chi externalization. Could it be that the earthly realm of transformation masters were the equivalent of foundation establishment stage immortal cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm?
Qin Feng could not help but speculate in his heart.
In an environment like Earth where aura is depleted, I'm afraid it would be difficult for even a supreme genius to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, wouldn't it? When I have the opportunity in the future, I'd like to go and try it myself.
Qin Feng's thoughts were naturally unknown to Imo Zhongting, who was standing on the side.
If he knew that what Qin Feng had in mind at the moment was to practice with a Zongshi, I wonder how he would feel. Elder Mo, I don't know how many Zong masters you were talking about, in the whole country, roughly? Qin Feng inquired curiously.
After all, he was going to live in this world, and knowing more would be beneficial in the future. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and know your enemy, you will not be in danger in 100 battles.
Imo Zhongting slowly shook his head and replied. How many people are there? This I really don't know, and no one has carefully gone through the statistics.
And there are many patriarchs who haven't shown their faces for decades.
So people don't know whether they are alive or not?
Therefore, the number of patriarchs has always been a mystery.
However, those famous figures on the list of patriarchs definitely existed. Patriarch list? What kind of thing was that? Qin Feng picked up the question again.
For Qin Feng's ignorance, Imo Zhongting already had an idea in his heart, so he didn't ask too much, but answered directly. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Since a grandmaster was a figure at the top of the martial arts path, there were good people who ranked these grandmasters. This slowly passed down, to the present also formed a relatively fair and objective list of patriarchs. Of course, the masters on this list are all from China, and there are no foreigners. Therefore, this list is also called the China's Grandmaster List.
Oh, so that's how it is.
I wonder what characters are on
this list of patriarchs?
Qin Feng nodded slightly, and was somewhat curious in his heart. In his previous life, although he had lived in this world for 28 years, he had absolutely no access to such hidden secrets.
Thus, these things were still really new to him.
When it came to the matter of sovereigns, Imo Zhongting, a martial arts practitioner, was also very interested. Thus, he was naturally happy to explain it to Qin Feng. The patriarch list of the state of China only accepts and admits 30 people. And these 30 people must be people who are confirmed to be alive. If a patriarch did not have any information for many years, then he would automatically be taken off the list. If a patriarch was confirmed to be dead, he would also be automatically taken off the list. The rankings of the patriarch list were all based on each patriarch's past battle results. Generally speaking, the rankings of this grandmaster list were updated once every 3 years. This was because the vast majority of sect masters would hardly change much within a 3-year period. Unless there were some special reasons, such as the sudden death of a grandmaster, as well as real and effective challenges. Therefore, in China, there were at least 30 Zong masters. Qin Feng said indifferently.
Yes. All 30 people on the list of patriarchs are present. Imo Zhongting nodded his head. Then who was the top-ranked Zong master on the Zong master list?
Qin Feng inclined his head to look at Imo Zhongting. Hearing Qin Feng ask this question, Imo Zhongting also slightly stood up straight, his eyes suddenly glowing as he slowly spat out 3 words.
Yan Nantian. Chapter 39, At the Age of a Young Crown, a Young Patriarch. Yan Nantian. The first in the list of sect masters?
Qin Feng muttered, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly.
Mo Zhongting didn't know what was going on in Qin Feng's mind, so he continued his introduction. Mr. Qin, I heard that Yan Nantian was born into a martial arts family with extraordinary talent. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and started practicing Qi at the age of 8. At the age of 12, he reached the early stage of internal force, at 18, the middle stage of internal force, at 24, the late stage of internal force. At the age of 32, he broke through the inner strength and reached the realm of transformation, leaping to become the youngest patriarch ever in the history of China. Now, in his 40s, he had already occupied the top spot of the patriarch list for more than a decade, and no one could shake his position. In that case, he is indeed very strong? Qin Feng smiled and opened his mouth. Speaking of this, Mo Zhongting nodded seriously. There is no doubt about it. His most recent publicized battle was 5 years ago. At that time, the so-called number 1 Grandmaster of Eastern Ing, Yanagishing Qianlang, came east and challenged many experts in China one after another. From inner strength martial artists, all the way up to patriarchs, a total of more than a dozen challengers were all defeated. Finally, Yan Shangqirang challenged Yan Nantian, the top of the sovereign master list, only to be defeated by Yan Nantian with 3 punches. The result of that battle immediately shocked the entire martial arts world. It was heard that the second highest ranked martial artist, Lu Chengfeng, had personally observed the battle and said with emotion that he couldn't catch those 3 punches either. Since then, no one has dared to challenge Yan Nantian's position at the top of the Grandmaster ranking. Speaking here, Mo Zhongting suddenly paused, turned to look at Qin Feng and said with a smile. Although Yan Nantian is formidable, but now that Mr. Qin has become a martial grandmaster at the age of a weak crown, this is truly the youngest grandmaster ever. I believe that in the near future, there will also be a place for Mr. Qin on the list of grandmasters in China. As for Qin Feng, Mo Zhongting was now very high on him. He thought that Qin Feng must have just made a breakthrough not long ago, and his strength shouldn't be enough to compete for the ranking on the patriarch ranking. After all, Qin Feng's age was simply too young. However, regarding Qin Feng's potential, Mo Zhongting was still very confident. However, no matter how wise and intelligent he was, he definitely couldn't see through what Qin Feng's true potential really was. What he saw was not even the tip of the iceberg. Elder Mo praised him. This skill of a kid is not worthy of the stage yet. Qin Feng modestly returned. Although his words were modest, they were also the true thoughts in his heart. Compared to him in his previous life, this bit of ability was indeed not up to par at all. Hearing these words, Mo Zhongting couldn't help but secretly guess in his heart. I don't know which martial arts predecessor has trained such an astonishing young master. With such a high level of skill, he is still able to abide by his heart without arrogance or impatience. It's remarkable. In the end, he decided not to think about it for now. Regardless of who Qin Feng's master was, just based on the identity of a junior patriarch, it was worth spending effort to enlist him vigorously. Seeing such a young and handsome face of Qin Feng, even Mo Zhongting had to commit some common problems of ordinary old people. He suddenly remembered that beautiful granddaughter of his own. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Qin Cheng and Mr. Qin could be set up as a couple? Mo Zhongting secretly thought of this in his heart, and suddenly his mind reacted, and he immediately asked with a big smile. Listening to Mr. Qin's accent, he should not be from Jiangnan province, right? Not bad, I am a person from Wutong County in Lingnan province. I have lived there for 18 years, and only came to Zhonghai because I went to university. Qin Feng nodded and answered truthfully. What's more, there was nothing to hide about this matter. The Mo Qincheng siblings were already aware of it. Then, Qin Feng thought for a moment and spoke softly. Elder Mo doesn't have to always address me as Mr., just call me Qin Feng directly. By the way, my master gave me a word, 9 dust. Thus, one can also call me Qin Zhouduan. Chapter 40, The Name of 9 Dusts, Preparing for Instruction. Qin Feng, Qin Zhouduan? Upon hearing this, Mo Zhongting was slightly stunned in his heart. Nowadays, there were still people who used words in their names? How many years ago did this have to be old? He then stopped thinking about it and spoke with a smile. You are the dignity of a patriarch, so you should be addressed as Mr. When the name of Mr. Patriarch resonates throughout China, it will also be an honor for us. Seeing that Mo Zhongting was so insistent, Qin Feng did not say anything else. It was nothing more than a title. What's more, with Qin Feng's status, he could completely afford it. After all, in his previous life, the 9 Dust Immortal Emperor's name had spread throughout the immortal cultivation world.
As far as ordinary people like Mo Zhongting were concerned, they simply did not even have the qualifications to meet him. Mo Zhongting's knowledge and respect also made Qin Feng feel good about him. Therefore, Qin Feng let go of his divine sense and carefully surveyed him. Ordinary qualifications, trashy gong methods. Old and weak, taking date pills. This was Qin Feng's evaluation of Mo Zhongting after his probing. He knew very well that Mo Zhongting had already suffered an unknown amount of hardship to be able to cultivate to his current realm. Now that he was so old, it was almost just impossible for him to go any further. Now that he was getting older, the dark wounds in his body were slowly showing up. According to Qin Feng's speculation, even if nothing happened to Mo Zhongting, he was afraid that he would only have a lifespan of about 5 years. This old man, although he said that he was dry humping him at first sight, but he was still very nice to him since the beginning. Thus, after thinking about it, Qin Feng spoke faintly. "Elder Mo, run your gong method once for me to take a look." Hearing these words, Mo Zhongting was overjoyed in his heart. The old man naturally understood that Qin Feng was preparing to instruct him. Although the other party was young, he was still a grandmaster. Experience in martial arts could not be absolutely related to age, it was more tied to cultivation. "Thank you, sir." Mo Zhongting hurriedly bowed in gratitude. With that, he then ran through his Mo family's cultivation mind method from start to finish. During this process, the Mo family siblings as well as Mo Zhongting's driver, Chen Koan, also came to the side of the duo. However, they could also see that Mo Zhongting and his duo had business to talk about, so they took the initiative to stand far away. It was only after half an hour that Mo Zhongting slowly withdrew his power. Qin Feng just quietly watched from the beginning to the end, without saying a word. Seeing the hard technique Mo Zhongting practiced, Qin Feng was indeed disappointed. "I'm afraid that even those mortals in the immortal cultivation realm wouldn't bother to cultivate such a low-grade heart technique recipe. After all, the immortal cultivation world had experienced billions of years. Those low-grade techniques had also become more and more numerous with the passage of years, and even if they weren't any big-ticket items, it wasn't that hard to get them. Thus, even some of the most trashy cultivators in the immortal cultivation realm had cultivation techniques that were much more advanced than Mo Zhongting's cultivation of this. In his previous life as a transitional Immortal Emperor, Qin Feng had countless cultivation techniques in his memory. A piece of trash merit law that he casually threw out would be able to stir up a storm of blood even in the immortal cultivation world. In fact, he could completely take out a merit law directly to Mo Zhongting. However, he was not going to do so. Qin Feng still knew the reasoning that there was no sin in harboring the sins of the people. His current strength was not yet able to roam at will, and some rules still had to be followed. Therefore, he would not put himself in danger because of some insignificant people. Although that was only a very small possibility, he was not willing to do so. What's more, although Mo Zhongting gave him a pretty good impression, he was still far from being able to make Qin Feng take the initiative to bestow cultivation techniques.